Chapter 1. The Spirit User. Don't touch me. Take your filthy hands away. I will become a respected spirit user in the future. So from today on, you walk your own path, and he'll walk mine. We are not related. With this statement, Luo Iran turned coldly and disappeared into the crowd. Du Weilong stood in the heavy snow, feeling his body growing colder. After a moment of silence, he self-mockingly smiled, walking while eating the breakfast he had originally bought for Luo Iran. The snowflakes fell onto the steaming pie, making it feel cold as well. It was tasteless to eat and a waste to throw away, but he didn't toss it out in frustration. Instead, he tightly wrapped it and put it in his pocket. Guess I can make do with it for lunch. Du Wei shook his head with a bitter smile, disappearing into the heavy snow. Since the era of spiritual energy revival began, the strange red mist has infected this world like poison gas every year, causing many innocent people to die. To survive, ordinary people can only spend a fortune to hide within the formations established by spirit users, allowing them to escape the fate of being wiped out by the red mist. Thus, the order of this world has long changed with the revival of spiritual energy. Spirit users are now the highest-ranking humans in this world. They can use various abilities to resist the red mist, combat the terrifying revived beasts, and deal with mysterious ghosts and demons. Ordinary people are at the bottom of this world when the red mist comes. If they don't have enough money, they don't even have the right to survive. As a result, the human population is dwindling, especially ordinary humans. Those who disappear are either wiped out by the red mist or devoured by terrifying beasts and monsters. Spirit users. Becoming a powerful spirit user has become everyone's primary goal. However, only those chosen by heaven can become spirit users. They can sense the revived spiritual energy between heaven and earth, after which they can use the energy and then develop their own abilities. Before becoming a spirit user, as long as one can sense the spiritual energy, they can enter a spirit user academy for further study. Once they become such a student, their living expenses, along with their parents' and children's, will be covered by the institution and entering the spirit user's protective. Formation will require no expenditure at all. In short, from the moment one steps into the Spirit User Academy, they will enjoy infinite benefits. Luo Iran had recently become an awakened one, and just yesterday received her acceptance letter from the Spirit User Academy. Naturally, she wanted to distance herself from Du Wei, an ordinary person. Du Wei didn't go home, but headed to the hospital. His sister was seriously ill, and if it weren't for his father being a prominent figure in Jiangsheng, his sister would have long since passed away. Before he even pushed open the hospital room door, he heard the voices of Du Jian and Du Fei inside. Two worthless people, one useless waste, one sickly child. I really don't know why Dad keeps them around. Is it just a waste of family's money? Haha, Dad is a sentimental person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have searched for Du Wei and Du Yuling for 10 years. Since they returned to the family 8 years ago, Dad has been meticulous about them. But no matter what, they are both the same kind of waste. Now, they even ask us to take care of Du Yuling. It's really frustrating. I just want to burn her to death. After Du Wei and Du Yuling were born, their mother died from excessive bleeding. Their lives have been unfortunate. Shortly after birth, they were kidnapped by human traffickers. It wasn't until 8 years ago that their father, Du Wei, found them. Du Wei pushed open the door, facing his half-siblings with a cold expression. You two should leave. They'll take care of my sister. Du Jian and Du Fei were startled by Du Wei's sudden entrance. But Du Fei quickly stood up, coldly curling her lips. Who wants to babysit her? With that, Du Fei stormed out, while Du Jian stood up with a slight smile, feigning concern. My dear brother, you'd better take good care of our sister. Then Du Jian also left the hospital room. Du Fei was waiting outside for him and immediately noticed something off about Du Jian, quickly asking, Brother, what are you smiling about? You wouldn't. You'll know soon enough, Du Jian said with a mischievous grin. In the next moment, Du Wei's loud shout echoed from Du Yuling's hospital room. Doctor! Nurse! Why is my sister bleeding from her nose? It won't stop, it won't stop. Du Wei rushed out of the hospital room, and when he brushed past Du Jian and Du Fei, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and coldly glared at them. Did you two do this? Du Jian smirked. Oh, big brother didn't take good care of his sister, and now he's blaming me? Du Wei's shouting quickly attracted doctors and nurses. They knew about the discord among the Du siblings and ignored it, directly entering the room to check on Du Yuling's condition. At this moment, Du Wei grabbed Du Jian by the collar, angrily shouting, Du Jian, don't go too far. Du Jian glanced down, his expression instantly turning cold as he commanded, "Take your filthy hands off me. You've only been in the Du family for a few days, and you dare to grab my collar?" "Exactly," Du Fei chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "If it weren't for being in the Du family, would you and Du Yuling be able to escape the annual red mist? You'd probably be a wandering ghost by now, haha." Since entering the Du family, Du Wei had never spent a single cent of their money. It wasn't that his biological father, Du Wei, wouldn't give him money, but all his expenses had been intercepted by Du Jian and Du Fei. The reason Du Wei endured this was that if he told their father, Du Jian would find ways to harm Du Wei and Du Yuling. Du Wei didn't mind himself, he was mainly worried about Du Yuling's safety. Thinking of this, Du Wei raised his fist and quickly swung it at Du Jian. His reverse scale was Du Yuling, and no one could harm her, whether it was Du Jian or Du Fei. However, just as his fist was about to touch Du Jian, a wave of spiritual energy erupted from Du Jian's body, and Du Wei was directly slammed against the wall. The tingling sensation in his bones didn't make him give up. Instead, he charged at Du Jian again, seeking death. This time, Du Jian used his ability. With a grasp from afar, Du Wei felt an invisible force swiftly lift him up, leaving his feet dangling in the air, unable to exert any strength. "Big brother can't even defeat little brother, tisk, how funny." Then Du Jian forcefully threw Du Wei against the wall again, and as he walked away with Du Fei, he suddenly stopped, turned his head, and smiled at Du Wei. "My dear brother, remember, you're just a dog of the Du family, a commoner like you competing with a spirit user like me. Even if you had 10 lifetimes, you wouldn't stand a chance. Trash is just trash." Du Fei covered her mouth and laughed lightly, giving him a thumbs up before catching up with Du Jian, saying as they walked, "Brother, your object manipulation technique is getting better and better. In the next academy competition, you'll definitely win first place, and then you'll be able to charm the school beauty." Meanwhile, the doctor walked out of the hospital room. Ignoring his own injuries, Du Wei hurriedly got up and asked, "Doctor, how is my sister?" Chapter 2, Fun. The doctor glanced at Du Wei with concern, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately just said simply, "It's nothing serious. The reason for the continuous nosebleed is just due to a reversal of qi and blood, and it's already fine now." Reversal of qi and blood. Du Wei clenched his fists. This was all caused by Du Jian. If he had hit harder, Du Yulin might have died from the reversed qi and blood. "Doctor, when will my sister wake up?" Du Wei temporarily set aside his hatred in the face of hatred. Nothing was more important than Du Yuling. The doctor shook his head and said, "It should be very difficult, unless there are healing-type spiritual practitioners to help. Otherwise, it will be hard to awaken her." "Okay, thank you." Du Wei lowered his head in despair. After the doctor patted Du Wei's shoulder, he left with the nurses. The hospital staff all knew that Du Wei was the eldest son of the Du family, but this eldest son was quite miserable, oppressed by his stepmother, bullied by his younger siblings, and even suppressed by the family's nanny. He was not a spiritual practitioner. He lived in a big family, but was worse off than an ordinary person. Du Wei slowly walked into the ward, contemplating the healing-type spiritual practitioners. At least his sister could awaken. It was just that there were too few healing-type practitioners among spiritual practitioners. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even if he could encounter such a practitioner, it wouldn't be something Du Wei could afford to hire. Even the head of the Du family, Du Wei, didn't have the qualifications to invite such a practitioner. In any era, life is the most precious, and those who can save lives naturally hold the highest status. Du Wei sat in front of the hospital bed, holding his sister's still warm hand, and with a self-mocking cold smile said, "It's all my fault for being useless. If only I were a spiritual practitioner. No. If only I were a powerful spiritual practitioner, I could surely know some healing-type practitioners. Then you would be saved." Du Yuling and Du Wei grew up relying on each other. After their adoptive parents were wiped out by the red mist, the siblings worked various jobs, often going hungry, but still finding joy in their lives. The red mist usually arrived on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, with New Year's Eve next day. That if they survived the red mist, Du Wei would buy Du Yuling a candied hawthorn to eat, half on New Year's Eve and half during the Spring Festival, making for a sweet and prosperous New Year. However, Du Yuling would never eat more than one if she ate one. Du Wei had to eat one too, or else her stubborn nature would refuse to eat any. But misfortune always targets the unfortunate. After entering the Du family, Du Yuling fell ill and has not recovered since. Spiritual practitioners. Spiritual practitioners. These two words filled Du Wei's mind. But no matter how much he thought about it, it wouldn't come to fruition. He decided to encourage himself with a smile and went to fetch some water. Hot water poured from the kettle, creating layers of steam. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice came over. It was Luo Iran. What are you doing here? Du Wei's cold demeanor contrasted sharply with the steam from the hot water. Luo Iran tossed a pile of worn-out clothes at Du Wei and arrogantly said, "The only reason I ever liked you was because of your family background. Although you're just a minor figure in the Du family, I foolishly hoped that one day you could stand up and I would naturally benefit from it. But now that I have become an awakened one, you are just discarded trash to me. So when I got home and saw this pile of old clothes, I felt disgusted. It would be a waste to throw them away since you're just a down-and-out, noble son. I thought these old clothes might be important to you, so I brought them along. No need to thank me, consider it my charity to you." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Iran twisted her body and left. When someone hates another, even their departing figure can seem repugnant. That's how Du Wei felt now. But what could he do? He could only bitterly smile, shake his head, and pick up the bag of clothes. Just as Luo Iran said, although he was the son of the Du family, he lived worse than a dog, and these clothes were indeed very important to him. Late at night, Du Wei left the hospital. He had already negotiated a temporary job at a bar, and since it was his first day, he couldn't be late, so he arrived early. In such places, the tasks were simple, doing some odd jobs serving drinks on trays, but they paid more than regular restaurants because the work continued until dawn. Thus, most of those doing this job were young people. Du Wei? When Luo Iran saw Du Wei, she exclaimed his name in surprise that Du Wei ignored her, simply placing the drinks on the table before turning to leave. In fact, Du Wei had long noticed them. No matter how he tried to avoid them, he couldn't escape the fate of serving them drinks. Facing Luo Iran again, he felt his stomach churn with extreme nausea. But before Du Wei could get far, a boy beside Luo Iran wrapped an arm around her and asked with a smile, "Junior, do you know this waiter?" Luo Iran awkwardly smiled. "Ah, he is my ex-boyfriend." "Ex-boyfriend?" The boy laughed loudly, then mockingly said, "Having such an ex-boyfriend is indeed quite embarrassing. Want to have some fun with him?" The boy's gaze locked onto Du Wei, and others began to jeer. "Yeah, let's have some fun. We haven't seen the senior's abilities in a long time. Let's see what he's got." Luo Iran still had a bit of conscience and smiled slightly. "Forget it. He's just an ordinary person, not worth the trouble." "What? Are you feeling sorry for him?" The boy raised his eyebrows. "Ordinary people are just our dogs. Do you want to get back together with him?" "Of course not. Of course not," Luo Iran said awkwardly. Hearing this, the boy became excited. "Then what are you hesitating for? He's just a mere waiter. I'd be doing him a favor by playing with him." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy shouted loudly at Du Wei, "Hey waiter, stop. I'm not done with you yet." Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Luo Iran decided to go all out and shouted loudly at Du Wei, "Du Wei, come over and meet my senior. He's a big shot at our academy. Being able to meet him today is a blessing you've earned over 8 lifetimes." The man, seeing Luo Iran playing along, grinned widely. "Not bad, not bad. But you shouldn't call him by name. He's just an ordinary person, not a spiritual practitioner. Besides, he's your ex-boyfriend." "What's an ex-boyfriend?" "Just a turtle bastard. What should you call him?" Upon hearing this, Luo Iran immediately shouted loudly, "Turtle bastard, come over here. Can't you hear me calling you?" With this shout, everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 3. Awakening. Du Wei, adhering to his professional ethics, forcefully suppressed his anger and turned back to the boy who had called him. "Excuse me, do you have any?" Before he could finish his sentence, Du Wei found himself unable to move, as if the control over his body had vanished in an instant. His ears seemed to have malfunctioned, and the surroundings were filled with a cacophony of noise. Yet he could clearly see Luo Iran and the others laughing maniacally. Du Wei realized he was being toyed with. He was furious, but powerless to resist. After a moment, he regained control of his body. He hadn't intended to cause trouble, but he heard Luo Iran's classmates starting another round of mockery. They first praised the boy who had tormented Du Wei, saying things like Fang Shuizhang's immobilization technique has improved, and Fang Shuizhang is so impressive. Then they mocked, "Look at Luo Iran's trash ex-boyfriend, leaving so dejectedly, and he, just an ordinary person, what can he do?" Du Wei shook his head and continued walking, but he suddenly heard Luo Iran join in. Hee, this is the helplessness and cowardice of ordinary people, hee. Hearing this, Du Wei could no longer endure it. He suddenly turned around and smashed an empty bottle nearby at the man named Fong. The man was quick to react and blocked the bottle with ease. At that moment, their smiles froze, and they stared at Du Wei intently. Luo, Iran frowned slightly, looking elsewhere, as if to say, Du Wei, you're digging your own grave, don't drag me down with you. Everything that follows has nothing to do with me. In a brief moment of silence, before Fong Shuizhang could speak, others stood up and said, Kid, do you dare to resist? Come here and kneel to apologize to Fong Shuizhang. Do you dare to hit Fong Shuizhang with a bottle? Do you know who he is? He is Fong Jiuyan from Linkong Academy. What are you even worth? A stinky, trashy servant. Apologize? Although Du Wei was an ordinary person, his dignity did not allow anyone to trample on it. Even though he had nothing, he could not afford to lose his dignity. It was the only thing he could maintain now. You guys can play with others as you wish, but who should apologize? You all know better than anyone, Du Wei said firmly, his voice loud enough to silence the others, who turned their attention towards him. Soon, the bar owner hurried over. He glanced at Fong Jiuyan, then shot an angry look at Du Wei, followed by a slap to Du Wei's face. You temporary worker dare to challenge Fong Jiuyan? Kneel down and apologize. The crowd fell silent. Most of the people here were ordinary folks, and they had all heard of Fong Jiuyan's reputation. Everyone understood that in this world, there were three things that could not be looked at directly. One was the sun, another was the red mist, and the other was spiritual practitioners. And Fong Jiuyan was not just a spiritual practitioner, he was a powerful one. This servant is so audacious to provoke Fong Shuizhang. Fong Shuizhang has participated in various battles, and if it weren't for their presence, we would have been devoured by terrifying alien beasts long ago. Yeah, this kid is too rude. In a world where order was disrupted, only the strong could stand on the moral high ground. Whether ordinary people's actions were right or wrong, they would be seen as the wrong side. This is the law of the jungle. Du Wei's face throbbed with pain, but he did not blame the owner. He knew the bar owner was also trying to make a living after all. He was just like Du Wei, both at the bottom of this world. So his gaze remained fixed on Fong Jiuyan. Just because you're a spiritual practitioner, you can bully others, relying on your own strength to oppress ordinary people. What kind of thing is that? I want you to apologize. This statement shocked everyone, and the entire bar fell silent. The previously deafening music came to an abrupt stop, and all the bar staff and patrons gathered around. They admired Du Wei's courage, yet no one dared to speak up for him. Instead, they added insult to injury. Kid, are you too arrogant? Do you know who you are facing? Kid, don't anger Fong Shuizhang, you will die a miserable death. Fong Jiuyan frowned slightly, slowly standing up, and said, What bad luck. Then, Du Wei's body once again became immobile, and he also couldn't speak. The object in front of him began to blur. He understood that Fong Jiuyan had used the immobilization technique once more. In a moment of silence, Du Wei felt countless feet and fists raining down on him like raindrops. He fell to the ground, unable to move like a wooden log, and could only endure the beating from the crowd. He felt blood flowing out, intense pain in his body, but more than that, he felt humiliation. The crowd continued to beat him for a full 5 minutes before they finally stopped. At this point, he heard Fong Jiuyan sneer, All right, don't beat him to death. Then, Du Wei felt someone lifting his head. It was Fong Jiuyan, who whispered coldly in his ear, Kid, this time I'll let them teach you a lesson with the fists of ordinary people. Next time, it won't be ordinary strength, understand? Bang! Fong Jiuyan slammed Du Wei's head hard against the ground, and then left with Luo Iran. Du Wei was stunned from the impact and passed out. After a long time, the bar's dance music woke him up. He rose from his pool of blood, limping through the crowd. No one paid him any attention, as if nothing had happened before. When he was about to leave the bar, he was stopped by the owner, who held out 2 bills. Sorry, brother. I have no choice. Take this to buy some meat. Du Wei wanted to refuse, but the financial strain forced him to lower his head. However, when he reached out, he suddenly noticed a phantom Chinese character above the owner's head. Then, Du Wei suddenly turned around, rubbed his eyes, and looked at everyone in the bar. He found that others also had the phantom character 1 above their heads, while a small number of people had the character 2 above theirs. Is this my eyes playing tricks on me? Just as Du Wei was thinking this, the bar owner extended his fist and smiled. What are you thinking, brother? Let's bump fists and we'll call it even, all right? Just. My bar won't be able to accommodate you from now on. Du Wei came to his senses and casually bumped fists with him after taking the money. However, at that moment, he felt a strange power within him, like a waterfall ready to burst forth. When his fist made contact with the bar owners, this power surged out like a wild horse. The next second, the bar owner was forcefully sent flying, crashing through a dozen chairs, and finally his head slammed heavily onto the marble coffee table, blood gushing out. Du Wei's heart skipped a beat, as if it had missed half a beat, while the character one above the owner's head disappeared without him noticing. I'd sent him flying with one punch? Du Wei looked at his fist in shock, his breathing becoming heavy and labored. Chapter 4. The killer. The guests at the bar gathered around. The restless music suddenly stopped, leaving only the flickering lights still swaying energetically. The light shone on the bar owner, flickering in and out, with a pool of blood spreading beneath him. Under the effect of the light, it sometimes appeared as a dark liquid, and at other times as glowing red ink, causing the timid women to gasp in shock. Someone's dead. Someone's dead. Quickly. Call an ambulance. Save him. After someone shouted in the crowd, everyone suddenly realized, and screams and chaos ensued. Du Wei's head was spinning. He still didn't understand how he had just politely bumped fists with the bar owner and ended up flying out. Also, what was the number Du Wei had seen earlier? Clearly, everyone had the numbers 1 or 2 hanging over their heads, but now they had all disappeared without a trace. And what was that power that had surged within him when he had fist bumped with the bar owner? It was this very power that had sent the bar owner flying. Du Wei couldn't figure it out, forcing his chaotic thoughts to stop, and then quickly moved forward to check on the bar owner's injuries. He wanted to know if the bar owner was still breathing. If he was dead, it would be a huge problem. Get away, you murderer. As Du Wei stepped forward, he was blocked by several men. He fell silent, feeling helpless. It was only natural for him to be seen as the murderer since many had witnessed him punch the bar owner. Kid, even if you hold a grudge against the owner, you shouldn't have used such deadly force, right? Hand over your weapon and wait for the Enforcement Bureau to come and arrest you. A grudge against the owner? Du Wei thought for a moment and realized where that remark came from. At that time, the bar owner had slapped him in front of Luo Iran, and everyone had seen it clearly, which was why they believed Du Wei had a motive to attack. As for the weapon they mentioned, it likely referred to some kind of mechanical device for killing. Since the revival of spiritual energy, technology had made great strides. For example, a very tiny device could instantly send a 200-pound man flying, and such devices were used to defend against monsters like alien beasts. Anyone using them against their own kind would end up in jail or even prison. Naturally, no one would believe that Du Wei could send the bar owner flying with just one punch. So, they had concocted the idea that Du Wei must have used some mechanical device. Otherwise, with his slender physique, he couldn't possibly overpower the bar owner. Kid, you're really bold and reckless, using a mechanical device to harm others. Do you know what crime you've committed? Everyone kept their eyes on him, insisting that he be handed over to the Enforcement Bureau. Don't let him escape. He's a disgrace to humanity. Faced with the crowd's accusations, Du Wei remained calm. His impoverished life had taught his ears to filter out noise. He automatically ignored some of the harsh words and wouldn't explain anything. Saying too much would only be taken as excuses. Right now, he could only hope that the bar owner was not seriously injured and wish for the ambulance to arrive quickly, even hoping that the Enforcement Bureau would come soon. Facing such a dire situation, it would be better to go to the Enforcement Bureau early and accept questioning. Fortunately, there were doctors in the bar, and they quickly stabilized the bar owner's injuries. From their words and expressions, it was clear that the bar owner was not in immediate danger. This was the best news for Du Wei. The bad news was that after the bar owner was taken care of, all the patrons formed a human wall around Du Wei, tightly encircling him. Du Wei frowned slightly and helplessly said, "Everyone doesn't need to do this. I won't run." After saying this, Du Wei realized he was wrong. He shouldn't have spoken at that moment. Sure enough, the next second came another wave of insults. You say you won't run? Someone like you, who uses mechanical devices against your own kind, deserves to be tortured. Rest assured, as long as the Enforcement Bureau doesn't come, we won't leave. Du Wei fell silent again. He had no intention of running. Ordinary people in this world had no rights. If he became a fugitive, It would only add to his crimes. At that point, suffering in prison would be tolerable, but he was worried that De Yuling might run into trouble. So he had never planned to escape. Instead, he was determined to go to the Enforcement Bureau because they had the authority to review the bar surveillance footage. Perhaps he could figure out what had happened to his body just now. Yo, yo, yo. Isn't this my good older brother? At that moment, an extremely jarring voice pierced Du Wei's eardrum like an ice arrow. The reason it felt so harsh was that the voice belonged to Du Jian. Du Jian squeezed through the crowd, and many quickly recognized him. He was the second son of the Du family, Du Jian, and also a spiritualist. Young Master Du, hello. Master Spiritualist, hello. Wow. Is this really the second son of the Du family? I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Wait a minute. Did young Master Du just call this kid good older brother? Could it be that this murder is... Du Jian enjoyed the flattery from the crowd, while turning his gaze into a cold sword, unhesitatingly stabbing at Du Wei. You guessed it right. The murderer in front of you is my useless, cowardly half-brother. Du Wei clenched his fists, but reason told him it was best not to provoke trouble again. He had already inexplicably injured someone. If he caused more trouble, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Ha ha ha. When the crowd heard Du Jian introduce Du Wei in this way, they couldn't help but laugh. The rumors of discord between the Du brothers were indeed true. Today, they were witnessing it firsthand. Then, Du Jian smiled and said, although this murderer is my older brother, our Du family won't cover for him. If he hits someone, he must face the consequences. If he needs to go to jail, he will, and if he needs to pay compensation, he will too. This is the family tradition of the Du family, right, my good older brother? Du Wei refused to look at Du Jian because he feared he would lose control and punch him at any moment. Seeing that Du Wei could endure this, Du Jian couldn't hold back any longer and sneered, my good older brother, you've broken the law, and now you're a criminal. Do you think I should tell our father about your situation? When he comes back, will he kick you and sister out of the Du family? Ha ha ha. Just as Du Wei's anger was about to boil over, the Enforcement Bureau finally arrived. The crowd parted to make way, and Du Jian obediently shut his mouth. Watching with a smile as Du Wei was taken away, everyone disperse. Quickly disperse. The Enforcement Bureau acted swiftly, and after saying this, they all left. Du Jian picked up his phone and called Du Fei. Soon, it connected, and a lazy voice came from the other end. Brother, what are you doing? I just fell asleep. I have good news for you. Du Jian was grinning from ear to ear. Du Wei has been taken away by the Enforcement Bureau. Ha 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 this time. He can't escape. Chapter 5. Spirit Control Department. The duty of the Law Enforcement Bureau is to investigate illegal activities and maintain public order. However, their authority only applies to ordinary people, and spirit users are not within their jurisdiction. To prevent spirit users from using their special abilities for wrongdoing, they are governed by a specialized Spirit Control Department. After Du Wei was brought to the Law Enforcement Bureau, it didn't take long for him to provide his basic information and elaborate on the details of the incident. This matter was very strange. Not only did Du Wei feel that way, but even the people at the Law Enforcement Bureau thought so, especially after watching the surveillance footage. They found it even more bizarre. Du Wei had indeed only exchanged a fist bump with the bar owner, and apart from that, no other peculiar behavior was observed. The fact is that because of that fist bump, the bar owner sustained serious injuries. Most importantly, after the incident, Du Wei was surrounded. And it wasn't long before the Law Enforcement Bureau personnel arrived, and since then, Du Wei had not left their sight. For this reason, the law enforcement officers felt even more perplexed. They had stripped Du Wei of his clothes and found no mechanical devices that could cause serious injury, which directly ruled out the possibility of him using a mechanical device to harm anyone. If Du Wei didn't use a mechanical device, then with just his own strength, it was impossible for him to have sent the bar owner into the intensive care unit. So all the confusion pointed to two words: spirit user. The door to the interrogation room slammed shut, and two law enforcement officers began to question Du Wei again. Are you a spirit user? One of the officers asked directly without beating around the bush. Spirit user? What a joke. Du Wei shrugged and smiled slightly. I wish I could be a spirit user. If he were a spirit user, there would be hope for Du Yuling's recovery. You just need to answer yes or no. The other officer banged on the table. No, Du Wei replique platively. Really not? The officer looked at Du Wei in confusion. Du Wei shook his head and said despondently, "Can I really fool you?" The law enforcement officers had interrogated countless suspects, and their instincts told them that Du Wei was not lying. But if he wasn't a spirit user, then how could the bizarre footage in the surveillance be explained? A 60 kilograms man sending a 90 kilograms man flying? Wasn't that absurd? Could it be that he was possessed by something sinister? After all, since the revival of spiritual energy, not only humans can sense the spiritual energy of the world, but all things can also resonate with it. For example, a speck of dust or a blade of grass could become favored by spiritual energy if heaven took notice. Because of this, many transformed spirits and monsters occasionally intruded into human territories and possessed humans to engage in illegal activities. Whenever such incidents occurred, the standard procedure for the Law Enforcement Bureau was to transfer the case to the Spirit Control Department. The two law enforcement officers exchanged glances and made a decision. The lead interrogator nodded and said, "Go apply for the transfer. It's another matter we have no authority over. Truly frustrating. Du was confused. Are you not going to handle me? What application are you going to file? How are you going to deal with me?" he asked anxiously. The lead interrogator banged on the table and sternly shouted, "Did I tell you to speak? Shut up and follow the arrangements." Du Wei frowned and fell silent. In this world, those without power or influence could only choose to remain silent. And what is more tragic is that the silence of such people often goes unheard. The most important reason was still Du Wei didn't want to get into trouble, let alone go to prison. What would happen to Du then? Not long after, Du Wei was taken out of the Law Enforcement Bureau. He was pushed into a vehicle and then had a helmet-like device placed on him, after which he lost consciousness and knew nothing. When Du Wei woke up again, he was being pushed out of the vehicle. The driver and the escorting personnel ran away, as if they were cats sneaking away after doing something shameful. Du Wei took off the device on his head and casually threw it to the ground. At this time, the sky was already bright. He wanted to check the time, but when he reached into his pocket, he found it empty. He then remembered that his phone was still at the Law Enforcement Bureau, so he could only roughly estimate the time by the position of the sun, which seemed to be around 9 or 10 in the morning. He found himself in what appeared to be a primitive forest, surrounded by towering ancient trees and overgrown weeds. That damn Law Enforcement Bureau, they wouldn't just abandon me here, would they? Du Wei's pupils contracted as he thought of a possibility. Did Du Jian bribe the Law Enforcement Bureau to leave me to fend for myself in this godforsaken place? Soon, Du Wei shook his head. That possibility seemed slim. If Du Jian really wanted to kill him, using the Law Enforcement Bureau would only leave many risks. However, Du Wei quickly had another thought. The strange power he felt inside him when he fist-bumped the bar owner might very well be Du Jian's doing. Although Du Jian's ability was telekinesis, it couldn't be denied that he might have found another spirit user to lend him that strange power, making him a criminal. "Hey, are you the suspect?" A little girl's voice interrupted his thoughts. Her voice was not harsh. In fact, apart from Du Jian, Du Ling, and his stepmother's voices, he hadn't heard any unpleasant sound. But her sudden appearance made Du Wei, who was deep in thought, instinctively tremble. Turning around, he saw a little girl in a maid outfit, her appearance and stature perfectly matching, embodying cuteness to the fullest. "Who are you? Wait, how do you know I committed a crime?" Du Wei asked in surprise. The little girl nodded and said, "Looks like it." Then she drew a circle in the air with her finger, which quickly expanded into an entrance large enough for a normal person to pass through, glowing with a dazzling blue light. A spirit user. She is a spirit user. The little girl stared at Du Wei for a moment, then beckoned, "Come with me. You have been transferred to our Spirit Control Department by the Law Enforcement Bureau, and next, you need to cooperate with our investigation." The Spirit Control Department. This institution is well known. Anyone who is alive has heard of this place. Du Wei quickly pieced everything together. The Law Enforcement Bureau must have mistakenly thought he was possessed by a monster, which led to the incident at the bar. Such matters indeed require transfer to the Spirit Control Department. Fine. At that moment, there had indeed been a peculiar force within him, and the possibility of being possessed by a monster couldn't be ruled out. However, it seemed that only the Spirit Control Department could help him unravel this mystery. Okay. Du Wei nodded and stepped into the blue passage. To be honest, he felt a bit nervous, as everyone in the Spirit Control Department, whether criminals or staff, were spirit users. As an ordinary person about to face a place where everyone was a spirit user, it was inevitable to feel some anxiety. Chapter 6, Emptiness. The most amazing thing about spiritual beings is that they are truly magical. As Dewey stepped into the blue passage, he felt as if his body had sunk into soft cotton, while simultaneously feeling extremely damp, as if his entire body had been coated in lubricant, making it incredibly smooth. Snap! The little girl walking ahead suddenly snapped her fingers, and Dewey felt darkness envelop him, his mind going blank, while the blue passage above the weeds instantly vanished. When Dewey regained consciousness, he found himself standing in front of a gigantic white palace gate. The little girl lightly snapped her fingers again, and the blue passage behind them slowly disappeared. The palace was entirely white, as pure and flawless as snow, yet exuding a solemn and majestic aura. At a glance, one could not see the edges of the building, nor its top, as if it were a colossal object that had descended from the heavens. The little girl seemed to have lost all interest in the palace. She casually beckoned, saying, "This is the spirit control department. It's underground. Follow me. Someone will receive you." "Okay." Dewey nodded and slowly followed the little girl. The passers-by, or rather, the spiritual beings passing by, seemed to ignore Dewey, hurrying along, looking quite busy. The little girl smiled and said, "Recently, a powerful exotic beast has appeared in the West, and everyone is busy dealing with it." Dewey smiled back, filled with curiosity about the place, but knowing better than to ask what he shouldn't. He decided to adhere to the principle of saying less and observing more to satisfy his curiosity. In no time, the little girl led Dewey to the door of the reception room. Dewey glanced at the doorplate and said, slightly surprised, "Are you sure we haven't taken a wrong turn? This is the place." The little girl replied calmly, "Our spirit control department doesn't need an interrogation room, nor do we need to impose handcuffs or other restraints on you, because this is the spirit control department." Only then did Dewey awkwardly smile. Indeed, no one could escape from the spirit control department without its documents, so there was no need for an interrogation room. After the little girl pushed the door open for Dewey, she went off to attend to her duties. Dewey quietly vicketed, and just as he closed the door, a woman in the room spoke. "No need to be nervous. Have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" The woman had already poured 2 cups of coffee. "Is the treatment this good? I can still have coffee? This is completely different from what I imagined." Dewey turned around. The woman was dressed quite daringly, and just a few simple adjectives could paint her picture. Exquisite, fair-skinned, straight, black stockings, glasses, waves, and surges. "Coffee is fine." Dewey smiled as he sat on the pristine white sofa, but unexpectedly, the woman extended her hand and said, "Hello, my name is Sue Mo, and I will be investigating your case." Dewey stood up to shake her hand. It was neither hot nor cold, neither thin nor thick, but smooth and delicate, with a fragrant scent. When Sue Mo released Dewey's hand, she adjusted her glasses and came to a conclusion. "Let us start with the conclusion. You are not a spiritual being. It is highly likely that you were possessed by something dirty at the time." Was I really possessed by a ghost? Dewey's heart jumped to his throat. "But I don't feel anything at all. Is it still on me? Is it a female ghost or a male ghost?" "Female ghost." "Male ghost? Does it matter?" Sue Mo lightly coughed. "It has already left, so I can't sense that dirty thing's presence. However, for your safety, you can't leave the spirit control department just yet. You must stay here for at least 5 days before you can go out." "Why?" Dewey was quite puzzled. He still had his sister to look after. Sue Mo fixed her gaze on him, making it clear, "Because you are an ordinary person. Once you are targeted by something dirty, even if it temporarily leaves, it's hard to say whether it will come back to you. What I mean is, it might possess you again, so it's safest for you to stay in the spirit control department for now. During these few days, those dirty things won't be able to find you, and thus won't be persistently looking for you. But how can you guarantee that it won't come looking for me again in 5 or 6 days?" Dewey still didn't understand. Sue Mo frowned slightly, showing some impatience. "Do you think it's pursuing you like a romantic relationship? Ordinary people are so troublesome." Soon, Sue Mo called the little girl back and forcibly arranged accommodation for Dewey. But after searching around, only one room was left, and it was a double room that already had one person living in it. Him. Sue Mo adjusted her glasses again and finally nodded. Let Due stay with him. After all, there's south no other place available. The situation in the west is tense, and I can't manage so much. Wait, Due expressed his disagreement and asked, I want to ask, is my roommate a spiritual being? Yes, Su-Mo replied. That one T do. Due shook his head repeatedly. If he harms me, I will be helpless. Can't you find another place? Quickly take this noisy person away. Su-Mo waved her hand. The little girl then led Due out. Just as they left the reception room, Due suddenly realized a crucial thing he hadn't done. He hadn't taken a sip of the coffee before leaving. This is it. The little girl opened the door to the room for Due again. Upon entering, Due found the decor inside to be exquisite, comparable to a luxurious double suite, with plenty of delicious food and drink, as well as entertainment equipment and fitness gear. The spirit control department is indeed wealthy. Due sighed inwardly, continuing to observe the room's decor, but he didn't see his spiritual roommate, so he comfortably sank into the soft white sofa. I wonder how my sister is doing. Am I really possessed by something dirty? I feel like it's not that simple. Just as Due was lost in thought, an old yet resonant voice came through. New here? Due jumped up and saw an elderly man tightening the bathroom door. He then walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. Despite his old age, he still exuded a graceful demeanor. This was the legendary ageless old soul. Right. Due oquadismiled. The old man stopped 2 meters away from Due. A spiritual being? Due shook his head, and the old man gently inhaled. Not a spiritual being? How could you have been brought to the spirit control department? I think I was possessed by a ghost. As Due spoke, his eyes suddenly turned blood red, but he was unaware of it. At the same time, he saw the previous numbers again. This time, the numbers hovered above the old man's head, but they were no longer just 1 or 2. Instead, there were a long string of capitalized numbers. Before Due could clearly see the specific value of this string of numbers, his head felt as if it had been struck by something, and he collapsed onto the sofa. The old man stared at Due in surprise and quickly approached him. He placed his hand on Due's forehead, and a trace of azure spiritual energy surged forth, causing the old man's expression to change. This is a once-in-a-thousand-year emptiness physique. Chapter 7. The old man's cheeks were clearly twitching, every wrinkle and muscle dancing. The pupils in his eye sockets seemed to emit a dazzling light, and even his hands and body began to tremble involuntarily, not due to a sudden illness, but because he was overly excited. The void physique, the void physique. The old man murmured excitedly to himself, like a child who had just received candy. The void does not require spiritual energy to derive abilities. This is a practitioner outside the realm of spiritual energy. Such practitioners are truly favored by heaven. Who would have thought that this old man would encounter such a treasure? So what is his ability? The old man laid Due flat, and the blue spiritual energy in his palm quickly brushed over the surface of Due's body like a light. Then he closed his eyes and began to mutter something. After a moment of silence, fragments of illusion rose from Due's flesh, resembling a huge, colorful light screen. Within the light screen, an image of a fist appeared, beside which stood a 3-dimensional number 1, while the other parts surged like a muddy swamp. Unexpectedly, his ability is, as the old man opened his eyes, everything that had just happened vanished instantly. From his expression, it was hard to tell whether he was happy or unhappy. Well, having a void physique is already a gift from heaven. What more could one ask for? However, he did not expect that this kid's void physique would be so utterly empty. It is unknown whether this is a blessing or a curse. The first step to becoming a practitioner is to sense and absorb the spiritual energy of the world. Such people are called awakeners. Once one becomes an awakener, they can proceed to the second step, deriving abilities. Only after successfully deriving their own abilities can they become true practitioners. However, those with a void physique are also a type of practitioner. But such individuals do not need spiritual energy, nor do they need to become awakeners. As long as they awaken, they will directly derive their abilities, which is the power of the void physique. Such practitioners are extremely rare throughout history. The old man, having lived for so many years, had only seen one in the reversal of time and space, while other void physique individuals only exist in ancient texts. However, after the old man's examination, he discovered that Du Wei's void physique was not an ordinary one. A void physique does not require spiritual energy, but that does not mean it cannot absorb it. This is the key issue. Because Du Wei's void physique has reached an extremely pure realm, he has become truly void. Therefore, he cannot absorb spiritual energy, nor can he forcibly absorb it, or even comprehend it. Otherwise, it would cause him immeasurable harm. Thus, the old man quickly made several decisions. First, a practitioner as rare as Du Wei must be protected, and the old man intends to take him as a disciple and cultivate him into a practitioner who can make significant contributions to humanity. This is a blessing for humanity and a necessary cultivation in his fate. Second, he will not tell Du Wei the objective fact that he is a practitioner, because if Du Wei learns that he is a practitioner but cannot absorb spiritual energy, he may try to attempt to absorb it, although Du Wei might hold back. Humans are vessels of desire, so he will cut off the possibility from the root. Without desire, there is no action. Third, he will take Du Wei to the Lingkong Academy, which is suitable for cultivation and also the old man's stronghold. Fourth, after Du Wei wakes up, he plans to have a good talk with him to seek his opinion. While Du Wei was in deep sleep, the old man retrieved all his information through the little lowly, and upon seeing it, he was taken aback. The eldest son of the Du family, a seriously ill sister, and 3 people who always wanted to drive him out of the Du family. Unexpectedly, my good disciple has such a dramatic family. Interesting. Du Wei had a long dream. He dreamed that someone was touching his body from his toes to his head, and he also dreamed that his soul seemed to leave his body. In the dream, there was a fist and some chaotic numbers. In short, it was all very messy, so much so that he couldn't remember anything after waking up. As soon as he awoke, he saw the old man's big face, which startled him into sitting up straight. Forget about not remembering the dream. He almost lost his soul from the shock. "What did you do to me?" Du Wei curled up on the sofa like a little wronged wife. The old man smiled and said, "What can an old man like me do to you? What I mean is, did you knock me out?" Du Wei stared at him suspiciously. Before he fainted, there were only the 2 of them in the room. If the old man hadn't used his abilities, how could he have fainted? After all, this person is a practitioner. It would be easy for him to deal with him. Du Wei even speculated about the old man's ability, thinking it should be some kind of mental ability that could make someone faint or fall into a deep sleep. Hearing this, the old man shook his head and laughed heartily. "I have no malice toward you. I didn't expect your vigilance to be so strong. However, this is also understandable. After all, your stepmother and your younger siblings have done many bad things, so your spirit probably hasn't relaxed for a moment, right? You investigated me?" Du Wei squinted his eyes, adding a bit more hostility toward the old man in front of him. The old man, however, nodded generously. "Yes, I investigated you." "Why?" Du Wei looked at him in surprise. "I have no grievances with you. Why did you investigate me?" "Because, upon thinking of this," the old man couldn't help but laugh. "I want to take you as my disciple." At first, Du Wei thought he had heard wrong, but the next moment, he exclaimed, "You want to take me as your disciple? Have you taken the wrong medicine? I'm just an ordinary person." "No." The old man waved his hand. "You are indeed not a practitioner, but your physique is very special. I happen to have a set of boxing techniques that are very suitable for you. If you learn this boxing technique from me, not only can it strengthen your body, but it can also help you deal with beasts and ghosts. While it won't make you a practitioner, it can make you a powerful individual above ordinary people." Upon hearing this, Du Wei was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. "Your trickery is too outdated, right? Ha ha ha. Trickery?" The old man paused before realizing what Du Wei meant. Since the revival of spiritual energy, there have been people claiming to become stronger in the community, saying that learning their techniques can help beat beasts or that taking their elixirs can prolong life, and so on. Du Wei withdrew his smile and asked in surprise, "Aren't you a practitioner? You have plenty of money. Why engage in such schemes to deceive people?" The old man knew it would be difficult to gain Du Wei's trust immediately, so he punched the ground. The next second, the house seemed to shake 3 or 4 times, and then dozens of cracks spread out from the center of his fist on the floor tiles. "Ka-ka, bang bang." At this moment, the old man proudly said, "See, this is the boxing technique I want to teach you. Du Wei looked at the cracks, still spreading. His pupils filled with shock, and then he raised his eyes to the old man and said, "Old man, you alone caused this damage to the floor tiles. It has nothing to do with me." Chapter 8. The old man's earlier pride deflated like a balloon, and he was instantly dispirited. He had never expected Du Wei's response to be such a statement. Seeing the old man not replying, Du Wei reminded him again, "Did you hear me? It has nothing to do with me. I won't pay a single penny." The old man shook his head and smiled helplessly. "You still don't believe me? Spirit practitioners and ordinary people are worlds apart. Do you really believe that the high clouds would come down and kiss the dirty mud?" Du Wei raised an eyebrow slightly and then added, "Of course, that's just a metaphor. I'm not mud." The old man said, "I've told you, you're not an ordinary person. Your physique does indeed match my set of martial arts. To be honest, even though you're not a spirit practitioner in a certain sense, you are also a kind of transcendent strong person, just unable to use spiritual energy. If you become my disciple, I will make you incredibly powerful, just like how you can see things that others cannot." Upon hearing this, Du Wei waved his hand and scoffed, "Don't try to brainwash me. I did see a bunch of messy numbers before, but that was because I was possessed by something dirty. Just now I saw those numbers again. But it's very likely a side effect of being possessed. Also, your scam needs to be updated. This is too glitch. There are many people selling medicine now. You might as well go sell medicine. You might make some money. By the way, there's a big loophole in what you said. You haven't even checked my physique. How do you know I'm suitable for your so-called martial arts? Isn't that nonsense? If it weren't for being stuck here with nothing to do, I wouldn't have talked so much with you." In my eyes, this old man has completely become a scammer among spirit practitioners. However, Du Wei's words did remind the old man. The old man took out a blue pill and handed it to Du Wei, saying, "I learned from your records that your sister is seriously ill and hard to awaken. This spirit pill, if you give her half, might help her awaken for a moment. Remember, do not let her swallow it all. Otherwise, with her ordinary physique, it might cause negative effects." Du Wei became somewhat impatient. He had never seen a spirit practitioner like this. Perhaps this old man, like him, was also a person living in poverty. Although he couldn't understand why a spirit practitioner would be short on money, in order to stop hearing his nagging, Du Wei decided to accept the pill. "All right, I can take this pill, but don't try to sell me anything else, okay?" There was almost a pleading look in Du Wei's eyes. Upon hearing this, the old man split the blue pill in half, giving one piece to Du Wei while putting the other half into his mouth. In front of Du Wei's eyes, his Adam's apple moved up and down as it went into his stomach. Then the old man said, "Such a good thing cannot be wasted. I'm also afraid you might forget that your sister can only take half, so I ate the other half." Du Wei shook his head with a smile, examining the remaining half of the pill. "I didn't expect you to be so bold, but the fact that you're willing to eat it means it shouldn't be harmful. This should be made from flour, vitamins, sugar, and such, right?" The old man chuckled. "Well, you don't believe me anyway, but in a critical moment, you could try giving it to your sister. If it works, you'll come find me." After saying this, the old man gave Du Wei a golden business card with his name and address on it. The old man's name was quite ordinary, Zhong He, but the address made Du Wei break into a cold sweat. Logistics Department of Lincoln Academy. Lincoln Academy was where Luo Yiran, Du Jian, and Du Fei studied to become spirit practitioners. Du Wei exclaimed in shock, "You are a teacher at the Spirit Practitioner Academy?" If that were the case, Du Wei couldn't imagine what kind of major figure he had offended with his earlier nonsense, and he had also missed a huge opportunity. Zhong He shook his head and smiled. "No, I'm just a handyman at Lincoln Academy." Hearing this, Du Wei nodded. No wonder he dared to eat his own pill. Even a handyman at Lincoln Academy should be able to get some lower quality spirit medicine. Perhaps that pill was one of those. Du Wei then put the half pill away and said, "Regardless of whether your pill works or not, thank you anyway." Zhong He smiled and didn't say anything further. He knew Du Wei still didn't believe him, and naturally, saying more would be pointless. If the two were destined to meet again, they would. If not, he would take extraordinary measures. Fate is such a wonderful thing. Du Wei was unaware of Zhong He's thoughts. He thought that even if Zhong He really was a teacher at Lincoln Academy, it wouldn't matter much to him. He was a spirit practitioner, while Du Wei was just an ordinary person. Although Zhong He had earnestly claimed he wanted to take Du Wei as a disciple, that was completely impossible. So there was no question of offending him or missing a good opportunity. Du Wei's earlier thoughts were just too impulsive. Opportunities in this era never belonged to ordinary people. They only belonged to spirit practitioners. In the following days, Du Wei and Zhong, he got along quite well. He found that the old man, apart from boasting, joking, and playing around, was nothing like a high and mighty spirit practitioner. Instead, he was like an interesting, ordinary old man. Because of this, he came to a conclusion about what had happened on their first meeting. Zhong, he must have felt too bored and pretended to be a scammer to amuse Du Wei. Otherwise, how could he say he wanted to take an ordinary person as a disciple? Just before Zhong, he and Du Wei were about to part ways. He joked with Du Wei, remember my words. If you wish, I can take you as a disciple anytime. If you come to your senses, just go to the logistics department of Lincoln Academy and mention my name. Du Wei waved at him and left the spirit management office. Because the spirit management office determined that Du Wei was possessed by a ghost, which led to the violent incident at the bar. The medical expenses of the bar owner were all covered by the spirit management office. After all, Du Wei was also a victim possessed by a ghost. Upon hearing this news, Du Wei was overjoyed. This meant he had no pressure at all. The first thing Du Wei did after coming out was to go to the hospital. He wanted to see if Du Yuling was all right and also wanted to share his experiences at the spirit management office with her. After all, an ordinary person might not have the chance to visit the spirit management office even once in their lifetime. However, when he arrived at the hospital, he found that ever since Du Wei was taken to the Law Enforcement Bureau, Du Yuling had been taken away by his stepmother, under the pretense that the home environment was better. In reality, she wanted to take advantage of Du Wei's business trip to get Du Wei and Du Yuling out of the Du family. Lin Ruofei, do you want to kill my sister? You bitch. Du Wei pushed open the door of the hospital, hailed a cab, and sped towards the Du family. Chapter 9. Imprisonment. Sitting in the back seat of the car and watching everything rush by, Du Wei forced himself to calm down. Through his careful analysis, he reached a brief conclusion. Du Yuling was not in immediate danger. First, Lin Ruofei, Du Jian, and Du Fei, no matter how much they hated the Du siblings, had not dared to kill them so far. They only wanted to drive them out of the Du family. Second, especially regarding Du Yuling, they would never dare to go too far. After all, Du Wei was still alive. However, this didn't mean they wouldn't harm Du Yuling. Third, by bringing Du Yuling home, they were indirectly exacerbating her condition, which effectively meant a slow death for her. In summary, Du Yuling was at least not in immediate danger. Du Wei had already paid for the fare in advance. Before the car had completely stopped, he hurriedly got out and ran to the entrance of the Du family villa. He used the fingerprint unlock, and after hearing 2 beeps, the circle on his device turned bright red, followed by an error message. Identification error. Without thinking much, Du Wei began to input the password, but after entering it, he was still met with an error message. Damn it, they actually changed the password. In a moment of panic, Du Wei rang the doorbell and knocked furiously on the door. Soon, the housekeeper, Aunt Lu, opened the door. After seeing Du Wei on the monitor, she slowly opened the door and said, "Ah, it's the eldest son. I'm sorry, we just changed the password and fingerprint yesterday, so get out of the way." Du Wei forcefully pushed past her. Aunt Lu was a distant relative of Lin Ruofei and often helped her set traps for the siblings, so Du Wei had no good feelings towards her. Aunt Lu closed the door and quickly ran in front of Du Wei, saying, "Eldest son, keep your voice down. The madam, second young master, and third young lady just finished lunch and went for a nap. Don't disturb them." Disturb them? Du Wei coldis norted and shooted, Lin Ruofei, Du Jian, Du Fei. Get out here. At that moment, Du Wei could no longer contain the anger in his heart. Even though Du Jian and Du Fei were spiritual practitioners, he was not afraid. Anyone who dared to touch his sister was touching his reverse scale. After saying this, Du Wei suddenly turned to Aunt Lu. He did not know that at this moment, his expression was as frightening as a wolf's. "I ask you, which room is my sister in?" Aunt Lu shivered in fear and took a step back, saying, "Madam said, the second young lady is resting, and without her permission, no one is allowed to visit. So I cannot tell you. You really are a good dog." Du Wei's eyes widened as he grabbed Aunt Lu by the collar. Aunt Lu shouted in panic, "Eldest son, what do you want to do? Are you going to hit me? A dog relying on its master. If it weren't for your old age, do you really think I wouldn't dare to hit you? Stop it." At that moment, Lin Ruofei, Du Jian, and Du Fei came down the stairs. Lin Ruofei was at the front, walking as seductively as ever, her hips swaying as if she could fly. That fox-like face, so charming it made one feel disgusted, was sickening to see every time. The main character has arrived. Du Wei let go of Aunt Lu and quickly stepped forward to question, Lin Ruofei, which room did you put my sister in? Speak up. Du Fei frowned slightly, silent and protective of her mother, saying you, a child picked up halfway. Don't even call Mom, and you dare to call her by her name? Truly uncultured. Lin Ruofei coldly snorted, leisurely moving her large posterior into the soft sofa, and said coldly, Feier, why bother arguing with this wild dog? Wild dogs never recognize a good person's heart. Du Fei and Du Jian sat on either side of Lin Ruofei. Soon, Aunt Lu brought over 3 cups of coffee, smiling humbly and earnestly, Madam, second young master, and third young lady must have been woken up. Please drink some coffee to refresh yourselves. Seeing that there were only 3 cups of coffee, Du Jian feigned reprimand. Aunt Lu, this is your mistake. My good elder brother is back. How can you only prepare 3 cups of coffee? Oh, right. Aunt Lu smiled and said, Look at my mind, I forgot. I'll hurry and make another cup. No need. Du Wei interrupted, and then questioned Lin Ruofei and the others again. If you don't say, I'll find out myself. I dare you. Lin Ruofei shouted loudly, clearly in a position of power, as long as I'm in this house. You can't turn things upside down. Exactly. Du Fei chimed in, without my mom's order, if you cause a ruckus in this house and lose something valuable. Can you afford it? Lin Ruofei coughed lightly and looked at Du Wei, saying, Du Wei, you don't need to be too anxious. If it weren't for me, your stepmother, worrying about you too, do you think I would want to bring Du Yuling back? Jianner's master said that Du Yuling's condition is very difficult to treat with medical means, and it would be better for her to rest at home. This way, there might be a turn for the better. If she stayed in the hospital, not only would it waste a lot of money every day, but her body couldn't take it. So I brought her back for you. After all, the environment at home is much better than in the hospital, especially with Aunt Lu's careful care. Don't worry, it won't be long before Du Yuling's health improves. Also, let me remind you, this is what Jianner's master said in person. Even if you tell my husband about this, he would agree because Jianner's master is a well-known spiritual practitioner in Lincoln Academy, and his words are credible. Du Wei had already anticipated Lin Ruofei's words. It sounded like it was for Du Yuling's good, but in reality, it was just about her spending the Du family's money and leaving her to fend for herself at home, right? What Du Wei didn't expect was that Du Jian actually colluded with his spiritual master to harm Du Yuling. This meant that, as Lin Ruofei said, Du Wei would unconditionally trust Du Jian's master. After all, Du Jian's master had some status in Lincoln Academy, and his words carried a lot of weight. Du Jian chuckled and said, My good brother, you might not know, but I put a lot of effort into having my master take a look at sister's condition. But since you're my good brother, you don't need to repay this favor. Also, my master said that sister's condition is most suitable for resting at home, so you don't need to worry about it. Du Fei quickly echoed, Du Wei, just listen to Mom's arrangement. Aren't we all doing this for Du Yuling's good? ISNT that, right? Du Wei was furious. They were clearly imprisoning Du Yuling and speaking so righteously. Suddenly, Du Wei stepped forward, and Du Jian immediately stood up and shouted, Good brother, what do you want to do? Du Wei glanced at him and said, I want to take my sister away. We're leaving the Du family. Not possible. Lin Ruofei stood up and shouted, Is the Du family a place you can come and go as you please? How can I explain to my husband if you just take your sister away? At that moment, the doorbell rang again. Aunt Lu opened the door, and a middle-aged man walked in. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. It was Du Jian's master. How shabby. Master, why are you here? Du Jian hurried over to greet him. How shabby, after Du Jian approached, slapped him across the face without saying a word from now on. I am no longer your master. As soon as those words came out, the room fell silent. Chapter 10, Martial Arts Rewind Time. No spirit master can swagger out of the spirit control department. This statement is merely for the common spirit masters. After Du Wei left the spirit control department, Zhonghe also left. He left in a grand manner, and no one dared to stop him or say a word against it, even though he had a full month before his release time. After leaving, Zhonghe immediately returned to Lincoln Academy. Upon learning of his return, Many teachers from Lincoln Academy came to visit him, including Du Jian's master, Hao Shabi. Hao Shabi was quite skilled in handling people. He brought a card to Zhong He and smiled, saying, "Old Zhong, this is the money my recent disciple gave me for alcohol. You know I don't like alcohol, and since I learned you were returning today, I thought I'd bring it to you." After Zhong He returned, he organized the recent events that had happened at Lincoln Academy. He had already learned that Hao Shabi's new disciple was named Du Jian. "Your disciple is Du Jian?" Zhong He played with the bank card. Hao Shabi paused for a moment, then quickly smiled and said, "Nothing escapes your keen eyes." "Yes, indeed. It's the second young master of the Du family, Du Jian. This kid has good talent, so I took him in. So you took his money, and then you took him in?" Zhong He looked at Hao Shabi with a hint of amusement. In any era, money is a wonderful thing, especially in this era of spiritual revival, where spirit masters can use money to buy good spiritual tools, good elixirs, and even good masters. Hao Shabi smiled helplessly. "Old Zhong, you know that at my level as a spirit master, it's like a middle-aged man wanting to go further, but feeling powerless. The salary from the academy is increasingly insufficient, so I still need to supplement it. However, this money is not a fee for accepting a disciple. Du Jian asked me for a small favor. Such matters were generally tacitly understood, so the higher-ups of the academy and everyone else just turn a blind eye. After all, external funding could enhance personal strength. And if personal strength improved, the overall strength of Lincoln Academy would also improve. However, since this matter involved the Du family, and Du Wei was the eldest son of the Du family, Zhong He asked another question. "What did Du Jian ask you for help with?" Hao Shabi was slightly taken aback because Zhong He never cared about mundane matters. But since he asked, Hao Shabi didn't dare to remain silent and explained in detail. "It's quite simple. Let me be brief. The Du family has another useless eldest son, and this useless eldest son has a seriously ill sister. This sister is a drain on the Du family's finances, so..." At this point, Zhong He already guessed what was going on and said directly, "So Du Jian wants to take the seriously ill girl home and let her fend for herself, but he doesn't have a good reason, so he asks you to mediate?" "Exactly." Hao Shabi gave Zhong He a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Old Zhong, you're so perceptive. The eldest son of the Du family would definitely disagree if he just took the girl home. If Du Wei finds out, it could cause some trouble. But with my few words, this matter can be easily resolved." "What did you say?" Zhong He asked knowingly. Hao Shabi laughed and said, "Hee, I investigated the girl's condition. She really is beyond cure. Even spirit masters specializing in medicine would find it hard to heal her. So I assured Du Jian and his mother that if Du Wei made a fuss, I would tell him that it was my suggestion. Right now, the best help for the girl is to rest at home, and with that, Du Wei wouldn't make a fuss. After all, he would definitely believe what I say." Upon hearing this, Zhong He raised an eyebrow and suppressed his inner anger, saying, "Then you know that what you're doing will lead to what kind of outcome for that girl." Hao Shabi did not perceive Zhong He's anger and continued to smile. She was already beyond saving. If she rests at home, she'll just die a bit sooner. How is this any different from murder? Zhong He slapped Hao Shabi's face, causing him to spin around 3 times. "Now go to the Du family and terminate your master-disciple relationship with Du Jian, and tell the Du family that they cannot interfere with anything the eldest son does." "Huh?" Hao Shabi was completely stunned. After a long while, he regained his senses and, ignoring the pain in his face, cautiously asked, "Old Zhong, why are you protecting the eldest son of the Du family?" "Yes, just a useless person." Slap. Zhong He directly slapped Hao Shabi again. "What nonsense are you talking? Hurry up, and don't mention this to anyone. Once you finish, treat it as if it never happened. If this gets out, I will ruin you." Hao Shabi's heart raced, regardless of whether he understood or not. He had to follow the orders. Before leaving, he hesitated about the bank card and asked, "Old Zhong, what about Du Jian's money?" Zhong, he put the bank card back in his pocket. "Get lost." "Okay." Hao Shabi hurriedly ran out in fear. Zhong, he stood with his hands behind his back, thinking of Du Wei, and couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Du Wei is useless? Ha ha ha. If my good disciple is useless, then there wouldn't be a potential spirit master left in this world. Martial arts is an ability that exists like a bug. Martial arts is the ability that Du Wei awakened. The numbers Du Wei saw over others' heads previously were due to the activation of martial arts. However, he had just awakened. So, martial arts was still very unstable, causing it to be passively activated from time to time. The ability of martial arts is as simple as its name suggests, with no techniques involved. As long as the ability is activated, one can punch the enemy to death according to the value above their heads. For example, if Du Wei sees the number 1 above an enemy's head, he only needs one punch to kill them, and the number 1 will reset to 0. Similarly, the stronger the person, the larger the number above their head, and the weaker the person, the smaller the number. In fact, if Du Wei had just awakened his ability in the bar owner would have already been killed by his punch. Of course, as Du Wei's own realm grows stronger, his martial arts will also become more powerful. For example, when he is a 1-star spirit master, he needs to punch 5 times to kill a 2-star spirit master. However, when Du Wei breaks through to a 2-star spirit master, he may only need 1 punch to kill a 2-star spirit master. In other words, the number of punches needed depends on one's own realm. Additionally, while it seems that martial arts can only use normal attacks, it is not that simple. If this ability is pushed to its limits, it can unleash world-destroying energy, indicating its strong developmental potential and numerous methods of use. It's just a pity that Du Wei cannot absorb spiritual energy. Otherwise, if he learned some control-type spiritual techniques, he would become an invincible existence. Perhaps this is the downside of being too strong. Du Jian's face turned red as he looked at Hao Shabi in disbelief and said, "Master, what did I do wrong? Please tell me, and I will definitely correct it. Please don't terminate our master-disciple relationship." Lin Ruofei also became anxious and hurriedly ran forward, pulling out 2 bank cards and stuffing them into Hao Shabi's hands. She smiled sweetly, saying, "Master Hao, let us sit down and talk slowly. If my son did anything wrong, just tell me, and I will personally teach him a lesson. Please don't be angry. If you get upset, it will be the whole Du family's fault." Chapter 11. Fire. Hao Shabi remained angry. There's nothing to say. This is how it will be done. Hao Shabi's attitude was very firm, seemingly without a hint of room for negotiation. Du Jian immediately knelt on both knees, sincerely looking up at Hao Shabi. "Master, why is this happening?" Du Fei frowned beside him, and Lin Ruofei was also deep in thought about the reason. At that time, Hao Shabi was very satisfied with Du Jian. The apprenticeship went smoothly, and now Du Jian had not made any mistakes. Why was this happening today? It was too strange. If Hao Shabi severed the master-apprentice relationship with Du Jian, he would undoubtedly lose a backing in Lincoln Academy, and even the Du family would lose a pillar of support. Lin Ruofei coughed lightly and said with a smile, "Master Hao, if you really want to sever the master-apprentice bond with my son Jian, there must be a reason, right? If you simply do it without explanation, what will happen to our Du family's reputation?" Hao Shabi ignored the noisy mother and son, not even glancing at them, but instead focused his gaze on Du Wei, his eyes filled with doubt, anger, confusion, and more importantly, feigned respect. "You are the eldest son of the Du family. Du Wei, right?" Hao Shabi asked. Du Jian, Lin Ruofei, and Du Fei were shocked that Hao Shabi was actually talking to the useless Du Wei, and a possibility suddenly appeared in their minds. Could it be that Hao Shabi was severing the master-apprentice relationship with Du Jian because of Du Wei? Lin Ruofei quickly dismissed this thought. Absolutely not. Du Wei is just a useless person. How could he have such power? Du Fei added, "How could I think that? This Du Wei is just a clown." Du Jian asked, "Master, why don't you want me anymore?" Du Wei was also very surprised. He didn't expect that the master of Lincoln Academy would actually speak to him alone, so he nodded. Yes. Upon hearing this, Hao Shabi looked again at Lin Ruofei and her daughters, stating emphatically, "From now on, you are not to interfere with anything Du Wei wants to do, or the consequences will be severe." Huh? Du Jian and the others widened their eyes, thinking they had misheard. But before they could recover from their shock, Hao Shabi had already burst out the door, angry as if he were a victim. At this moment, Du Jian stood up, and Lin Ruofei began to size up Du Wei, while Du Fei's gaze towards Du Wei also changed. Du Jian gritted his teeth and in a fit of rage, lifted Du Wei telekinetically My good brother, what have you done to me? What kind of drug did you give my master? Why doesn't he want me anymore? Speak up, or I will kill you. Jian. Although Lin Ruofei was domineering, she was extremely adept at assessing the situation. Her shout instantly calmed Du Jian down. Just then, Du Jian withdrew his powers, and Du Wei fell to the ground. At this moment, Du Fei comforted Du Jian. Brother, don't act impulsively. How could Du Wei have such power? This matter is very strange. We need to think it over carefully. Du Wei didn't have the energy to care why Hao Shabi would help him. He just wanted to take Du Yuling back to the hospital as soon as possible. After standing up, he said directly, Tell me, where is Du Yuling being held? Since Hao Shabi had spoken, Lin Ruofei naturally lost her temper. She gave Du Fei a look, and Du Fei took Du Wei away. Soon, Du Wei left the Du family's villa carrying Du Yuling on his back. Fortunately, Du Yuling's condition was acceptable and there were no major issues. After Du Wei left, Du Jian slumped on the sofa, dejected, hitting his forehead. Why is this happening? It makes no sense. No, this must be related to Du Wei. I must kill him. Filled with murderous intent, Du Jian stood up. But Lin Ruofei immediately pressed him down. Jian, don't be impulsive. We can make plans after we investigate this matter clearly. Yes, brother, Du Fei comforted. Impulsiveness is the devil. At that moment, Du Jian's phone rang. The caller was Hao Shabi, who had just left not long ago. Du Jian quickly answered and put on speaker. Master, I knew you hadn't really given up on me. I ask you, where has that Du Wei been recently? Hao Shabi's voice came through the phone. Du Jian, already confused, said directly, He hasn't gone anywhere. He's a poor kid. Where could he go? Du Fei quickly added, Master Hao, my brother is confused. Du Wei was taken away by the Law Enforcement Bureau because of a case. He went to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Oh, Hao Shabi seemed to grasp the thread of the matter and quickly asked, Tell me more details. After a while, Hao Shabi sneered, I might know what is going on. Before the matter is investigated clearly, you all must not act rashly. If the people above have only a general relationship with Du Wei, then it is nothing serious, understand? Master, Du Jian said excitedly, Do you mean we can still be master and apprentice? Hao Shabi réassured Du Jian, Don't worry. I was just acting out of necessity. No matter what, I am your master, and you are my disciple. It was that Du Wei who made me lose face and almost ruined our master-apprentice bond. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Good, Du Jian said excitedly. Hao Shabi certainly wouldn't give up easily. After all, Du Jian was like a money tree to him. After hanging up the phone, Du Jian punched the sofa in anger. I knew it. This matter is definitely related to Du Wei. Sooner or later, I will kill him. Strange. Lin Ruofei shook her head, puzzled. Du Wei has no power, no influence, no money, and is just a useless person. Who is helping him? Du Jian said, Master is also investigating this matter. We just need to wait quietly for the result. After Du Wei settled Du Yuling in the hospital, he was also thinking about what had just happened at the Du family. Logically speaking, Hao Shabi had received many benefits from Du Jian, and since they had a master-apprentice relationship, how could he make a scene because of himself? Who exactly is helping me? Could be Zhong He. Du Wei quickly thought of this name. First of all, Zhong He was also from Linkong Academy. Perhaps only he could speak with Hao Shabi. However, as soon as this thought appeared, Du Wei dismissed it. Zhong He said he was just a handyman at Linkong Academy. How could he talk to the masters there? If not Zhong He, then who could it be? Young Master Du, come with me quickly. There's a fire in the hospital. At that moment, a nurse suddenly burst in. Sure enough, thick smoke had already filled the corridor. Du Wei did not dare hesitate. He immediately unplugged the devices from Du Yuling and carried her in his arms as he ran out. The nurse followed closely behind, and Du Wei anxiously asked, How could there be a fire in the hospital? We haven't figured it out yet, the nurse said. As the nurse spoke, Du Wei felt the wet towel he was holding over Du Yuling's face seemed to be saturated with some liquid. The moment he removed the towel, he discovered that blood was oozing from Du Yuling's 7 orifices. Nurse, please take a look. Du Wei slowed his running pace. What's wrong with my sister? Chapter 12 Miracle. 1 hour before the fire broke out in the hospital, Hao Shabi had already investigated Du Wei's situation thoroughly and conveyed the news to Du Jian immediately. Master, have you figured out? Yes, I have. To make a long story short, after Du Wei entered the Law Enforcement Bureau, he was transferred to the Spirit Control Division. At that time, the detention room in the Spirit Control Division was full, with only one room left. And in that room was a significant figure from our Lincoln Academy. Significant figure? Du Jian asked curiously. How could someone from our academy be detained? How Shabi replied. That's not something you should be asking. Just listen to me. Du Wei spent 5 or 6 days alone with that significant figure, so they must have gotten along well, and that figure helped Du Wei. Is it that simple? Du Jian said. How Shabi affirmed it must be. After all, Du Wei is not a spirit user. He definitely couldn't have gained that figure's favor. It's likely that the figure only helped Du Wei this once. That's good. Du Jian smiled coldly. Now I have nothing to worry about. How Shabi cautioned. You should still be careful and not act recklessly. I will make Du Wei suffer a bit. Hey. Du Jian laughed. I will heed your teachings, master. By the way, master, my dear brother cares most about my dear sister. The fire in the hospital grew larger. But it was very strange. The smoke was thick only on the floor where Du Yuling was, while other floors had little smoke at all, as if it were completely out of control. A nurse checked on Du Yuling's condition and shook her head, saying, I don't know. I'm just a nurse, not a doctor. In her panic, she started to cry. In a moment of desperation, Du Wei took out half a pill and looked at the nurse, saying, Quick, help me pry her mouth open. What kind of medicine is this? The nurse hesitated to ask. Du Wei didn't have time to explain. He could only place all his hopes on this pill. Quick, pry it open. This pill came from Zhong He, a handyman at Lincoln Academy. Even if it had no effect, it shouldn't harm her body. If it was really made of sugar, vitamins, and other substances, it could at least help Du Yuling replenish some energy. The nurse nodded and immediately complied. Du Wei crushed the pill and smeared it into Du Yuling's cheek. Then he picked her up and ran. Her saliva would help dissolve the pill. While escaping, the passive skill adrenaline was triggered, and before long, Du Wei reached the first floor. At this time, firefighters had arrived, and countless patients and their families were gathered downstairs in the inpatient department, with medical staff busier than ever. The nurse who came down with Du Wei glanced at him and said, Young Master Du, I have to go back to work. Go ahead, Du Wei replied. Holding Du Yuling, Du Wei found a quiet corner and sat in the garden. He took off his coat and covered Du Yuling with it. The night sky was filled with stars. If it weren't for the thick smoke drifting from afar, it would all be romantic. Yuling, it's okay. We escaped again. But I still feel like this fire is too strange. Yuling, when will you wake up? If you wake up, you can have as many candied hawthorns as you want. By the way, I haven't told you about the Spirit Control Division yet. You don't know, the Spirit Control Division is really 2. While Du Wei was talking to himself, suddenly a hot hand touched his face. In that instant, Du Wei froze as if his soul had been lost. Because the source of that hand was not from front or back or sides, but from his embrace. Du Wei mechanically lowered his head, and a tear fell. Sister, you woke up. Du Yuling's eyes were already open, shining like the stars, and perhaps due to her pale face, her stunningly beautiful eyes were even more striking. Brother. Du Yuling gently opened her mouth, forcing a smile. In that moment, Du Wei felt like spring had arrived, as if the night sky had turned into daylight. Du Wei's eyelids twitched for a moment, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. He responded vigorously, I'm here. I'm always here. Then Du Wei wrapped Du Yuling tightly and asked with concern, Sister, are you cold? Are you cold? Du Yuling just kept smiling foolishly, shaking her head gently and saying with difficulty, in brother's arms, how could it be cold, brother? After saying this, Du Yuling continued to ask, Brother, I really want to stay awake forever. Now that I'm awake, can I stay awake forever? Yes. Du Wei Fiomed? Yes. You definitely can. You definitely can. Du Yuling smiled, Brother. Actually, it doesn't matter if I'm not awake. I don't want you to be exhausted from me. Look, your face has become rough. Brother, has Du Jian and the others caused you any trouble? No. Du Wei smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. At that moment, the nurse arrived with Du Yuling's attending physician. When they saw Du Yuling awake, they were stunned as if struck by lightning. Once they regained their senses, they didn't waste time and immediately took Du Wei and Du Yuling to the temporary inpatient department. After arranging for Du Yuling, she fell asleep again. However, after a thorough examination, The attending physician gave Du Wei unprecedented good news. Young Master Du, your sister's condition has improved significantly, but she still can't stay awake for long. I heard from Shaoli that you gave her a pill, right? The attending physician asked. Du Wei smiled with relief. As long as there's improvement, that's good. Yes, that must be the effect of that pill. I didn't expect that old man wouldn't lie to me. This pill really works. Old man? The doctor asked in surprise. Yes. He's a spirit user I met by chance, a handyman at Lincoln Academy. Impossible. Upon hearing this, the doctor shook his head vigorously. Your sister's illness is serious. It's not something ordinary medicine can treat. Even very powerful medical spirit users might not be able to wake her up. So that old man's pill is definitely not an ordinary pill. To put it another way, if you wanted to buy a pill from a medical spirit user that could temporarily wake your sister, it would cost at least 100 million. How much? 100 million at a minimum. The doctor trembled as he held up his finger and then smiled. So, young Master Du, do you still think that spirit user you met is just a handyman at Lincoln Academy? Du Wei swallowed hard and then exclaimed in shock, Doctor, do you mean? The doctor patted Du Wei's shoulder and said, Young Master Du, opportunities are fleeting. You must seize this chance. Go find that significant figure. I will take care of Du Yuling. When hope arrives, it always catches people off guard. Du Wei nodded and disappeared with hope, while the doctor excitedly muttered to himself. A medical miracle, a medical miracle. Chapter 13 Big Brother. The hospital was not far from Lincoln Academy, so Du Wei chose to run there. This not only saved him a fare, but in such a congested downtown area, taking a car might not even be faster than running. Du Wei was deep in thought, his mind filled with Zhong He. The pill Zhong He gave me is worth 100 million, so the half that my sister just took is worth 50 million. How could someone doing menial work possibly possess such a precious pill? If Zhong He is not a menial worker at Lincoln Academy, then what is his true position there? When he was at the spirit management office, he said my physique was very special and suited for a set of martial arts he taught, which could make me comparable to a spirit user. Could that also be true? Du Wei's heart raced, not entirely due to running, but more from hope. He had a feeling that he was not just running towards Lincoln Academy, but toward a turning point in his life, a place filled with endless light, birds singing, and fragrant flowers, a place full of hope. Zhong He was in the logistics department of Lincoln Academy. Therefore, Du Wei did not need to enter through the main gate. The logistics department was located on the east side of the academy, so he went in directly through the small gate on the east side, which led straight to the logistics department. As soon as he entered, a man blocked his path. Excuse me, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Zhong He. He should be an employee in your logistics department. Du Wei's eyes were extremely eager. He was burning with a desire to see Zhong He as quickly as possible. You are Du Wei? The man raised an eyebrow. Du Wei quickly nodded, surprised. Does Zhong He know I would come? Go straight, then turn west. Then east. You'll see a red wooden door, and Zhong Lao is waiting for you inside. The man said calmly. Zhong Lao? Du Wei instinctively asked. What position does Zhong He hold at your Lincoln Academy? I don't know. The man clarified, then stood straight like a soldier behind the door. I've said what I needed to say, so don't ask more. Thank you, Du Wei said and walked on. Following the man's directions, Du Wei quickly found the wooden door. Before he could knock, Zhong He's voice came from inside. Come in. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Pushing the door open, the interior was decorated in a minimalist style, yet retained an ancient and elegant charm. It was easy to imagine that the owner of this room was a person of taste. Zhong He stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he looked at Du Wei. Would you like something to drink? Du Wei pointed to the coffee in his hand. That will do. At the same time, he made up his mind that since he hadn't finished the coffee at the spirit management office last time, he would definitely drink it all this time. Zhong He gestured for Du Wei to take a seat, then spoke in a calm tone. Since you've come to find me, you must have figured out some things. Of course, you probably still have many questions to ask, right? Du Wei's lips were burned by the coffee, but seeing Zhong He get straight to the point, he no longer hesitated. He stood up and deeply bowed to Zhong He. Zhong Lao, thank you for your elixir. Zhong He understood Du Wei's meaning, accepted the thanks, and personally helped Du Wei up. How is your sister doing? Thanks to your elixir, she has improved significantly. Du Wei replied. On the way here, he had imagined various scenarios for their reunion, but he didn't expect their conversation and interaction to be so easy. He felt that the person in front of him was just a respected elder. Zhong He smiled, that's good. Du Wei paused, then continued to ask, Zhong Lao, you must not be a menial worker at Lincoln Academy, right? Do you want to know my identity? Zhong Lao asked. Du Wei replied, you don't have to say if you don't want to. Very well. Zhong Lao nodded, appreciating Du Wei's character. Not knowing some things can save you a lot of trouble, so I won't tell you, but I'm a leisurely person in Lincoln Academy. To be able to stay at Lincoln Academy and be so leisurely, could this person be an ordinary person? Du Wei thought of people like Du Jian, Fang Jiuyan, Luo, Iran, Du Fei, and others who were spirit users. After visiting the spirit management office again, he increasingly felt that in this world, only by becoming stronger could he live better and even survive. Although he was kind to others in the future, if he only relied on his identity as an ordinary person to interact with the Du Jian siblings, it was hard to say whether he and Du Yuling would be safe. Therefore, Du Wei's desire to become stronger was vividly expressed at this moment. He said bluntly, Zhong Lao, you mentioned before that you wanted to take me as a disciple and teach me a set of martial arts. Is that true? Of course. Zhong Lao stood up excitedly. I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. If I learn it, Du Wei's eyes burned like flames. Will I become as powerful as a spirit user? Spirit user? Zhong Lao shook his head and smiled. Then said earnestly, the truly powerful in this world are never spirit users, but a person's heart and soul. Just like those resurrectors, their top performers are even stronger than real spirit users. Moreover, the number of spirit users is inherently small. In the human world, the core force to resist the red fog and the strange beasts is the resurrectors. Resurrectors. This type of person is not a spirit user. They cannot awaken any abilities, but they are stronger than ordinary people in aspects like strength, speed, or intelligence, surpassing ordinary humans. Therefore, these individuals will be awarded the title of Resurrector after layers of selection. Once they have this title, they will learn to use spiritual weapons under the guidance of spirit users, thus becoming powerful Resurrector warriors. Spiritual weapons are weapons infused with spiritual energy, capable of unleashing tremendous power. However, even resurrectors need a long time to master spiritual weapons. In simple terms, spirit users can absorb and control spiritual energy and have their own abilities. In terms of combat power, spirit users are always at the top tier among human warriors. While resurrectors cannot use spiritual energy, they rely on spiritual weapons, their strong will, and robust physiques to become an irreplaceable force among humans. Du Wei naturally knew about resurrectors, and he said excitedly, Zhong Lao, do you mean if I learn martial arts, I will become a resurrector? A resurrector? Du Wei's words reminded Zhong He, who nodded heavily. Because you cannot absorb spiritual energy, you can be considered a resurrector. However, if you learn my martial arts, you will be stronger than a resurrector, and you can stand shoulder to shoulder with real spirit users. Really? Du Wei quickly asked. Zhong Lao nodded, of course. Because my martial arts are equivalent to a spirit user's ability, and this ability can only be learned by you. Zhong Lao would not tell Du Wei that he was a rare void body, nor would he tell him that he actually had more potential than any spirit user, because Zhong Lao was afraid Du Wei might become arrogant. Moreover, Zhong Lao's intention to take Du Wei as a disciple was to help him master the ability of martial arts, which had awakened within Du Wei himself from the beginning. However, without external guidance, he could not achieve perfect control. Therefore, Zhong Lao's statement that his martial arts were similar to a spirit user's ability was not a lie. Comparable to a spirit user, Du Wei immediately knelt on both knees and shouted loudly, Big brother, please accept my bow. Zhong Lao laughed heartily, shaking his head while pointing at Du Wei. You brat really know how to take advantage of a situation. But are you really going to call me Big Brother from now on? Chapter 14 ? Du Wei finally reacted, quickly changing his words and saying solemnly, Master is here. Please accept a bow from your disciple. Zhong He, as an ordinary person who doesn't yearn to become stronger, to become a hero who can protect family, friends, and even the country where one lives. Du Wei's fate changed at that moment, and he was extremely excited, struggling to articulate his thoughts, which was naturally understandable. Zhong He laughed heartily and said, Enough, enough. We don't need to stick to such old-fashioned etiquette. Upon hearing this, Du Wei felt embarrassed and got up, saying, Thank you, Master. Seeing Zhong He nodding with a smile, Du Wei then said, Master, I have another question. Speak. There are so many people in this world. Why can only I learn your boxing techniques? I know myself best. According to my physical condition, I can't even meet the minimum requirements of a resurgent. Isn't it a huge loss for you to take me as your disciple? Ha ha ha. Zhong He laughed loudly, looking seriously at Du Wei. Good disciple. Although there are some things I cannot tell you yet, you must remember, no matter when, do not belittle yourself. You are my disciple and will be the strongest person in this world in the future. Du Wei nodded, knowing Zhong He was encouraging him. However, the more Zhong He said this, the more useless he felt. He had a poor physique since childhood, and there were many ordinary people stronger than him. But since Zhong He said so, Du Wei cast aside all distractions. No matter why Zhong He insisted on taking him as a disciple. As long as Zhong He did not give up on him, he would not give up on himself. I understand, Master, Du Wei said. Zhong He brought over 2 cushions and sat opposite Du Wei, gesturing for him to sit down. Good disciple, next I will teach you the basics of this boxing technique. Although it's called boxing, in fact, it is to help Du Wei feel his own abilities, martial arts. What he is about to teach Du Wei is how to mobilize and use his own martial arts. Alahite, Du Wei no did. Zhong He became serious, staring intently at Du Wei. Before we begin, tell me everything you know about spirit users. Spirit users? Du Wei scratched his head. Master, I'm not a spirit user. This seems unhelpful for me, right? Did you forget? What I'm going to teach you is comparable to a spirit user. So you still need to grasp some basic knowledge about spirit users, Zhong He said. Du Wei replied, I know very little. I only know that a spirit user starts by sensing spiritual energy, becomes an awakened, and then derives abilities. Only then do they become true spirit users. Correct. Zhong He said, Do you remember the numbers you saw earlier? Du Wei quickly said, Master, are you talking about the numbers I saw above others' heads? Yes. Does this have any connection to the boxing techniques you taught me? Wasn't that because I was possessed? Zhong He laughed. You are mistaken. You were not possessed by something dirty, but rather a certain thing within you is activated. It is precisely because of this thing that I firmly decided to take you as my disciple. Similar to awakening some ability? Du Wei asked in surprise. Zhong He coughed lightly and frowned. You can understand it that way, but what you have is not a true ability, rather it is. I understand now, Master. Du Wei interrupted. I may not have an ability, but it is a type of special function. Just like the special abilities I saw in the Finnish movie The Saint of Gambling, right? Zhong He, who was worried about how to explain, simply followed along. Yes. What you have is a special function. A special function may be weaker than a spirit user's ability, but if used well, it might be stronger than a spirit user's ability. Special function, Du Wei exclaimed excitedly. I see, but Master, how can you be sure that what I have is a special function and not something dirty possessing me? Zhong He replied, I noticed something was off with you at the spirit control office. After you fainted, I checked your body and naturally sensed your special function. I see. Du Wei rubbed his chin, frowning. But Master, the more I think about it, the more I feel that this special function is almost the same as a true ability. So, is this really not an ability? Hearing this, Zhong He broke out in a cold sweat, but he still used a single sentence to dispel Du Wei's doubts. A spirit user can sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Can you? I can't. Du Wei shook his head. Indeed, just based on this point, he could not step into the door of a spirit user. It seems I was overthinking it. So, Master, how should I use this special function? When I was at the bar, I felt an overwhelming power within me. Is that also my special function? Zhong He nodded in agreement and continued. You can't rush things. We'll take it slow. Now, follow my instructions, and I will let you feel your special function. Good. Du Wei rubbed his fists in excitement, eager to start. Zhong He said, generally, when a spirit user wants to mobilize their ability, they rely on spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is like blood in the human body, and the starting and ending point of blood is the heart. Naturally, the heart of a spirit user is their own ability. As long as they control the operation of spiritual energy, they can use their abilities. Your special function is similar. But since you're not a spirit user and cannot use spiritual energy, there's only one way for you to use your special function. Is it willpower? Duwei said. Zhonghe smiled with satisfaction. Yes, how did you know? I don't have spiritual energy and am just an ordinary person. So only a bit of willpower is left, Duwei said with a self-deprecating smile. Then he continued. But isn't willpower an invisible and intangible substance? Or a thought? A belief, and not a type of energy? How can willpower drive my special function? Zhonghe said, to ordinary people, willpower is indeed like that. But if you find the right method, willpower can become a type of energy, even an energy that can be seen and touched. Is it really that powerful? Duwei asked in shock. What about chanting and meditating, or the breathing techniques of Taoists? Zhonghe replied, these can also be considered types of willpower, but they are merely the most superficial forms of willpower. While they do have some benefits for cultivating oneself and strengthening one's body, it is almost impossible to form energy from them. Duwei nodded, somewhat understanding, and he was already impatient. Then, Master, please teach me how to use willpower. Zhonghe stated, the strongest aspect of a person lies in their essence, energy, and spirit, which are things other species do not possess. Additionally, a human's soul carries all energy. Try to feel your own soul. In simple terms, close your eyes and seek your drowsiness, but remember not to actually fall asleep. You must find clarity within drowsiness and seek drowsiness within clarity. This way, you can feel willpower. Duwei followed the instructions. He thought this would be a difficult task, but to his surprise, he felt a surge of energy within him in just a few minutes. When he opened his eyes, he saw the number above Zhonghe's head. He remembered that he could see specific values above Zhonghe's head earlier, but now he only saw a question mark. Master, it seems I have activated my special function, Duwei said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Zhonghe showed no surprise. Duwei, with his innate empty physique, had the strongest aspect in his willpower, so as long as Zhonghe guided him slightly, Duwei could use his willpower to drive his own martial arts ability. Master, why do I see a question mark above your head? Has my special function mutated? By the way, Master, how do I actually use this special function? Duwei asked curiously. Chapter 15. Canyon Relativity. Facing this issue, Zhonghe no longer held back. If he continued to conceal it, Duwei wouldn't be able to master his martial arts. So Zhonghe, he spoke frankly, your special ability is called martial arts. Martial arts? Duwei seemed to think of something and said without hesitation. So my special ability is similar to the martial arts you want to teach me, and that's the main reason you accepted me as your disciple. Zhonghe smiled and nodded. Exactly. In fact, Zhonghe felt a bit guilty, as he had no martial arts to teach Duwei. His role was merely to guide Duwei in using his own abilities. However, Duwei was a spirit user with an empty constitution, and the less he knew before becoming a true powerhouse, the better. So how do I use this special ability? Duwei asked. Zhonghe said, how should I describe it to you? Do you know what a normal attack is? Duwei laughed. I know. For example, in the game Hero Alliance that I often play, every hero can perform a normal attack, which is also called a basic attack. Nice. Zhonghe chuckled. That's exactly the idea. But I'm not very good at Hero Alliance. King of Glory is more my style. It's relatively simpler to operate. How about we play a couple of rounds later? No problem, Duwei grinned. I'll show you how to dominate. Duwei didn't expect Zhonghe. He also played games, which seemed to bring them closer together. Returning to the main topic, Zhonghe said, your special ability is akin to a normal attack. You can think of it as a normal attack that stacks states. States? Duwei pondered his special ability. If there was something similar to a state, it would only be the numbers he saw. Master, do you mean the numbers I see? Zhonghe, he snapped his fingers. Duwei thought he was about to use his ability, just as that little girl had summoned a blue portal with a snap when he entered the Spirit Control Division. After seeing nothing happen, he realized it was just an ordinary snap. Exactly. Zhonghe said, the numbers you see represent your punch count. What do you mean? Duwei couldn't wrap his head around it. Zhonghe, he continued, when you activate your special ability, you will see the numbers above each person's head. Of course, the size of these numbers depends on the strength of your enemies. The stronger they are, the larger the number above their head, and the more punches you need to deliver. Wait, I think I understand a bit. Du Wei recalled the incident at the bar. At the time, he saw numbers like 1 or 2 above everyone's heads. Naturally, 99 of the people had 1, and only a few had 2. From the numbers, he could draw a conclusion. The numbers Du Wei saw represented, from a certain perspective, the combat power of each person. For instance, a person with a 2 above their head was much stronger than one with 1, but it wasn't solely based on appearance. Some people looked weak, but had a 2 above their heads, which could mean they had learned martial arts, making their combat power also 2. So this number represented the overall combat power of the enemy. The larger the number, the stronger the combat power, and vice versa. Continuing to deduce. Du Wei remembered that the bar owner's number was 1, which represented his combat power. Thus, 1's combat power was not solely determined by body size, leading to another conclusion. The bar owner was not strong, just overweight. At that moment, Du Wei felt a surge of power within him. When he exchanged punches with the bar owner, this power uncontrollably burst forth, ultimately leading to the bar owner's collapse in a pool of blood. The crucial point came when the bar owner's number 1 disappeared at that moment. So, reasoning from this, the number Du Wei saw indicated the number of punches he needed to throw. As long as he delivered enough punches, anyone would fall. For example, if the bar owner's combat power was 2, after Du Wei punched him once, he wouldn't be severely harmed, and the number above his head would change from 2. Having sorted all this out, Du Wei excitedly expressed his thoughts. Sure enough, Zhong He nodded in satisfaction. At this point, Du Wei was stunned. He looked at his fist and said excitedly, "So, even though I can only use normal attacks, no matter how strong the enemy is, as long as I have enough time to deliver the punches indicated by the number above their head, they will inevitably fall. This is equivalent to ignoring defense and everything else. As long as I finish my punches, everyone will have to kneel before me." "Isn't this like a bug?" Du Wei exclaimed. "Master, do you really think my martial arts is not a power, but a special ability?" Zhong He smiled. "You can't sense spiritual energy, can you?" Du Wei's world plunged into darkness. Indeed, based on this alone, he was not a spirit user. Zhong He continued, "Just as you said, your fist can slay anyone in this world, but don't forget, the stronger the enemy, the more punches you need to deliver. What will you do then? After all, you only know how to perform normal attacks. Unless someone can help you control the enemy, or the enemy is foolish enough to stand still and take your hits, otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to achieve victory against strong opponents." Yes, Du Wei also thought of this point. While his martial arts dealt real damage, and the kill thresholds for each enemy were clear, its biggest drawback was that he could only use normal attacks. If faced with a strong enemy, they wouldn't give Du Wei enough time to throw punches. Sigh, Du Wei sigid. It seems this is the difference between special abilities and powers. I really am a bit weak after all. Thinking about the spirit user abilities Du Wei had encountered, such as Feng Jiuyan's immobilization technique and Du Jian's telekinesis, each seemed more useful than Du Wei's martial arts. This martial art sounded strong, but it was really difficult to unleash its power. Zhong He patted Du Wei's shoulder. "I told you, don't underestimate yourself. Your special ability has great potential, and as you grow stronger, your martial arts will also become stronger." "Master, do you mean Du Wei is opinited? When facing the same enemy, the number above their head is not fixed, right?" "Of course." Zhong He smiled. "Your own strength will also affect the number of punches you need to deliver." Suddenly, Du Wei thought of something a game commentator had said. Slowing down the enemy is speeding yourself up. So, if I'm strong, the enemy's number will decrease. If I'm weak, the number will increase, right? "Yes." Zhong He curiously asked, "What did you hear that about slowing down the enemy, speeding yourself up?" "Du Wei smiled, That's called canyon relativity." "Master, I have another question. If the number above the enemy's head is 5, but suddenly someone dealt him a blow, making him weaker, will the number above his head decrease?" "It will." Zhong He said, "The number above the enemy's head will change according to their real-time strength. It is not fixed." "Wow." Du Wei exclaimed, "That's so intelligent." Zhong He secretly smiled. "What do you think? Martial arts is one of the source abilities." At this moment, Zhong He suddenly became serious. He looked at Du Wei and said, "By the way, for your future development, I hope you can move here to live. What do you think?" Du Wei replied frankly, "Will I get paid?" Chapter 16. Zhong He gave Du Wei a slap on the head. Are you that short on money? Yes. Du Wei shook, knowing that Zhong he had connections and that money was always tight. Du Wei was out and probably wouldn't return for 3 to 5 years. During this time, all the money he sent to Du Wei was intercepted by Lin Ruofei and her son, and he also needed to take care of his sister. So expenses would only keep increasing. Compared to doing odd jobs everywhere, having a position at Lincoln Academy would be much better. Zhong he naturally understood Du Wei's predicament and readily agreed. I can arrange a job for you in our logistics department, and I'll also cover your insurance. How's that sound? Thank you, master. Du Wei got up and bowed to him. Zhong he laughed heartily, and then Du Wei continued. Master, can you give me another one of those spirit pills? Huh? Zhong he's expression darkened as he scolded. Do you think that's a candy? There's only one. Du Wei knew the value of that spirit pill, so he was just asking. However, with Zhong he as a support, there was hope for curing Du Yuling's illness. He then asked, Master, can you make some connections for me? Zhong he understood what Du Wei meant. The medical practitioners I know are all useless. If you're really worried, you can bring your sister over. I will send someone to take care of her, and I, as a free man, will slowly treat her. I believe that in 3 to 5 years, she should be able to recover. That's great. Du Wei exclaimed happily, stood up, and left. Master, wait for me. I'm going to pick up my sister. Zhong he shouted, Wait, the living expenses for your sister here will need to come from your salary. By this point, Du Wei had already vanished. Zhong, he could only shake his head and smile. Then he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, he straightforwardly said, Do you remember that little girl I told you about? On the other end, a lazy woman's voice replied, Are you talking about Du Yuling? Yes. Zhong he said. The woman continued, I've looked at her information, and you're right. If I can connect her meridians, I will indeed have a successor. Wait, are you calling me now because you've made arrangements? Zhong he laughed. Yes, let's finalize it. When they arrive, you come over here too, and you'll take care of your future disciple. All right, by the way, the cost of treating Du Yuling. Zhong he abruptly hung up and quickly opened the game Honor of Kings, stealing a moment of leisure. Let us have a good time. Du Wei first went to the hospital. After handling things there, he returned to the Du family villa. This place contained daily necessities for him and Du Yuling, and most importantly, many photos of them together. The house was empty. Aunt Lu had gone out to buy groceries, so Du Wei quickly organized their things. He didn't realize how much there was until he packed, filling 2 suitcases. Just then, Du Jian entered with a man. The 3 of them locked eyes. Seeing Du Wei's 2 suitcases, Du Jian immediately mocked. Oh, my dear big brother, are you planning to run away from home? Ignoring Du Jian. Du Wei walked straight towards the door, but Du Jian blocked him and coldly laughed. My dear big brother, you're just going to leave without a word? How am I supposed to explain to Dad? Besides, do you think our Du family is a place where you can come and go as you please? While speaking, Du Jian used his powers, and Du Wei, along with the suitcases, was pushed back more than 10 meters by a strong force. Fortunately, Du Wei didn't fall, otherwise it would have drawn another round of mockery from Du Jian. Du Jian was surprised. He didn't expect Du Wei to stay upright. However, he didn't care. Sitting down on the sofa with his friend and coldly introducing, By the way, Fong, this is my worthless big brother that I told you about. Du Wei looked coldly at the two. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. I don't have time to waste with you. Du Jian sneered and shouted, Did I let you go? You think you can just walk away? What are you? Du Wei angrily retorted. Then grabbed his suitcase and tried to leave. Just as Du Jian was about to get angry, his friend stood up and coldly laughed. Brother Du, since you dislike him so much, you don't need to lift a finger. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Sure, Fong. I haven't seen your immobilization technique in a long time. Du Jian laughed heartily. Immobilisation technique? Brother Fong? Could this person be Fong Jiuyin's biological brother? The abilities of spiritual practitioners are not unique. Members of the same family often awaken similar abilities, just with varying levels of strength. As Du Wei was thinking this, the person called Brother Fong approached him, coldly grinning like a fox. Young Master Du, it's our first meeting today. Don't rush to leave. By the way, my name is Fong Sanyan. Fong Sanyan? Hearing this name, Du Wei privately confirmed that this person must be Fong Jiuyin's brother. Knowing he couldn't leave for now, Du Wei simply set down his suitcase. Fong Sanyan? Do you have a brother named Fong Jiuyin? Yes, that's my older brother. I also have a second brother named Fong Luyin. Fong, Sanyan shrugged. Du Wei had heard of Fong Juyan's name, so he was surprised. After all, his older brother was well known among peers. Fong Sanyan, Fong Luyin, Fong Juyan. You three brothers have nice names. Just try to make up 3, 6, and 9. Du Wei said with a smile, shaking his head. After saying this, Du Wei picked up his suitcase and headed outside. But Fong Sanyan pressed a palm against Du Wei's chest. Young Master Du, if you just walk away like this, how boring would that be? At this moment, Fong Sanyan seemed to have found something. He reached into Du Wei's clothing and pulled out a stack of photographs from his inner pocket. Fong Sanyan flipped through the photos of Du Yuling, and her stunning beauty instantly captivated him. Holding the photo, he looked at Du Jian and asked Du, "Who is this little sister?" "She is driving me wild." Du Jian chuckled. "She is my sister." "Oh, you might not understand this. Her name is Du Yuling, and she is the biological sister of my good big brother." "Really?" Fong Sanyan leaned in and kissed the photo of Du Yuling, then lecherously looked at Du Wei and said, "How about this? You bring your sister out for me to have some fun with, and I'll let you go. What do you think?" Bang! Du Wei swung a fist and struck Fong Sanyan in the face, the force so great that a tooth flew out, and Fong Sanyan's mouth was filled with blood. "You dare to disrespect my sister?" Seeking death, Du Wei chutait en gridi. Fong Sanyan was instantly furious, spitting out a mouthful of blood and growling. "You, an ordinary person, dare to provoke a spiritual practitioner? Are you tired of living?" Chapter 17. Wu Fong Sanyan never expected that Du Wei, an ordinary person, would dare to strike him, a spiritual practitioner. Otherwise, Fong Sanyan would never have easily been subjected to Du Wei's attack. Humiliation, a great dishonor. Du Jian, who was enjoying the show, laughed heartily on the side. "Brother Fong, my good big brother is quite impressive. How come you can't even dodge his punches?" Then Du Jian's smile faded, and his expression turned dark as he said in a low voice, "However, my good big brother is dispensable. If he dares to hit you, you should teach him a good lesson. Beating him half to death is fine, but you must not kill him, otherwise my future life will be so boring." Since Du Jian had spoken, Fong Sanyan would naturally not suffer losses. He pointed at Du Wei's nose and shouted, "You kneel and apologize to me, or I'll ruin you." Hearing this, Du Jian laughed even harder. "You Fong family members are all the same, always wanting others to kneel. I say, good big brother, hurry up and kneel. This person is the third young master of the Fong family, a family of spiritual practitioners. We can't afford to offend him." Du Wei secretly concentrated his thoughts, but his fist technique had not been activated. This was understandable, as Du Wei was just a beginner. If he could use fist technique so easily, that would be absurd. Nevertheless, Du Wei would not back down. Instead, his arrogance grew. "What a joke! You should kneel to my sister now. Maybe I will forgive you for your earlier disrespect towards her." "What?" Fong Sanyan thought he had misheard, glanced at Du Jian, and then nodded. "Brother Du, I didn't expect you to have such guts. Impressive. You almost scared me to death." Du Jian shrugged, indicating that he was already used to it. People are always like this. The more humble they are, the less they fear anything. Fong Sanyan sneered coldly, then picked up a photo of Du Yuling and stuffed it into his pants, swaying back and forth, looking thoroughly pleased. "Fuck you." Du Wei could no longer hold back, swinging his hand again, but at the critical moment his body became immobile as if bound by an invisible rope. However, this time, unlike the previous encounter with Fong Juyan, the rope from Fong Sanyan was much thinner, and Du Wei felt that if he struggled with all his might, he might be able to break free. Yet Fong Sanyan did not give him that chance, landing a punch squarely on Du Wei's nose. Bang! Du Wei's head hit the ground, and in that moment, he felt a fleeting blur before his vision, followed by a warm liquid flowing from the back of his head, and finally the pain set in. Concentration! Concentration! Du Wei remained calm under pressure, knowing that perhaps only his unique abilities could save him now. At that moment, Fong Sanyan picked up the photo of Du Yuling again, extending his disgusting tongue to lick her face. "You are seeking death." Du Wei's veins bulged, his body trembled, yet he still couldn't move. "Put down my sister's photo." Du Jian laughed heartily on the side. "You really know how to play, young Master Fong. Why didn't I think of something so cruel?" Fong Sanyin was not finished. He took the photo of Du Yuling and placed it behind his buttocks. Then with a face of enjoyment, he closed his eyes and said, "So comfortable. So comfortable. This beauty is different from ordinary women. Just imagining it makes me feel ecstatic. Fong Sanyin, I will kill you." After cursing, Du Wei turned his attention to Du Jian. Du Jian, no matter what, Linger is still your half-sister. She shares half of the same blood as you. Are you just going to watch her be humiliated? Hearing this, Du Jian laughed even harder. "I say, good big brother, we may have the same father, but I've never acknowledged you as my real brother. And what is that, Du Yuling? Just a waste of my family's resources, living off my family, doing nothing? Just a sick dog." Du Wei was wrong. He was very wrong. Before this, he thought Du Jian wasn't completely devoid of humanity, that he should still have some semblance of it. Now it seemed he was a beast, even worse than a beast. At the same time, Fong Sanyin stepped forward, stomping his foot on Du Wei's face. "Did I let you speak? Are you still barking? Shut up." Then Fong Sanyin began to stomp on Du Wei's face, continuing for a full 30 seconds until Du Wei's face became bloodied and unrecognizable before he stopped. At this moment, Du Wei's consciousness grew more and more blurred. He felt very sleepy, his breathing becoming faint, but just at that moment, he suddenly recalled Zhong He's words. The simple method of thought concentration. Find awakening within sleepiness, and find sleepiness within awakening. Du Jian cast a cold glance at Du Wei before running upstairs to answer a phone call. Now, the entire first floor was left with only Du Wei and Fong Sanyin. Fong Sanyin grabbed Du Wei's collar, his face shaking rapidly. "Du big brother, let me tell you. No one can touch our Fong family, and no one dares to hit me. Fong Sanyin, you are the first. How does it feel to be the first?" After a moment of silence, Fong Sanyin gathered all the photos of Du Yuling and, looking down at Du Wei, began to rain them down like raindrops on his head. At the same time, Fong Sanyin laughed. "Du big master, remember this. The world is the world of spiritual practitioners. You ordinary people are just the dogs of spiritual practitioners. Not to mention, you are even worse than a dog. Dare to hit me? This is your end." Fong Sanyin grinned. Just as he was about to go upstairs to find Du Jian, he heard Du Wei's low voice. "Wait." Under Fong Sanyin's gaze, Du Wei slowly stood up, his pupils turning blood red, but his bloodied face obscured this, so Fong Sanyin did not notice. However, Fong Sanyin was still shocked and shouted, "How did you break my immobilization technique? It's impossible. My immobilization technique hasn't even reached its release time yet." "I ask you," Du Wei said, "does your immobilization technique have a cooldown period? You shouldn't be able to use it again now, right? So what if it does?" Fong Sanyin sneered. Du Wei slowly walked towards Fong Sanyin, a satisfied smile on his face. "That's good. Just 5 punches. I only need 5 punches to make you completely disappear. Although I shouldn't be causing trouble right now, if I kill you, it will cause him trouble. If I kill you, the Fong family won't spare me either. But you insulted Linger. You should have used your filthy organ to touch Linger's photo. You have defiled her. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. So it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, master. I just became your disciple and then caused trouble. But I will bear all of this myself." From Du Wei's perspective, above Fong Sanyin's head hung a large character. This represented that just 5 punches, and Fong Sanyin would completely disappear. Yet Fong Sanyin was still unaware of what was about to happen. He continued to laugh arrogantly. "Are you crazy? What are you mumbling about? You waste." Chapter 18 Blood. Du Wei approached Fong Sanyin, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. "Give me 5 punches and you'll die." Upon hearing this, Fong Sanyin was first taken aback, then shook his head and laughed disdainfully. "What did you say? You think you can kill me with 5 punches? Just you? Are you scared?" Du Wei was only half an arm's length away from Fong Sanyin. Fong Sanyin scoffed. "Scared? I think you're truly insane. But seeing you, this ant is really pathetic, so I'll let you throw 5 punches for free. If you can't kill me with those 5 punches, I'll make sure to return the favor." All right. Du Wei's expression remained calm. As a spiritual practitioner, Fong Sanyin not only possessed extraordinary abilities, but since the first day, he could sense spiritual energy. His physique had been baptized by it. Therefore, any spiritual practitioner's physique was 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, let alone 5 punches. Even if Fong Sanyin stood still, and let Du Wei beat him up. He might not suffer a scratch because the strength of an ordinary person was simply laughable in the eyes of a spiritual practitioner. Fang Sanyin stood tall, wanting to feel just how weak this Wei's strength was. Come on, Aunt, give me a tickle. Inside Du Wei's body, that unique energy appeared once again. As he swung his fist, that energy was instantly transmitted through his meridians to his fist. Boom! The first punch struck directly into Fang Sanyin's chest, producing a low sound. The force of this punch wasn't very strong. Fang Sanyin felt almost no pain and coldly laughed. Is that it? Not even a tickle? However, he did not know that in Du Wei's eyes, the character above his head had instantly changed to indicating that there were still 4 punches left. In the next second, Du Wei's second punch was already on its way. This punch was twice as strong as the first. Yet for the spiritual practitioner Fang Sanyin, it was still nothing. An ant is still an ant. Fang Sanyin laughed. Is this all the strength you have? The third punch. The fourth punch followed closely. Fang Sanyin felt a slight pain from the third punch, but the pain from the fourth punch was quite obvious, as if his internal organs had been shaken, causing him to breathe unevenly for a moment. However, he quickly adjusted. Fang Sanyin was slightly astonished, but he remained unafraid. I didn't expect your small frame could unleash this kind of power. It's truly unexpected. But this is probably your peak, right? Go on, Ant. Once you finish your last punch, it will be my turn. Du Wei swung his fist, and at that moment, he felt that his entire right arm was filled with fiery energy, as if it were being roasted by a fireplace, even causing a painful sensation. Now the number above Fang Sanyin's head changed to, for the last punch, Du Wei wanted this to become nothingness. The fifth punch struck as promised into Fang Sanyin's chest. Fang Sanyin did not see how much strength Du Wei had used, but his sternum instantly broke, and his entire chest caved in as if it had been hit by a truck, turning his internal organs into mush. Boom! The next second, a huge muffled sound came, and Du Wei's fist unleashed immense power, directly sending Fang Sanyin flying. Whoosh! Fang Sanyin flew like a bird with broken wings, crashing against the wall, simultaneously spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. He stared in disbelief, wanting to speak but unable to utter a word, only feeling a special force rolling endlessly within his body, which was this force that had shredded his internal organs. Pain, excruciating pain. It felt as if he had fallen into a hell of suffering, with broken ribs piercing into his internal organs and all the blood vessels and meridians in his body collapsing like a building. Memories of his life flashed through his mind like a film, and he felt as if his life was being drained away, perhaps due to adrenaline. He gritted his teeth and managed to say 2 sentences. You are a spiritual practitioner. You are pretending to be weak. I want to kill you. As his voice fell, Fang Sanyin's head tilted, and he died completely dead. After death, it was like a cool summer night. Du Wei felt his right arm cool down, and the unique energy within him vanished. Everything finally came to an end. Of course, in Du Wei's line of sight, the character above Fang Sanyin's head also dissipated like sand blown away by the wind. Ugh! Du Wei bent over and vomited. The feeling of killing someone was not pleasant, but rather made him feel nauseous, especially when seeing Fang Sanyin's caved-in chest, which gave him an immense headache. However, Du Wei understood that this was just his psychological effect. I killed someone, Du Wei murmured to himself. At that moment, his expression changed, becoming colder, but he did not regret it. In fact, there was a slight thrill in his heart. He didn't like this feeling, yet it unconsciously emerged. You killed Fang Sanyin? At that moment, Du Jian's voice suddenly appeared. Du Wei turned to look, finding Du Jian watching everything from the stairs. Du Wei ignored him, picking up his suitcase and walking outside. Du Jian shouted loudly, I'm asking you a question. Du Wei suddenly turned his head, his eyes extremely cold, scaring Du Jian so much that he felt a chill. It was as if he saw a demon. The words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat, and his body seemed to be pinned down by an invisible force, leaving him to watch Du Wei leave helplessly. After Du Wei left, Du Jian seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He hurried to Fang Sanyin's side and confirmed that he had no vital signs before immediately calling Du Fei. Once connected, he quickly said, Sister, come home quickly. Du Wei killed Fong Sanyan. On the other end of the line, Du Fei was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Brother, you might as well say the world has ended. Du Wei can kill Fong Sanyan? What a joke. Really? I'm not lying to you. Stop joking, brother. I'm busy fishing for a rich guy. Don't waste my time. Du Fei hung up the phone immediately. Seeing this, Du Jian called his master. How shabby. Not good. Master, Du Wei killed Fong Sanyan. What? Fong Sanyan is dead? How shabby was first startled, then said in disbelief. Who killed him? Du Wei? Yes. Du Jian replied. It's my older brother. If you're fine, go practice. Is it fun to call me and lie? Beep, beep, beep. Hello, master. Master. Du Jian hung up the phone, his face full of bitterness. Now he even began to doubt everything he had seen. If he were in a different position, he would never believe that Du Wei could kill Fong Sanyan. Du Wei was just an ordinary person. Even if Fong Sanyan didn't use his abilities, 100 Du Weis couldn't kill Fong Sanyan. I've said long ago that we should install surveillance at home. What should we do now? Fong Sanyan is dead. How do we explain this to the Fong family? Du Jian Froned Titli Paniking. Chapter 19. Playing dirty after arriving at the hospital. Du Wei rented an ambulance and took Du Yuling to Lincoln Academy. Zhong He had arranged everything, and after settling Du Yuling, Du Wei was finally able to rest for a moment. A friend of Zhong He also came to the academy specifically for Du Yuling. Zhong He said this person could be considered a medical-type spiritual practitioner, and with her there, Du Yuling's illness would surely be cured. Du Wei was extremely grateful. He felt as if he had seen dawn. However, he was also curious about why Zhong He's friend would go to such lengths to treat Du Yuling. It would be difficult to hire her just by offering some money. After some coaxing, Zhong He explained the reason. It turned out that Du Yuling's illness was due to spiritual energy, meaning she had significant potential to become a spiritual practitioner. If it weren't for Zhong He telling him, Du Wei would probably never have known in his lifetime. As for the specifics of Du Yuling's illness, it was because her physical body was locked by spiritual energy, and with the quiet awakening of her abilities, her body underwent terrifying changes. Simply put, it was like a huge truck stuck in a swamp. As long as the truck was pulled out, Du Yuling's illness would be cured. Du Wei couldn't understand Zhong He's explanation, but as long as he knew there was hope for Du Yuling's recovery, he was overjoyed to learn that she could become a spiritual practitioner. Zhong He's friend's condition for treating Du Yuling was that once Du Yuling recovered, she would take her as a disciple, as Du Yuling's awakening abilities might align well with hers. This was undoubtedly another piece of good news. Fortunately, Du Wei agreed on behalf of Du Yuling. Zhong He invited Du Wei for tea, and after tasting it, Du Wei curiously asked, Master, you said Senior Linglong is also a medical-type spiritual practitioner, so what is her ability? Linglong was the one who was to become Du Yuling's master. Zhong He bluntly replied, her ability is poison. Poison? Du Wei almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Isn't that something deadly? How is that related to medicine? Are you sure my sister is safe? Zhong He's eyes seemed to say, you look like someone who has never seen the world. In a sense, poison masters and healers originate from the same root, and sometimes poison masters can be even more powerful than healers. Those who can save lives may not necessarily be able to kill, but those who can kill can definitely save lives, Zhong He explained. Du Wei nodded. The only person he could trust now was Zhong He, so he decided to put aside his doubts. He then smiled at Zhong He and said, Master, today I killed someone. Uft. Zhong He directly spat out the tea in his mouth. You? Killed someone? Du Wei expressionlessly nodded, qui est? Fong Sanyan. Fong Sanyan? Zhong He furrowed his brows and began searching for information about Fong Sanyan. Not long after, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, You mean the third son of the Fong family? Fong Sanyan? Yes, Du Wei replied. Zhong He raised an eyebrow, a smirk creeping onto his face. You're not playing a trick on this old man, are you? How could I dare deceive my master? I really killed him, Du Wei said. Zhong He could see that Du Wei was not lying. He set down his teacup and asked, Tell me what happened. Du Wei recounted the entire sequence of events. Zhong He then burst into laughter. As expected of my good disciple, you killed a spiritual practitioner with 5 punches. Impressive, impressive. But Fong Sanyan deserved to die. Who told him to act recklessly? Such people are a disaster to keep alive. Master, I will bear all the consequences. I'm telling you this because I'm afraid that if I get caught, you won't know anything. Du Wei sighed. He had made all the preparations. And now that Du Yuling was being taken care of by Ling Long, he had no more worries. Even if he ended up in prison or faced worse outcomes, he could accept it. Upon hearing this, Zhong he teased. Not afraid of death? Not afraid. Du Wei replied. Once I acted, I'd already stopped fearing. As long as my sister can live well, that's all that matters. Zhong he chuckled. I've seen doting brothers, but I've never seen one like you. But don't worry. With me around, you'll be fine. Besides, you didn't kill an ordinary person, but a spiritual practitioner. Du Wei was confused. Isn't killing a spiritual practitioner a greater crime? You're mistaken. Zhong he smiled slightly. Then his expression became serious. You just became a reviver. You don't yet understand this bloody world. Spiritual practitioners may seem powerful, but in reality, they walk on the edge of a knife every day. Is it because they have to fend off beasts and other monsters? Du Wei asked. Zhong he replied indifferently, no. The most terrifying thing for spiritual practitioners is not the beasts, but their own kind. You mean other spiritual practitioners? Du Wei exclaimed in surprise. Zhong he stood up, shaking his head with a wry smile. The world of spiritual practitioners is one of the survival of the fittest, and it is one of the most brutal worlds. It's common for spiritual practitioners to kill each other, because when one spiritual practitioner kills another, they can absorb the remaining spiritual energy to quickly enhance their own strength. Therefore, in the world of spiritual practitioners, there are many cases of them killing each other. Almost every day, there are spiritual practitioners who die from homicide. Du Wei swallowed hard. He never expected that spiritual practitioners could also cannibalize each other. Then, Master, no matter what, I still killed Fong Sanyan. Zhong He's eyes sparkled as he asked directly, what do you think of Du Jian? Du Jian? Du Wei answered without hesitation. He relentlessly suppresses me and my sister. Every day in the Du family, I am subjected to his ridicule. And I've heard that he relies on the power of the Du family and his identity as a spiritual practitioner to do many shady deals, harming many innocent girls. In my eyes, he is certainly not a good person. Then it's easy to deal with, Zhong he chuckled. According to what you said, only you, Fong Sanyan, and Du Jian were present at the time. If you were the judge, who do you think had the strength to kill Fong Sanyan? Of course it's Du Jian. Du Wei disait. Master, are you planning to use this opportunity to frame Du Jian? Zhong he waved his hand. This is not framing. The Spirit Control Division will definitely intervene. They will investigate you and Du Jian. You have no spiritual energy. So the Spirit Control Division will not treat you as a spiritual practitioner, which means their judgment of your combat power will be almost zero. Du Jian is different. So as long as you do not admit to your actions, Du Jian will become the prime suspect. After all, the Spirit Control Division wouldn't really think that a normal person like me could kill Fong Sanyan. Du Wei continued to connect the dots. So in the end, the Spirit Control Division will believe that Du Jian and Fong Sanyan were involved in a case of spiritual practitioners cannibalizing each other. Exactly, Zhong he confirmed. Du Wei furrowed his brows and took a deep breath. But Master, there are many doubts in this. If Du Jian and Fong Sanyan engaged in cannibalism, there should definitely be signs of a fight, and both should have been injured. However, Du Jian has no injuries, and at this point, Zhong he waved his hand. It doesn't matter. You just need to distance yourself from it. Leave the rest to the Spirit Control Division. At that time, the Fong family won't dare to touch you. After all, you are also one of the suspects. If you die, the first thing the Spirit Control Division will think of is the Fong family. So the Fong family won't dare to touch you unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, they might think you couldn't possibly kill Fong Sanyan. So once you distance yourself, everything will be easy to discuss. No matter how things develop from now on, the Spirit Control Division won't restrict your freedom. At most, it will just become a cold case. Du Wei did. But what if the Spirit Control Division discovers my special abilities? Zhong Hadao. They won't be able to find out, and even if they do in the days to come, you can simply say that this is your newly awakened special ability. Anyway, just remember 2 words, playing tricks. Du Wei gave a thumbs up. Master is still brilliant. The next day, Du Wei received a text message from the Spirit Management Department. Chapter 20 Investigation. Du Wei arrived at a coffee shop in Jiangsheng based on a text message from the Spirit Control Department. Soon, he spotted a familiar face, the little girl who had first brought him into the Spirit Control Department. Upon seeing Du Wei, the little girl was not surprised. Instead, she smiled calmly and said, "I didn't expect to see you again so soon. This isn't a good thing. Du Wei forcé d'asmide." He then followed the little girl into a car, and this time he was not made to wear a helmet. "Aren't you going to give me a helmet?" he asked. The little girl pointed out the window and laughed. "Can you see outside?" Du Wei turned his head and realized that the car windows were sealed tightly, and there seemed to be some strange energy like electric currents. In front of them was a solid metal partition, making it impossible to see any road signs or directions even without a helmet. The little girl explained, "Our Spirit Control Department's vehicles have been specially modified. Even those with the ability to see through things can't see what's outside, and the direction the vehicle takes, whether turning left or right, has also been processed. In short, no one can determine the exact location." "I see," Du Wei chuckled. "The Spirit Control Department is indeed more powerful than the Law Enforcement Bureau." The little girl yawned, took out her phone decorated with various blinking gems, and opened the game Honor of Kings, saying, "It's a long way ahead. Want to play a game?" "Sure," Du Wei replied, pulling out his phone and opening the game as well. He then asked, "But is it appropriate for you to play games with a suspect? Rules only bind the weak. The strong fear no rules. So, sitting next to me is a strong person. If they want to run, I can't stop them. If they are weak, they wouldn't even try to run, right?" The little girl looked at Du Wei with a hint of charm. "Then I must be the weak one." Du Wei nodded and smiled. "That makes sense. By the way, what's your ID? I'll add you." "Yi Wu," the little girl replied. "Is that your real name?" Du Wei asked. "Yes," she confirmed. "Good name. It has a beautiful feeling like dancing leaves." "Don't waste time. Let's start playing," Yi Wu urged a bit impatiently. Soon, Du Wei and she began the game. Although it was their first time playing together, they coordinated well and gained an advantage in the early stages, allowing them to do as they pleased later on. Of course, there were times they faced disadvantages, and during those moments, Yi Wu would curse loudly, completely abandoning her cute persona. After a while, the vehicle came to a steady stop. Yi Wu opened the car door and said, "Get out. We're here." Just as Du Wei stepped out, another vehicle approached, and Du Jian stepped down from it. Their eyes met, and sparks flew. He pointed at Du Wei and shouted, "Murderer! You're dead." Du Wei remained silent. It was best for him to keep quiet, knowing that bickering was pointless, and everything needed to be decided by the Spirit Control Department. Yi Wu snapped her fingers, and a blue passage appeared again. Du Wei and Du Jian entered in turn. It was clear that this was Du Jian's first visit to the Spirit Control Department, as evidenced by his naive expression. Du Wei couldn't help but scoff. "You look like someone who has never seen the world." "You," Du Jian snapped, about to say more, but was taken away. Similarly, Yi Wu led Du Wei to the reception room from before. "Go in. She's waiting for you," she said. Du Wei pushed the door open with a big smile. "Teacher Su, hello. We meet again." The person interrogating Du Wei this time was still Su Mo. Su Mo frowned slightly. "Still coffee?" "Sure." Du Wei smiled and sat down on the sofa. Su Mo placed the coffee on the coffee table and stated directly, "My time is precious. From now on, whatever I ask, you answer. The consequences of lying are severe. I hope you understand." "Okay," Du Wei replied with a smile. "I'm here to cooperate with your investigation. I will tell you everything I know." "Good," Su Mo said, throwing out the first question. "Tell me how you killed Fong Sanyan." At these words, Du Wei sat up in shock, looking innocent. "I didn't kill him. I'm an ordinary person, even if there were 10 of me. I couldn't touch a single hair on him. Teacher Su, you know I'm just an ordinary person. Not long ago, I was possessed by something dirty." Su Mo stared at Du Wei for 3 seconds, signaling him to calm down. "Don't get excited. Sit down. Let me rephrase. Tell me what happened at that time." Du Wei sat back down and said without thinking, "That day, I went home to pack my things because Du Jian and my stepmother really disliked me. So I wanted to take my sister and leave the Du family. But just as I finished packing, Du Jian and that Fong Sanyan came. For some reason, Fong Sanyan took a dislike to me and kept provoking me, even insulting my sister. So I lashed out, but you know, I'm no match for him. In the end, I got beaten up, and then Fong Sanyan and Du Jian just stood there watching me make a fool of myself. After that, I just took my luggage and left. I had no idea what happened next, and then the next day, I heard that Fong Sanyin was dead, and rumors said I killed him. Isn't that slander? At that time, I wanted to report it, but I didn't know how to contact your spirit control department. And who would have thought Du Jian would be the first to complain, which is why I'm sitting here now. Du Wei said all this without any stuttering. Everything he said was true, only omitting the part about him killing Fong Sanyin. This was the testimony he had thought out before coming, and he never planned to fabricate a story, as that would leave too many loopholes. Su Mo almost immediately asked, when you had the conflict with Fong Sanyin, where was Du Jian? Where could he be? He was there to add insult to injury. Du Wei replied. Su Mo asked again, you say you didn't kill Fong Sanyin. Then who do you think did? I don't know. Could it be that after I left, Fong Sanyin's enemies came to the Du family and killed him? Du Wei speculated. Su Mo sneered and looked seriously at Du Wei. Have you considered that the murderer might be Du Jian? Du Jian? Du Wei's eyes widened. Then he shook his head repeatedly. That shouldn't be the case. Du Jian and Fong Sanyin were good friends. What reason would he have to kill him? Do you know about the cannibalism among spirit users? Su Mo quickly asked. Du Wei didn't hesitate, shaking his head instinctively. Cannibalism? You mean spirit users would eat each other's food? Su Mo chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. You should go do the combat strength test and the biological test. I'll find you if there's anything else. Can I leave after I finish? Du Wei asked with a smile. Su Mo frowned slightly. No, unless you want to be killed by the Fong family. Du Wei felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly left the reception room to undergo various tests. The test results came out soon. Du Wei had no spiritual energy, so only one test was needed for combat strength. Since the first spiritual energy test showed his energy value was 0, there was naturally no need for further tests. Thus, his combat strength test result was combat strength value unmatched with Fong Sanyin. After completing the combat strength test, he went through procedures like fingerprint and blood sample collection. However, these things had little auxiliary effect on the case. Once Du Wei finished all this, Du Jian also underwent the combat strength test. His test result was combat strength value far exceeded that of Fong Sanyin. Chapter 21. Killing the exotic beast. The death of Fong Sanyin quickly spread throughout the spiritualist community in Jiangxing. Of course, the names Du Wei and Du Jian also became well known in the spiritualist circles. Fong Jian in Jiangxing initially went mad searching for Du Wei and Du Jian. But when he learned that the two had been taken away by the spirit control department, he could only wait for the outcome. Fong Tianfeng, the head of the Fong family, repeatedly contacted the spirit control department to inquire about the progress of the case, but the spirit control department, adhering to the principles of fairness and justice, ignored Fong Tianfeng's efforts. In recent days, Du Fei had become a popular figure, spreading rumors everywhere. She said, when Fong Sanyin died, my brother called me immediately. He saw Du Wei kill Fong Sanyin with his own eyes. At that time, I couldn't believe it. Du Wei is just an ordinary person. How could he kill Fong Sanyin? Later, I realized that it was very likely that Du Wei was controlled by some evil force, which led him to kill Fong Sanyin. Luo Yiran, upon hearing about Du Wei's situation, was also shocked, but she didn't believe that Du Wei could kill Fong Sanyin. She said, with Du Wei being such a useless person, how could he possibly kill Fong Sanyin? Even if he were possessed, he probably wouldn't have the guts to do it. I know Du Wei well. He's just a miserably poor waste of space. His own family doesn't even care for him. How could someone like that dare to kill? Additionally, various posts appeared on the internal network of spiritualists in Jiangxing, with people fabricating all sorts of rumors. It seemed that overnight, posts related to the bizarre death of Fong Sanyin became hot topics. Among them was a post titled, "Ordinary people can also explode with power." I didn't believe it until Fong Sanyin's death made me a believer. One must act low-key. Another post claimed, Fong Sanyin's bizarre death? Is it spiritualists devouring each other? Or is there a more terrifying reason? Please see my detailed analysis. There is even a conspiracy theory. This is a conspiracy? A grand plot between the Fong and Du families. Fong Sanyin is not dead. I have the evidence, regardless of the type of post or opinion. The current discussions revolved around Fong Sanyin, Du Wei, and Du Jian, making the spiritualist community buzz with excitement, almost as lively as a festival. In contrast to the bustling outside world, the Spirit Control Department remained calm and collected. After several days of investigation, they found that Fong Sanyan's body did not retain any traces of Du Jian's ability, thus tentatively concluding that Du Jian did not devour Fong Sanyan's spirit energy. Otherwise, there would have been some trace left behind. Furthermore, Du Wei was an ordinary person and did not have the ability to kill Fong Sanyan. According to Du Jian's statements, he had witnessed Fong Sanyan reprimanding Du Wei, and at that time, Du Wei was already in a faint state, making it even less likely for him to have the ability to kill Fong Sanyan. Although Du Jian insisted that Du Wei killed Fong Sanyan, he did not actually witness the process. On the other hand, Du Wei still did not believe that Du Jian killed Fong Sanyan, as he thought it impossible for friends to kill each other. However, when Su Mo revealed to Du Wei that Du Jian firmly believed he was the murderer, Du Wei's attitude changed. He irrationally accused Du Jian, believing that Du Jian was the true culprit. The current conclusion from the Spirit Control Department was that both Du Wei and Du Jian believed the other to be the real murderer, but their testimonies, the events that transpired, and the evidence obtained by the Spirit Control Department could not form a closed loop, making it impossible to uncover the truth in the short term. What exactly went wrong? The absence of Du Jian's ability traces on Fong Sanyan's body indicated that Du Jian had not devoured Fong Sanyan's spirit energy. Moliovi, Du Wei, being an ordinary person, was in a weak state at the time and completely lacked the ability to kill Fong Sanyan. Was it possible that Du Wei was possessed and killed Fong Sanyan? This conclusion was fundamentally flawed. If Du Wei had indeed been controlled by an evil entity, both spiritualists Du Jian and Fong Sanyan would have been able to sense it immediately. Most importantly, Du Jian denied that Du Wei had been possessed. In the Spirit Control Department, no spiritualist dared to lie, as all employees were powerful beings, and some were even skilled in mental abilities. If the case were to become a cold case, the Spirit Control Department would send someone to extract memories. If it turned out that a suspect had lied, it would only add to their crimes. However, memory extraction could only be applied to spiritualists. Ordinary people, being unable to use spirit energy, could not have their memories extracted. Su Mo and several high-level officials of the Spirit Control Department sat around a round table. After reporting the situation, she directly addressed a man sitting at the front. Is it necessary to extract memories from Du Jian? The man, with his fingers interlocked and hands resting on the table, wore a hat that obscured half of his face, making it difficult to discern his expression. All that could be heard was his deep, magnetic voice. Memory extraction can only be done for Du Jian. Even if we extract it, it will only reflect what he has seen and heard. Sometimes, what one sees and hears may not be the real situation. Moreover, there's been a major incident in the East. I suggest we put this matter on hold for now and tentatively classify it as an unsolved case. We can investigate further when we have time. After all, only Fong Sanyan has died. By the way, we need to ensure the safety of the two suspects. Su Mo understood that the man's decision was unchangeable. So she nodded. All right, I will take care of it. By the way, should we release them today? Release them, the man said. Also, a public announcement needs to be made. Understood. Su Mo nodded and exited the conference room. 2 hours later, Du Wei and Du Jian were taken away from the Spirit Control Department. Considering their antagonistic relationship, they were taken away separately. Du Wei returned directly to the logistics department of Lincoln Academy, where Zhong He was waiting at the door. Upon seeing Du Wei return, he greeted him with a cheerful expression. My good disciple is back. I'm back, Du Wei sighed in relief, initially thinking he would end up in prison. But now it seemed nothing had happened. Master, how's my sister? Zhong He replied, don't worry, Du Yuling is fine. Now that you're back, I will conduct special training for you in the next few days. Lincoln Academy will have a small event soon, and I hope you can participate. What event? Du Wei asked. Zhong He stated directly, killing exotic beasts. Killing exotic beasts. Du Wei's attracé. He had only heard about the appearance of exotic beasts, which were said to be enormous, like a tall building, with massive jaws and terrifying claws. Master, I'm still very weak. I don't think I should go. Du Wei chuckled nervously. I feel like I need a few more years of training before I can fight. Chapter 22, Team 11, It's Not You Who Killed the Beast. So why are you panicking? Zhonghe brought Du Wei to his room, where the aroma of tea still lingered. Then who killed it? Du Wei was quite puzzled. If I go and don't kill the beast, what's the point? Zhonghe smiled and took out a stack of papers from the cabinet, tossing them to Du Wei. In the past few days, I've processed your paperwork. After you write your name and stamp your handprint on it, you'll officially be an employee of the logistics department at Lincoln Academy. Thanks to me, you've bypassed the internship period. Du Wei picked up the agreement and examined it carefully. The division of his work was very detailed, including cleaning, organizing visits for the public to Lincoln Academy, purchasing necessities for students, quarterly reports, and other miscellaneous tasks. Du Wei frowned slightly and said with a, "Master, this job is too trivial. It covers cleaning, clerical work, purchasing, and so on. How can I manage all this alone?" Turn to the last page, Zhong, he said calmly. When Du Wei flipped to the last page, he saw his monthly salary, which was 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person, plus year-end bonuses, holiday allowances, heating fees, and various other benefits. Seeing this, Du Wei's expression immediately changed, and he picked up the pen to sign his name. Hee, these small tasks are nothing to worry about. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, thinking that Lincoln Academy truly lived up to its reputation as an academy for spiritual practitioners. Even a low-level employee like him in the logistics department had such a high income. Good, Zhonghe said after Du Wei signed. I'll submit the agreement shortly, and your identity will be registered at Lincoln Academy. Do I still need to be registered? Du Wei paused and asked. Zhonghe knew what he was thinking and took a sip of tea, smiling. Sooner or later, Fong Juyan, Fong Luyan Luo Iran, Du Jian, and others will find out that you're working at Lincoln Academy, so you don't need to worry about anything. Besides, this time when you go to hunt the beast, members like Fong Juyan and Luo Iran will be there, along with Du Fei. They're going too? Du Wei waved his hand and immediately refused. Master, I definitely can't go now. I didn't want to go in the first place, and now I'm with Fong Juyan. Isn't that asking for trouble? Zhonghe said, don't worry. Fong Juyan wouldn't dare to harm you. Right now, you are under the protection of the Spirit Administration. Even if he had 1,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to kill you. Then why should I go hunting the beast with him? Du Wei was very confused, mainly because he had just awakened his special abilities. Even if he went, he would just be watching and it wouldn't make much sense. Broaden your horizons, Zhonghe said straightforwardly. Luo Iran is a new student at Lincoln Academy, and Du Fei can also be considered a new student. Lincoln Academy occasionally holds activities where older students mentor the newcomers. This time, Fong Juyan is leading the team to hunt the beast, and there will be 3 newcomers, including Luo Iran and Du Fei. And one other person. This is a training experience for the newcomers. So, I'm going just to witness the beast hunt? Du Wei asked. Zhonghe nodded. Sort of. Every time these spiritual practitioners go on a mission, they need some logistics personnel to accompany them. Huh. Du Wei was quite confused. What can I do if I go with him? Zhonghe smiled and said, serve tea and water, take care of their daily needs, and other miscellaneous tasks. What? Du Wei exclaimed loudly. Isn't that the same as being their servant? Master, you're pushing me into a fire pit. Zhonghe said sternly, what do you understand? How many people want to go, but can't? If I hadn't fought for you, could a mere employee without completed paperwork go with them? You should know that witnessing a beast hunt will not only broaden your horizons, but may also greatly enhance your strength. In short, there are many benefits to this. You'll understand once you go. Are you saying that if I go, my special abilities can become stronger? Du Wei asked. Zhonghe replied, that depends on your comprehension. Besides, you will have to face them sooner or later, won't you? Du Wei nodded. Then I'll go. Now that Du Wei was an employee of Lincoln Academy, he would inevitably encounter Luo Iran, Fong Juyan, and others in the future, so avoiding them was meaningless. Moreover, if he could really become stronger by going, it would be worth it. In the following days, he began to train Du Wei very rigorously. However, these are all basic trainings, such as punching, kicking, horse stance, running, and so on. In Zhonghe's words, for someone like Du Wei who relied on his fists, the basics were incredibly important. Only by solidifying the foundation could he teach Du Wei other things. Saying something is easy, but putting it into practice is extremely challenging. Every day from dawn, Du Wei started training until he could rest at 9 or 10 in the evening. However, After Zhong, he's training and with the aid of his spirit elixirs. Du Wei made significant progress. His endurance, speed, and strength had increased tenfold compared to before. Moreover, Du Wei's appearance changed significantly. He looked much more solid, giving off a sense of strength from a distance without being bulky. His body proportions and lines were almost perfect. In addition, he had to take time each day to train his mind. After several days of training, the success rate of summoning fist technique had reached over 98%. There is also something that made Du Wei very happy. Under the care of teacher Ling Long, Du Yuling's condition had greatly improved. Even though she was still in a deep sleep, her complexion was no longer pale and had returned to the normal color of a healthy person. As the day for the beast hunt approached, each team received a list of personnel. Du Wei belonged to Team 11. Team leader, Fang Jiuyan. Team members, Du Fei, Luo Yiran, Meng Jiayuan. Logistic support, Du Wei, Mo Dongxi, Mo Nanbei. When the members of Team 11 saw the list, everyone except Meng Jing, Mo Dongxi, and Mo Nanbei was in an uproar. Fang Jiuyan and Luo Yiran initially thought they had encountered someone with the same name, but when they checked Du Wei's information, they discovered that this Du Wei was the one they hated the most. Du Fei was even more stunned. She had investigated Du Wei through her connections and found that his paperwork for entering Linkong Academy was completely compliant, with no flaws. However, this made her even more suspicious about how her elder brother had entered Linkong Academy, and she even began to doubt the academy's judgment. How could such a large academy recruit someone like Du Wei, who seemed like a waste? It wasn't just her thinking this. Fang Jiuyan and Luo Yiran were thinking the same way. The difference was that Fang Jiuyan was quite excited, as he planned to torment Du Wei well. "You're Du Wei, right?" Du Wei was running on the playground of Linkong Academy when a gentle woman's voice suddenly came from behind him. Chapter 23. Meng Jian turning around. The woman who came into view was none other than Meng Jiayuan from Team 11. Du Wei had seen her photo on the team information sheet, so he recognized her at a glance. Presumably, Meng Jian recognized Du Wei for the same reason. She looked even more attractive in person than in the photo. Her appearance belonged to the category of extreme purity, resembling an unworldly and spotless woman, even slightly exuding a sense of coldness, which added to her unique beauty. She was tall and wore a white shirt and jeans, which accentuated her natural beauty. Her face had no makeup, yet it was smooth and fair, and her high ponytail gave a refreshing first love vibe. She was also one of the campus beauties of Linkong Academy. "Hello." Du Wei smiled as he walked over. Meng Jiuyuan smiled back. "I'm about to go hunt exotic beasts, and since I have rare free time today, I came to the playground to relax. I didn't expect to run into you." Du Wei smiled slightly. During their first meeting, he didn't feel any arrogance from Meng Jian, who was a spirit user. She seemed just as approachable as an ordinary person. "Shall we run together?" Du Wei asked. "Sounds good," Meng Jiuyuan replied. The two ran for about half an hour before sitting down on the grass of the playground to rest. Du Wei bought a bottle of mineral water to share, and Meng Jiuyuan accepted it with a smile, saying, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Du Wei looked at the beads of sweat glistening on her forehead and took out a pack of tissues from his pocket. "Want a wipe?" Meng Jiuyuan declined this time, saying, "I like the feeling of sweating profusely. Let me enjoy it for a while longer." Du Wei instinctively chuckled. "That's quite an unusual preference of yours." Meng Jiuyuan laughed and asked, "I've looked at your information. You just joined Linkong Academy a few days ago and are still a logistics staff member. How did you manage to join the beast hunting Team 11? "Just luck, I guess," Du Wei replied, but inwardly he thought, "Actually, I have a great master." Seeing that Du Wei wouldn't elaborate, Meng Jiayuan changed the topic. "I've heard your name a lot lately. I heard you killed Fang Sanyan." Upon hearing this, Du Wei immediately refuted. "That's just a rumor. Don't believe it." Meng Jiuyuan also found it unlikely. After all, based on the information, Du Wei was just an ordinary person, and he certainly didn't have the strength to kill Fang Sanyan. However, the more she thought about it, the more peculiar it felt. Du Wei was an ordinary person and also a suspect in the Spirit Division. How did he suddenly become an employee of Linkong Academy and join a beast hunting team? If Du Wei didn't have a powerful backing, she wouldn't believe it even if she were killed. However, she didn't ask Du Wei about his secrets again, but smiled and said, Actually, I didn't really believe it from the beginning. Fong Sanyan is a one-star spirit user. You definitely don't have the ability to kill him. One-star spirit user. Du Wei thought about it. They were going to hunt exotic beasts soon, and he still didn't know much about spirit users. So, he took the opportunity to ask, are spirit users classified by stars? Meng Jiyuan patiently explained, yes, spirit users are classified from 1 star to 9 stars. I don't know if there are stronger ones above 9 stars. What about Fong Jiuyan? What star is he? Du Wei asked. Meng Jiyuan replied, he is a 2-star spirit user. Du Wei was astonished. A 2-star spirit user can be the captain of the beast hunting team? Meng Jiyuan chuckled, covering her mouth. Do you think becoming a spirit user is as easy as eating? To become a spirit user, one must first sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then develop abilities based on the strength of the absorbed spiritual energy. Each level up is quite difficult. Both the strength of spiritual energy and abilities must meet the standards. Du Wei nodded and asked, what about revivers? Revivers are also classified from 1 star to 9 stars. They are martial artists who can use spirit tools, but their average strength is weaker than that of spirit users. However, there are very few revivers at the same level who can match spirit users in combat. Meng Jiayuan explained. Du Wei pondered, although I can't use spirit tools, I have special abilities. Does that mean I'm a type of reviver that can't use spirit tools but has special abilities? Hey! Meng Jiayuan extended her fair hand. Du Wei looked confused and pulled his water bottle back a bit. I've already put my mouth on this water. If you Haven Tea had enough, I could buy you another bottle. I meant the tissues. Meng Jiayuan pouted. Oh! Du Wei quickly took out the tissues and handed them to Meng Jiayuan. Meng Jiayuan took the tissues and gently wiped the sweat from her face. She wiped slowly but carefully until the entire tissue was damp. Yet the tissue seemed untouched by dirt. Hey! Isn't this the public restroom? A discordant voice suddenly interrupted. Du Wei and Meng Jiayuan both stood up and saw a man with dyed, yellow hair swaggering towards them with his hands in his pockets. Upon hearing the term public restroom, Meng Jiayuan's face immediately turned crimson, and she angrily said, Li Dawei, stop talking nonsense. Du Wei had also seen posts about Meng Jiayuan on Linkhong Academy's internal network. Meng Jiayuan didn't come from a good family, but after entering Linkhong Academy, her beautiful appearance attracted many boys, and it was rumored that she provided certain services. Therefore, she was often referred to as a public restroom or a green tea bitch. However, Du Wei wouldn't easily believe what was posted online. A great person once said, no investigation, no right to speak. Li Dawei noticed Du Wei and quickly recognized him. He stepped forward and grabbed Du Wei by the collar. You're Du Wei? You killed Fongo? I didn't kill Fong Sanyan. Du Wei stated directly. It seemed that Li Dawei had a special relationship with Fong Sanyan. Li Dawei tightened his grip and then threw a punch at Du Wei's face. Stop making nonsense here. If it's not you, who else could it be? Du Wei instantly caught Li Dawei's hand. Li Dawei felt as if his hand was caught in a vice. He awkwardly tried to pull away but found he couldn't move at all. Meng Jiayuan also noticed this and was secretly astonished. Du Wei was just an ordinary person. How could he be this strong? Li Dawei was a spirit user. The physical strength of a spirit user was several times that of an ordinary person. Li Dawei squinted his eyes and kicked Du Wei to free his fist. However, Du Wei reacted extremely quickly. As he twisted his waist to dodge, he suddenly exerted force on his wrist, causing Li Dawei to be twisted into a pretzel and then slammed to the ground. Li Dawei's wrist throbbed with pain, and as he quickly got up, the flesh on his face twitched continuously. Where did you get this strength? Isn't it natural? Du Wei sneered. Recently, Du Wei had endured a lot of torment from Zhong He, and his physique had undergone a tremendous transformation. Coupled with Zhong He's elixir, his physique was now comparable to that of a 1-star spirit user. However, what Du Wei didn't know was that his body's enhancement also quietly improved his martial arts. The enhancement of martial arts would, in turn, benefit his physique, which was why his physique had undergone a qualitative change. Seeking death, Li Dawei was furious and began to channel his spiritual energy. At this moment, Meng Jiayuan shouted loudly, Li Dawei, have you forgotten the Academy's rules? Private fights are prohibited in the Academy, especially using abilities and spiritual energy. Chapter 24. Cultivation. Upon hearing this, Li Dawei reluctantly released his spiritual energy, then gave Du Wei the middle finger and shouted, "We'll see about that." Li Dawei left in a huff, and Du Wei turned to Meng Jiayuan and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Meng Jiayuan smiled and replied, "Just consider it a repayment for your water." "That Li Dawei is really annoying. I don't like him either." "Is he close with Fong Sanyan?" Du Wei asked. Meng Jiayuan replied, "I wouldn't say they're very close. He is more like Fong Sanyan's sidekick and sycophant. After all, the Fong family is a family of spiritualists with great strength." After saying this, Meng Jiayuan waved her hand and was about to leave. Du Wei looked at her back and suddenly shouted, "You don't believe I killed Fong Sanyan, and I don't believe the rumors online." Meng Jiayuan paused slightly and tightened her grip on her clothes. Since the day she entered the Lingkong Academy, she had been surrounded by scandals, making her life less than satisfactory. She had hardly any same-sex friends, and while many opposite-sex people flocked to her, they were all like flies to her. Today she just happened to run into Du Wei and chatted with his teammate, but she felt a long-lost respect and comfort. Meng Jiayuan turned around and said, "Thank you. By the way, if your strength is naturally that great, you might consider becoming a reviver. It's at least better than your current situation. Be careful when hunting beasts." Du Wei nodded, waved goodbye to her, and left. However, he hadn't walked far when a bespectacled man approached him. Du Wei felt that this person looked familiar, but couldn't quite place it. "I'm Fang Luyan." The man stopped next to Du Wei and adjusted his glasses. Fong Sanyan's second brother, Fong Luyan. Du Wei remained silent, and Fong Luyan coldly smiled and said, "Nice to meet you. I hope you are well. You don't need to be afraid. I'm not like my elder brother or third brother. I don't crave battle. But if I find out that you really killed my third brother, I will dismember you just like that." After saying this, Fong Luyan walked away, but suddenly turned back and said, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, there's a woman outside Lingkong Academy looking for you. She said she is your mother." Lin Ruofei? Du Wei walked towards the academy's exit while pondering Fong Luyan's character. Today was his first contact with Fong Luyan, and indeed he was different from Fong Juyin and Fong Sanyan. He seemed more composed, like a refined scholar. Yet, beneath that, he couldn't hide his ruthlessness. Fong Luyan might become Du Wei's greatest rival in the future. Outside Lingkong Academy, Lin Ruofei was touching up her makeup with a designer handbag. Upon seeing Du Wei, she immediately switched to an aloof expression. "I've been waiting for you for ages. What took you so long?" Du Wei didn't give her a good face and said directly, "What do you want with me? Just say it." "I'm quite curious," Lin Ruofei said sarcastically. "How did you become an employee of Lingkong Academy? Did my husband help you?" Du Wei didn't answer, and seeing this, Lin Ruofei got back on track. She took out a document and handed it to Du Wei. "Take a look. If there are no issues, just sign it." The content of the agreement was lengthy, but to summarize, it stated that Lin Ruofei agreed for Du Wei and Du Yuling to leave the Du family to live independently. But if anything happened to them, it would have nothing to do with Lin Ruofei, Du Fei, or Du Jian. Du Wei smiled and signed it. He originally wanted to sever ties with the Du family. Furthermore, even without this agreement, if something happened to him and Du Yuling, Lin Ruofei wouldn't kick him while he was down. He just didn't expect Lin Ruofei to draft a formal agreement, completely absolving herself of responsibility. After Lin Ruofei took the agreement, she treasured it as if it were a treasure and placed it in her bag, then said, "Now it's settled. If you dare to return to the Du family, I can treat you as a thief, understand? Don't worry, I don't like spying on you and wild men at home." Du Wei replied coldly with a smile. Lin Ruofei widened her eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about at such a young age?" Then she immediately changed the subject. "Also, your matter has involved Jinner. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Otherwise, I wouldn't spare you." After saying this, she swayed her waist and left. Du Wei cursed under his breath and turned back to Lingkong Academy. The next day, Du Wei was cleaning when Du Fei and Du Jian cornered him against the wall. "How did you get into Lingkong Academy?" Du Jian asked bluntly. Du Wei replied, "What does it have to do with you?" Du Jian grabbed Du Wei by the collar and questioned again, "Tell me quickly, did you meet some big shot? Otherwise, how could you possibly become an employee of Lingkong Academy?" "I said it has nothing to do with you. Let me go." Du Wei shooted. Du Fei frowned slightly, kicked the pile of leaves Du Wei had just swept into the air, and then laughed. Come on, big brother, just tell us. What's so good about sweeping these leaves? If you tell us, maybe we can help you find a connection, and you could sit in the office. Du Wei had nothing to say to these two and walked to another place to continue cleaning, but they followed him like a sticky plaster. Are you going to say it or not? Du Jian asked. Du Wei looked at Du Jian coldly. Don't force me to take action. Du Fei lit a cigarette and deliberately flicked the ash on the ground. You crack me up. If you take action, who can you beat? Du Fei blew the smoke into Du Wei's face. Just as Du Wei was about to punch her, Zhong He suddenly coughed and shouted, Whose students are you? Why aren't you practicing properly and causing trouble here? Zhong He's appearance made Du Fei and Du Jian flee like startled birds. Du Fei hurriedly chased after Du Jian and asked, Bro, why are you running? Why not run? Du Jian replied, confused, we got caught. So what? Du Fei said, that old man is just a logistics supervisor. What are you afraid of? At that moment, a deep voice like a bell reached their ears. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Du Jian and Du Fei dared not hesitate any longer and immediately left the place. Zhong He patted Du Wei on the shoulder and smiled. Continue cleaning. Sweeping is also a form of cultivation. Du Wei nodded, and then Zhong He asked, Tomorrow we're going to hunt exotic beasts. Are you nervous? No. Du Wei suddenly sighed with relief and said, Master, if I could become a real reviver, a true warrior, will I no longer be looked down upon? Zhong He understood Du Wei's thoughts and smiled. Don't worry. In the future, you will definitely be the brightest star in the night sky. Du Fei's and Du Jian's repeated provocations, Lin Ruofei's agreement, Feng Liuyan's warning, and Li Daowei's disdain were all due to Du Wei's lack of strength. If he were a spiritualist or a powerful person, those people would definitely not dare to act recklessly in front of him. Thank you for your encouragement, Master. Du Wei sighed and continued to sweep the floor. Seeing Du Wei's low spirits, Zhong He said, How about this, when you return from hunting the exotic beasts? I will give you a spiritual weapon to play with. How about that? Really? Du Wei exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 25. Rodent Type. The beast hunting team has set off. This time, Lincoln Academy organized a total of 18 teams, and there was no farewell ceremony as one might expect. Indeed, such small-scale beast hunting activities do not require any farewell ceremony. In the eyes of the higher-ups at Lincoln Academy, such beast hunting activities are simply routine matters. Team 11 of the beast hunters boarded the plane for their mission. This plane, aside from the cockpit, could accommodate 10 people, and it was not crowded inside. Instead, it felt quite spacious. Fang Jian sat in the front row, followed by Luo Yiran, Du Fei, Meng Jun, and finally, Du Wei, Mo Dongxi, and Mo Nanbei. Through the information, Du Wei learned that Mo Dongxi and Mo Nanbei were twin brothers, and they were also newly awakened revivers, both able to use some spiritual tools with ease. If ranked by strength, Fang Juyan was the strongest, followed by Meng Jiyuan, with Luo Yiran and Du Fei having similar power levels, while Mo Dongxi and Mo Nanbei were stronger than Du Wei. Thus, Du Wei became the weakest human in the team. After the world was infected by the red mist, spiritual energy revived, ancient mythical beasts rose, and ghosts roamed freely, leading to chaos in the world's order. Humans absorbed spiritual energy to become spiritualists, safeguarding the world's order. Coincidentally, everything in the world could be infected by the red mist or resonate with spiritual energy. Beasts that had been contaminated by the red mist, such as tigers and lions, upon surviving, would retain the power of the red mist within them, thus becoming a special type of beast, known as anomalous beasts, in conjunction with ancient mythical beasts. However, these anomalous beasts resulting from red mist contamination were relatively weaker, and they had a collective term known as polluted beasts. The task for Du Wei and his companions this time was to hunt a polluted beast. The Mo brothers were very excited. This was their first time fighting a real anomalous beast since becoming revivers. Although it was a low-level polluted beast they were facing, even a small sparrow has all its organs, so for them, it was also a rare opportunity for training and cultivation. After the plane took off, Mo Dongxi became even more lively, constantly asking Fang Juyan and the other spiritualists various questions, such as what exactly the red mist was, why it could turn beasts into polluted beasts, and so on. However, no one could give him a definitive answer because everyone in the world was searching for the answer to the red mist. When the plane began to cruise automatically, Fong Jian unbuckled his seatbelt and walked over to Du Wei, directly saying in a sarcastic tone, "Polish my shoes." Du Wei glanced at the backpack beside him, which contained their food and water for the next few days, while Mo Dongxi and Mo Nanbei's luggage contained tents, fire sources, medicines, and other essentials. This was the role of Du Wei and the other two as servants. They needed to carry heavy supplies and carefully take care of the four spiritualists. "I don't have a towel in my bag, and this is not within my responsibilities," Du Wei said coldly. Fong Jian frowned slightly and stepped on Du Wei's leg, saying, "Let me tell you, after the plane takes off, I'm the boss here. You do whatever I say, understand?" Mo Dongxi laughed and tried to mediate. "Young Master Fong, it's just dirty shoes, right? I'll clean them for you. Get lost." Fong Jian shouted angrily, "Who asked for your opinion?" Du Wei gratefully glanced at Mo Dongxi and then looked at Fong Jian, saying, "We are your logistical support, not your slaves. Do you understand?" "Oh," Fong Jian sneered, grabbing Du Wei by the collar and shouted, "You're quite arrogant, huh?" Du Wei spread his hands, allowing Fong Jian to lift him, and then laughed. "Whether I'm arrogant or not, you can hit me if you want. Better yet, kill me. Then when the Spirit Management Office comes to investigate, I'll see how you, as a spiritualist, will end up." The law protecting suspects under the Spirit Management Office states that until their case is thoroughly investigated, no spiritualist may cause them harm. The consequences range from losing their status as a spiritualist to ruining their cultivation. This law may seem harsh, but it is the only protection for ordinary people. Fong Jian released Du Wei's collar and coldly smiled. "Good kid. Just hope I don't find out that you really killed my third brother, or else you will die a miserable death." Fong Luyan has said the same thing. Du Wei replied. Fong Jian angrily returned to his seat and then took out a spirit pill, handing it to Meng Jin, saying, Yuan, quickly take this spirit pill. We don't know what will happen once we get off the plane. After you take it, as long as you don't suffer a fatal injury, it can help you heal quickly." Luo Yiran rolled her eyes secretly. Before boarding the plane, she had asked Fong Jian for a spirit pill, but he ignored her. Yet he actively offered it to Meng Jiayuan. Du Fei didn't think much of it. After all, everyone knew that Fong Jian had been pursuing Meng Jin. His reason for pursuing her was simple. He had trampled on all kinds of flowers, but had never touched this pure and untainted flower. In short, Fong Jian was simply lusting after Meng Jiayuan's body. Meng Jiayuan coldly looked at the floating clouds outside the window, saying, "I don't need it. Give it to someone else. Come on, just accept it." Fong Jian chuckled. This spirit pill was hard to come by. If you don't use it, wouldn't that be a waste? Meng Jiayuan looked at him. Instead of wasting time bantering, why not discuss the polluted beast we are about to face? Fong Jian knew that if he continued talking, he would upset Meng Jiayuan, so he simply shifted to the main topic. But their discussion was limited to the four of them. Du Wei and the other two had no right to interject. Du Fei took out a tablet and swiped to show a photo of a creature resembling a giant rat, saying, "This is the polluted beast we're going to face. Rodent type, non-venomous. It rushed into Qing Shui village half a month ago and ate all the villagers overnight. Afterwards, the Spirit Management Office sealed off Qing Shui village. So this polluted beast has been trapped inside." Fong Jian was quite satisfied with Du Fei's research, then smiled. Although everyone knows that the Spirit Management Office trapped the polluted beast in Qing Shui village to train our combat strength, we still cannot let down our guard. It is only trapped, not half dead. "I agree," Meng Jiayuan said. From the image, it can be seen that this polluted beast is covered in scales and has knife-like hooks at the tail. Its massive size indicates that its defense, speed, and attack power should not be weak. Luo Yiran remarked, "It seems we're not dealing with an easy opponent." Du Fei turned back to look at Du Wei and chuckled. "My good brother, pour me a glass of water. I'm thirsty." Du Wei compris, pouring a glass of hot water and handing it to her. Upon seeing the steaming water, Du Fei rolled her eyes and angrily said, "Can't you do things properly? I don't want hot water. I want cold water." Du Wei frowned but could only comply. His duty was to serve them, ensuring that these spiritualists could fight at their best. Now, Due increasingly did not understand the purpose of being their servant. Did they really need him to take care of their daily lives? After returning to his seat, Imo Nanbei, who had been silent, said, "Don't get emotional. Once we reach Qing Shui village, you will understand our purpose here. No, to be precise, you will understand what we can gain." Chapter 26. Combat Power Bracelet. After a period of flight, the airplane slowed down. Due looked at the Mo brothers. "Are we almost there?" "Yes, Mo," Dongshi replied, visibly excited, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He then took out 3 bracelets, giving one to Mo Nanbei and another to Due. "What is this?" Due had never seen such an item before. Mo Nanbei explained, "This is called a combat power bracelet. When you wear it on your wrist, it will display your agility, strength, defense, spirit, and stamina values. You can think of it as a small device that quantifies your combat power. High-tech." Due couldn't help but marvel as he took the combat power bracelet. Agility represents speed, strength represents damage capability, defense is quite self-explanatory, spirit likely indicates resilience. For example, if one encounters a beast that can release mental attacks, the higher one's spirit, the stronger the resistance. Stamina is likely endurance. Mo Dongshi looked at Due curiously. "Do you play games?" "Yes," Due replied. Mo Dongshi chuckled. "Then I don't need to explain it to you. Anyone who plays games should understand what agility, stamina, and so on mean." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Dongshi and Mo Nanbei had already put on their combat power bracelets. In the next second, their bracelets lit up and their values were identical. Agility, 99 strength, 99 defense, 99 spirit, 99 stamina, 99. Due glanced at their values and couldn't help but exclaim, "Your combat power is so high. All of them are 99. Mo Dongshi waved his hand and explained, "It's not as strong as you think, just a bit stronger than an average person." "What is the average for an ordinary person?" Due asked. Mo Nanbei replied, "Each value probably won't exceed 20. Due was slightly surprised and smiled wryly. "That's not just a little bit stronger than an ordinary person. You guys are really modest." Due figured that his values likely wouldn't exceed 50. Mo Nanbei said, "We're not being modest, we really are weak. Generally speaking, to become a reviver, each value must reach at least 98. So we're just entry-level revivers." Mo Dongshi smiled slightly. Due nodded and was about to put his wrist into his pocket when Mo Nanbei asked in confusion, "Why don't you wear it?" "It doesn't matter if I wear it or not. I'm not going to hunt beasts. Just watching the luggage is enough," Due said. Mo Dongshi shook his head, took Due's combat power bracelet, and helped him put it on. "As long as you are heading to the battlefield, you must wear the combat power bracelet. It not only reflects your combat power, but can also show your condition when you are injured. Do you understand?" Due gratefully said, "Thank you." But as soon as he spoke, Mo Nanbei and Mo Dongshi's eyes widened, especially Mo Dongshi, who directly shouted, "What the hell, brother? Is your combat power bracelet broken?" Due's combat power values were absurdly high. Agility, 150 strength, 150 defense, 150 spirit, 150 stamina, 150. Mo Dongshi's shout attracted the attention of Fong Jiuyin and the others. And when they noticed Due's combat power values, they also showed expressions of disbelief. You have to know that Fong Jiuyin, as a 2-star spirit master, had values only slightly over 200. As for Luo Iran, Meng Jin, and Du Fei, their values averaged around 150. Could Due's combat power really rival that of the 3 spirit masters? Mo Nanbei, regaining his composure, said calmly, "It should be broken. The sensing chip of the combat power bracelet is the most prone to damage. Moreover, the combat power bracelets we received are all old devices. So it's normal for the values to be incorrect. Right?" Mo Dongshi also felt it was a false alarm, agreeing with Nanbei that Due's bracelet must be broken. Mo Nanbei shot a glare at Mo Dongshi. "I told you to call me brother, not my name." The 4 spirit masters of Fong Jiuyin also turned their attention back. In their view, Due's combat power value was so high that it was impossible. It must be that the combat power bracelet was broken. However, Meng Jiuyin suggested to Due, "Why don't you use my bracelet?" "Forget it." Due smiled gratefully, then politely declined. "I don't need to fight, so it doesn't matter if the bracelet is good or bad." Okay, Meng Jiuyuan smiled. Fang Juyin seemed to sense something and suddenly turned to Meng Jin. Why are you concerned about a piece of trash? Meng Jin did not answer him, but seriously said, Captain, the plane is landing. Prepare for battle. Fang Juyin frowned and could only shout loudly. The plane is about to land. After we get off, Luo Iran, Du Fei, Meng Jiuyuan, and I will form a back-to-back formation, each responsible for a direction to scout slowly. Mo Nanbei, you three will be in the center, sworn to protect the supplies. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Once the plane came to a stop, everyone disembarked one after another. Fang Juyin glanced disdainfully at Du Wei before proceeding to hand over to the personnel from the Spirit Control Division. Soon, the personnel from a Spirit Control Division broke the seal, and Fang Juyin led the team inside. Du Wei and the other three carried the supplies. Walking in the center of Fang Juyin's group, who maintained a distance of 10 meters and advanced slowly. Fang Jian raised an eyebrow and sneered. Once we reach the battlefield, life and death are determined by fate. Among us, you are the weakest, Du Wei, so you must protect yourself well. Du Wei ignorait Fang Juyan's cold remarque. Ever since entering Qingshui village, he had felt something unusual. The air here seemed very thick, and every step forward felt like there was resistance. Mo Nanbei asked, Do you feel it? Are you talking about the resistance? Du Wei replied. Mo Nanbei nodded and even managed to smile. Wherever beasts appear, special energy will emerge. But this energy is not spiritual energy. However, this energy can increase our combat power values. It's increasing. It's increasing. Mo Dongshi excitedly raised his wrist. Du Wei glanced, and sure enough, his agility value had risen from 99 to 99. 5. Seeing this, Du Wei finally realized. No wonder his master insisted that he participate in this hunting activity. It really could make him stronger. Thus, it was not in vain for him to come. Mo Nanbei glanced at Du Wei's combat power bracelet and couldn't help but shake his head. It seems your bracelet is really broken. Just entering Qingshui village. Your values increased by 1 point. That's too strange. Mo Dongshi also looked at Du Wei's bracelet, thinking the same. It must be broken. Combat power values couldn't increase so quickly. Du Wei, however, didn't care at all. As they continued walking, they saw ruins everywhere, as well as severed limbs, and even sunken skulls among the remains. Bloodstains were everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of decay. Luo Iran couldn't stand it and was the first to vomit. After a while, she managed to recover. It seems the people of Qingshui village really have been killed by that polluted beast. Mo Nanbei and Mo Dongshi seemed not to be seeing this for the first time, so they remained relatively calm, while Du Fei and Meng Jin looked quite pale. Du Wei also felt waves of nausea, but Fang Juyin appeared the most composed. At this moment, Fang Juyin looked at Du Wei with a sinister smile. If you want to quickly find the polluted beast, there is a special method, using the blood of ordinary people to lure it out. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 27. The Skull Pyramid. Fang Juyin, Luo Iran, Meng Jiuyuan, and Du Fei are all spiritual beings. Mo Nanbei and Mo Dongshi, the two brothers, have just stepped into the threshold of revivalists, so they naturally do not belong to the category of ordinary people. And any extraordinary beast's favorite food is ordinary people, although the exact reasons have yet to be studied. Past experiences have proven that the blood of ordinary people is the best bait for extraordinary beasts. Seeing that Du Wei had not responded for a long time, Fang Jian said coldly, Everything I do is to quickly find the polluted beast and eliminate it. Do you understand? The implication of Fang Juyian's words was, everything I do is for the mission, and there is no personal vendetta. In reality, it is otherwise. Once Du Wei becomes the bait, he will become the most dangerous person. Mo Dongshi chuckled. Captain Fang, isn't this a bit inappropriate? If so, Du Wei's situation. Shut up. Fang Jian snapped coldly, then fixed an aggressive gaze on Du Wei. This is a very honorable thing. If you are willing, I will give you credit afterward. How about that? Du Fei smiled, but said nothing, while Luo Iran's expression remained indifferent. Meng Jiuyuan said, I think we should search slowly. It would be more appropriate, according to your method. Before she could finish, Du Wei nodded and said, "No problem. But I'm doing this not for the mission, but for the villagers of Qingshui village. The sooner we eliminate the polluted beast, the sooner they can rest in peace." Mo Nanbei gave a thumbs up and said calmly, "Brother Du, what a noble cause." Hearing this, Du Fei was shocked and then scoffed quietly. What a show of righteousness. "Du," Meng Jin said no more but glanced at Du Wei then. "Be careful." After a moment of silence, Fang Juyin threw a dagger at Du Wei, who then used the dagger to cut a wound on his own flesh, and blood quickly spilled out. Seeing this, Du Fei tossed a spiritual pill to Du Wei, saying, "This is a pill that suppresses blood flow. After taking it, the speed of your blood will be controlled perfectly, maximizing the sin of your blood without letting you bleed to death, and it won't allow your wound to heal quickly, so it won't harm you." Meng Jiyuan nodded, and Du Wei took the pill. Du Fei rolled her eyes and sneered, "My good brother, you don't trust your own people but trust an outsider? How ridiculous." Du Wei didn't retort. Du Fei had never considered him family, and he felt the same, so his trust in her was almost zero. "All right, let us continue searching," Fang Jian said with a cold smile, leading the team forward. Qingshui village is quite large, surrounded by towering, desolate mountains. If the polluted beast ran up the mountains, it would be very difficult to find its traces. The group searched for nearly an hour without discovering any signs of the polluted beast. Soon, the sky darkened, and a cool breeze began to blow, surrounded by broken tiles and walls, along with countless bloodstains from corpses. The atmosphere became eerie and terrifying due to the darkening sky. Du Fei directly questioned, "Could the polluted beast already be dead?" "Impossible," Fang Juyin was the first to refute. "Polluted beasts have extremely strong vitality. It's hard for them to die naturally without external forces." Luo Yiren pointed her finger at Du Wei. "Du Wei, why isn't your blood effective?" Du Wei was unwilling to speak with her, shook his head to indicate he didn't know. In fact, Du Wei had long transcended the realm of ordinary people. His combat power bracelet had already informed several people, but no one believed it. Therefore, Du Wei's blood was of no use at all. "Look, there's a broken temple ahead," Montak Dongxi shouted. All the people in Qingshui village had been slaughtered, and almost all the villagers' houses had collapsed. So this temple should not be intact, and everyone in the team became vigilant. Fang Juyin glanced at Du Wei, who walked forward, raised his arm, exposing his blood to the air. A gentle breeze blew, and the surroundings fell silent. Suddenly, strange rattling sounds emerged around the temple, and Fang Juyin and the others instantly entered a combat state. Meng Jiyuan slowly approached Du Wei, ready to push him away at the moment the polluted beast appeared. Suddenly, an extremely piercing sound came, and everyone looked up at the sky, only to see a pitch-black crow flying over their heads. Then a small stone rolled down from the roof of the broken temple. Mo Dongxi chuckled. "So it was just a stone rolling. Looks like there's nothing in this temple." Du Wei carefully observed the structure of the temple. The walls and roof of the temple were made of wood, looking very rudimentary, but it was evident that this small temple had been around for some years. On either side of the small temple, there were two eerie stone statues that looked like Buddhist deities but were extremely ugly, making one uncomfortable. "Du Wei, go open the temple door," Fang Juyin ordered. At this moment, Meng Jin said, "Since Du Wei's blood hasn't attracted the polluted beast, it means the danger here has been lifted, so I'll do this." Fang Juyin quickly smiled and said, "I can handle it. I was just teasing Du Wei earlier." Saying this, Fang Juyin deliberately brushed past Du Wei's body. He then approached the door, and with a creak, the wooden door was slowly pushed open. The items in the temple were instantly revealed. Those were skulls. As soon as the door opened, Fang Juyin quickly stepped back, and Mo Nanbei shouted in a deep voice. As Mo Nanbei said, there was a pile of skulls inside the temple, and these skulls were arranged in the shape of a pyramid. "Are these the skulls of the villagers?" Luo Yiren exclaimed. Du Wei murmured to himself, analyzing, "The polluted beasts are of low intelligence. They should only eat people and wouldn't have the excess to arrange these skulls like this, so Qingshui village should." Meng Jiyuan nodded at Du Wei and continued, "There should still be others in Qingshui village." "Others?" Du Fei asked. Meng Jiyuan affirmed, "Yes, others, not other polluted beasts." Du Fei frowned tightly, unable to believe that's impossible. The information from the Spirit Control Bureau didn't mention any humans still alive. Do you trust the Spirit Control Bureau that much? Meng Jiaoyuan scoffed. The Spirit Control Bureau only sealed Qingshui village. They didn't thoroughly investigate. So their information is naturally flawed. Are you saying that this pyramid of skulls was deliberately arranged by someone? Luo Iran felt a chill down her spine. Meng Jiaoyuan said, otherwise, and it should be arranged for us to see. Du Wei seemed to be deep in thought. Mo Dongxi appeared completely unafraid and was even more excited. If it's humans, then what kind of people would be willing to associate with polluted beasts? Could they be polluted people? This is getting more interesting. Chapter 28. The end of life in this world. There are no polluted people, but there are some twisted spiritual practitioners who take pleasure in beast taming. And their methods of becoming stronger are also very extreme. Meng Jiaoyuan said. Mo Nanbei asked in confusion. Do you mean that spiritual practitioners eat each other? No. Meng Jiaoyuan shook her head and said, these practitioners are demons among spiritual practitioners, like alien beasts. They will eat people. What? Mo Dongxi gained new knowledge again. Excitement level 1. Is it that thrilling? Fang Jiaoyin nodded, increasingly fond of Meng Jin. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable indeed. This type of practitioner is extremely special. They cultivate a strange technique that allows them to absorb the life force of ordinary people to become stronger. Meng Jiaoyuan cast a cold glance at Fang Jiaoyin. I just like reading, so I have accumulated more knowledge. Also, please, Captain Fang, show some respect and don't call me Yuan again. Fang Jiaoyin coughed lightly, but Yuan. The type of spiritual practitioner Meng Jiaoyuan mentioned is extremely rare. I don't think we will encounter one. Not necessarily, Meng Jiaoyuan said frankly. The world is unpredictable. Otherwise, how do we explain this pile of skulls? At this moment, Du Fei suddenly realized. I remember seeing in a book that this type of practitioner is called devourers. Exactly. Meng Jiaoyuan nodded. This was the first time Du Wei had heard of such practitioners, and it seemed that this world was much more complicated than he had imagined. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one catch the tiger cub? Mo Nanbei pointed out the key issue. If there really is a devourer in Qingshui village, then our top priority should be to find them. That's right. Mo Dongxi nodded. Devourers should be harder to deal with than polluted beasts. Fang Jiaoyin said calmly. That's what I think too. So you two brothers go take a look at that pile of skulls. Maybe there will be some clues. Anyone with sharp eyes could see that Fang Jiaoyin was deliberately making things difficult for the two brothers Mo Nanbei and Mo Dongxi, as they had overshadowed him in the conversation. Although what they said pointed out the crux of the matter and established the future goal. These words should have been spoken by the one with the highest authority. Captain Fang, this isn't good. What if there's poison or some secret technique on those skulls? Our little bodies can't withstand it. Mo Dongxi forced a smile. Fang Jiaoyin coldly replied. Mo Nanbei said, without entering the tiger's den, how can one catch the tiger cub? The idea was his. If you don't go, who will? Mo Dongxi shrugged and had no choice but to walk towards the pile of skulls with Mo Nanbei, but secretly cursed 1,000 times. Fang Jiaoyin, you petty person. I'll go with you. Du Wei said and followed them. Mo Nanbei and Mo Dongxi turned to look at him, just as they were about to say something. They were silenced by Du Wei's determined expression. All right. Mo Nanbei and Mo Dongxi smiled slightly. Along the way, Mo Dongxi and Mo Nanbei helped Du Wei say a lot. And in a sense, the three of them were the real teammates, so Du Wei should be with them. Fang Jiaoyin watched Du Wei's back and sarcastically said, how righteous. Du Fei laughed at the three, my good brother. You really must have had your brain kicked by a donkey. Luo Iran's indifferent gaze grew colder. She was already thoroughly disappointed in Du Wei. In such circumstances, he didn't even know how to protect himself. How could such a person not be foolish? But Meng Jiaoyuan thought differently. She increasingly admired Du Wei. In this era where life is as thin as paper, people with Du Wei's temperament are already rare. Since the hunting team set off, Du Wei's every word and deed had been mocked by Fang Jiaoyin, Luo Iran, and Du Fei, but he had already gotten used to it, treating their comments as mere nonsense. The three of them arrived by the pile of skulls. Mo Dongxi was about to muster his courage to pick up a skull. But Dewey stopped him. Then Dewey picked up a broken wooden stick from the ground and touched the skull with it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After several breaths, the wooden stick remained intact and showed no signs of change, and only then did Dewey feel relieved. Mo Dongshi smiled gratefully at Dewey, then reached out and took the topmost skull, and the three soon discovered a photo hidden underneath. There really are clues, Mo Nanbei exclaimed. Mo Nanbei quickly picked up the photo, ensuring his skin did not touch the skull, while Fang Jiuyin and the other three gathered around. On the back of the photo was written a line of small characters, 10 years of life and death, both vague, not thinking it's hard to forget. Dewey read it softly, his heart tightening slightly. This is Su Shi's Jiang Cheng Zi, dream on the night of the 20th day of the first month in the year of a Mao. It seems we guessed correctly. There really is a devourer in Qingshui village. Even if we take a step back and say that these skulls were arranged by polluted beasts definitely wouldn't be able to write Su Shi's poetry unless they were beasts that had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. So, there must be a devourer in Qingshui village. Meng Jia nodded and gave a thumbs up, smiling. Not bad. Most people only know the lines of this poem by Su Shi, but don't remember its title. You remember it clearly. I remember this poem was written by Su Shi in memory of his deceased wife. Luo Yiran said, "It should be." Du Fei nodded as well, thinking to herself that if she didn't say something, it would seem like she was uncultured. At the same time, Mo Nanbei turned the photo over. Sure enough, the front of the photo featured a delicate-looking woman. She was dressed in plain clothes, without heavy makeup, looking elegant and decent, her smile very kind. At this point, everyone fell into contemplation. Mo Dongshi removed 2 skulls from the second row, and underneath there was indeed something else. This time, it wasn't a photo, but a yellowed piece of paper. The paper still had words on it. I like you. Do you like me? After reading it, Fang Jiuyin ordered, continue. Mo Dongshi continued to pick up the skulls, and then Mo Nanbei pulled out all the remaining pieces of paper. Next, the contents of the paper strips were, I like you too. Really? You're not lying to me? Of course not. Then let us walk home together after school. You can accompany me to buy an ice cream. Just one? Yes, because that way you can have 1 bite. And I can have 1 bite too, Dewey analyzed. These paper strips seem like little notes passed during school. Meng Jiuyin nodded in agreement with Dewey's view. The paper was yellowed, clearly eroded by time, and the handwriting was childish, indicating there were small notes passed during student days. Come on, let us see the last piece. Fang Jiuyin said. Mo Nanbei flipped over the last piece of paper, and the words on it immediately caught everyone's eye. Congratulations. Your life is about to come to an end. Chapter 29. The crowd was horrified. The sky had completely darkened, and the stars above were not as bright as one might imagine. The moon seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black gauze, scattering only a few strands of light. He is deliberately trying to intimidate us. Luo Yiran gasped. This he naturally referred to the mysterious devourer. Suddenly, a chilling wind blew through. Papers on the ground were swept away by the wind, and Duffy instinctively chased after them. But after running just a few steps, she bumped into something. When she looked up, she saw a terrifying human face. Duffy instinctively stepped back, returning to the group. Dewey and the others also noticed the middle-aged man who had appeared in the night. This man was tall, about 1.9 meters, with an incredibly burly build. His face was covered in scars resembling burns, and one of his eyes was a horrifying white. In the moonlight, it looked like a lump of white pus, piled up in his eye socket. His hair was a messy nest, and his clothes were ragged, resembling those of a beggar. His arms and legs, stained with mud, were exposed, revealing little flesh, making it look as though only bones remained. Although he had only one normal eye, it radiated a terrifying light, giving off a cold and eerie feeling. Battle sharing, activate. The so-called battle sharing was a secret technique that only spiritualists could use. As the name suggests, once activated, all team members could hear the captain's commands, no matter how noisy the battlefield was. It was still clear as day. It was like a spiritualist's walkie-talkie. However, in battle sharing, no one needed to actually speak. As long as they silently thought about what they wanted to say, everyone could hear it clearly. This was the most impressive aspect of battle sharing. Even discussing tactics in front of the enemy would go unnoticed. Fang Juyin said, seriously, through battle sharing. This person is most likely the devourer, always ready to fight. Why isn't he moving? Why isn't he speaking? Mo Dongshi asked. Meng Jiyuan bluntly stated, that's not important. I think we shouldn't hold back now. To better cooperate, I'll go first. My ability is called Dream Speaker, which can trap enemies in a brief illusion. Then Fang Juyin quickly added, although everyone knows my ability, I still want to mention it. My ability is Binding Technique, which has strong control effects. Duffy said, my ability is Flowing Blade, a primary attack type. Upon hearing this ability, the others were slightly startled. Flowing Blade is based on spiritual energy. The stronger one's spiritual energy, the stronger the ability. The form of Flowing Blade is to turn spiritual energy into water blades to attack enemies. Flowing Blade is completely different from Meng Jiuyuan's Dream Speaker and Fang Jiuyuan's Binding Technique. For example, Meng Jiuyuan's Dream Speaker, while a mental type ability, can also kill with illusions if it reaches a certain level, making it a composite ability of mental damage. Of course, if Meng Jiuyuan has high comprehension, she might even develop other uses. Fang Jiuyuan's Binding Technique is similar, while it seems to be a control ability. It can actually be used to stop the flow of an enemy's blood, the speed of their breathing, and even control the frequency of their heartbeat. Therefore, Fang Jiuyuan's Binding Technique also possesses strong damage potential. So, whether it's Meng Jiuyuan or Fang Jiuyuan, their abilities are not limited to a single method of use. Duffy, however, was different. Flowing Blade is entirely an attack-type ability, no matter how it evolves. Her Flowing Blade can only be used for attacking and cannot control like the abilities of Meng Jiuyuan and Fang Jiuyuan. But this is not a bad thing. Rather, it is a great advantage, because Flowing Blade, compared to composite abilities, is incredibly pure, and since Flowing Blade is directly transformed from spiritual energy, such an ability has limitless potential. Then Luo Iran hesitantly spoke up. My ability is like a wolf. Like a wolf, Mo Dongshi instinctively chuckled. This ability. Like a wolf? Like a tiger? Luo Iran rolled her eyes, and Mo Dongshi immediately apologized. Sorry, my thoughts tend to jump around. Luo Iran continued. My like a wolf is literally what it means. It is a beast-type ability. A beast-type ability enhances oneself and derives terrifying traits of beasts. For example, with Luo Iran's like a wolf, once activated, her sense of smell, hearing, and sight will greatly increase, and she will gain outstanding hunting capabilities. Especially her agility will explosively increase. Don't underestimate her, like a wolf, as beast-type abilities are extremely rare. Just imagine if someone comprehended the abilities of divine beasts like dragons or cheilants. How terrifying would that be? At this moment, the middle-aged devourer suddenly clutched his forehead and burst out laughing. He would occasionally bend down and then lean back, pointing at Du Wei and the others as he counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just right, just 7 people short. She can come back. Although there are 4 spiritualists among you, it doesn't matter. He, Fang Juyin, coldly stared at the devourer and asked, Devourer? The middle-aged man shrugged and sighed. Although I don't like that name, I am indeed the devourer you speak of. But alas, so unfortunate. What are you barking at? Mo Dongshi, ever fearless, challenged. The middle-aged man turned his head, staring blankly at Mo Dongshi, then suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I wanted to say, you're all so young. Too bad you ran into me. That's just your fate. At this moment, a gentle breeze rolled the paper back, and one of the papers stuck to the middle-aged man's body. He took it down, glanced at it, and then turned the paper towards the crowd. Congratulations. Your lives are about to come to an end. The words read aloud from the man's mouth made everyone feel even chillier. Meng Jiuyuan looked at him and questioned. It seems the Spirit Control Division was wrong. The people of Qingshui Village should have all been killed by you, right? The man tilted his head to look at Meng Jiuyuan and laughed loudly. Yes, 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 but you see, killing an entire village isn't enough. It's just perfect that you 7 have arrived. Isn't it coincidental? After killing you, she can come back. Who is she? Du Wei fixed his gaze on the man, speaking firmly. She's the most beautiful woman in the world. The man's mouth curled up slightly. Oh, wait. Why should I tell you? Suddenly, the man jumped into the air, lunging towards the seven. But if you want to hear, I can slowly tell you. Scatter. Fong Jiuyan shouted loudly, and the seven quickly dispersed. Chapter 30 Regret, Du Wei, Mo Nanbei, and Mo Dongxi were far from the battlefield. At this moment, Du Wei's battle power wristband had reached 152 points. Mo Nanbei and Mo Dongxi's values had only increased by 5 points. What are you going to do? Mo Nanbei grabbed Mo Dongxi. Mo Dongxi replied indifferently, Of course, I'm going to fight. This person is a devourer, not a polluter beast. If we go, we'll only hinder things. Mo Nanbei firmly pulled him back. Du Wei secretly used his mind to activate his fist technique. He noticed the number 18 hovering above the devourer's head. Earlier, when he faced Fong Sanyan, the number above his head was 5. Fong Sanyan was a 1-star spirit user. When Du Wei focused on Meng Jiuyuan, the number above her head was also 5. Du Fei and Luo Yiran were a bit lower, both showing 4, indicating that Du Fei and Luo Yiran had only derived abilities, and their true combat power had not yet reached the level of a 1-star spirit user. Fong Jian was indeed powerful. As a 2-star spirit user, he had the number 10 above his head. From this, a possible conclusion could be drawn. If we deduce by fists, a 1-star spirit user is 5, a 2-star spirit user is 10. So the devourer's 18 indicates he possesses at least the combat power of a 3-star spirit user. When Du Wei glanced at the two brothers, he saw both of them had the number 2 above their heads. The devourer is also human. How strong could he be? Mo Dongxi scoffed disdainfully, Don't stop me. Only fighting can make me stronger. I want to become the strongest resurrector. Du Wei blocked Mo Dongxi and shook his head seriously, Don't act rashly. As far as I know, this devourer's combat power is at least equivalent to that of a 3-star spirit user. 3-star spirit user? Montauk Dongxi exclaimed in shock. How can he be that strong? How did you figure that out? I read it in a book, Du Wei casually replied. To his surprise, Mo Dongxi actually believed him and laughed. Then I'll trust you. After all, you can remember such a long poetic name, so you should remember this too. Du Wei looked at the chaotic battle between the 4 of the devourer. After a few rounds, Luo Yiran, transformed into a wolf, leaped agilely at the devourer, while Du Fei activated Flow Blade, and a palm-sized water blade formed in midair, spinning towards the devourer. Whoosh! The devourer dared not counter easily, pushing off the ground to slide aside. In that moment, he focused solely on moving his body and completely failed to notice Fong Jiuyan's attack. Thus, Fong Jiuyan's binding technique was activated. Suddenly, the devourer was frozen in place, and then Du Fei summoned 10 flow blades that pierced into the devourer's skin, while Luo Yiran took the opportunity to claw him away. However, the devourer was simply too strong. 1 second later, he broke free from the binding technique's limitations and lunged at Fong Jiuyan. At that critical moment, the flow blade struck again, forcing the devourer to change direction. Unexpectedly, he collided with Luo Yiran, and the devourer took the chance to punch Luo Yiran away. Most of Fong Jiuyan's energy was still cooling down, unable to unleash the full strength of the binding technique, but it still caused the devourer to experience a moment of stuttering, his movements resembling a glitching film, stopping and starting, looking very comical. Dreamweaver. At that moment, Meng Jiuyuan released her ability. In an instant, the devourer's eyes became vacant, as if he were seeing unbearable memories, and he began to cry out loud. Don't leave me. Please, don't leave me. It's all you dog officials. It's all your fault. I just want a fair judgment. All of you die. Taking advantage of this, Du Fei unleashed all her power in Flow Blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several flow blades pierced into the devourer's body, and blood immediately surged out. Luo Yiran returned, using like a wolf. Her emotions were completely unperturbed, becoming incredibly cold-blooded, and she felt no fear at all. Thus, Luo Yiran directly pounced on the devourer, clawing fiercely at him. Binding technique. Fong Jiuyan's binding technique had cooled down completely, and this time he held nothing back, directly unleashing his strongest power. Suddenly, the devourer could not breathe. His blood circulation stopped. As long as this lasted for a while, the devourer was sure to die. In Du Wei's view, he could clearly see the number above the devourer's head decreasing. 8, 7, 6, 5. When the fist value reached 5, a huge beast burst forth, instantly interrupting the abilities of Fang Juyin and the others, scattering the 4 of them. This is that polluter beast. Montauk Donxi shouted. Fang Juyin and the others endured their injuries and quickly regrouped. At this moment, Du Wei noticed Fang Juyin's value dropped from 10 to 7. Du Fei's from 3, while Luo Iran maintained her value thanks to her beast form, and Meng Jiyuan reacted in time, sustaining no injuries. So her value remained unchanged. The polluter beast looked almost identical to the image. Its body was covered in scales, with knife-like hooks on its tail. Its massive size did not appear bulky. Blood dripped from the hooks on its tail, clearly the blood of Fang Juyin and Du Fei. In the battle sharing, Fang Juyin urgently said, Du Wei healing potions. Du Wei had already prepared them. He quickly ran forward, tossing a potion to both Du Fei and Fang Juyin. After they injected it, their values did not increase, but their expressions showed less pain. This potion only alleviates pain. The actual healing effect is very low. Mo Nambe said calmly. Creak, creak, creak. At this moment, the polluter beast let out a ghostly roar. The devourer stroked its head, then sat down on the ground, resting his chin on his hand, and said with a relaxed smile, Everyone is tired. Let's take a break. We'll fight again in a bit. Hee hee. Battle sharing. Fang Juyin said, Stay alert at all times. Don't act recklessly. With the polluter beast assisting him now, he's even harder to deal with. As long as he doesn't attack, we shouldn't either. Restoring our strength is the most important right now. Agreed. Luo Yiran, Meng Jiayuan, Du Fei. And the others said in unison. However, everyone's gaze was tightly fixed on the devourer and the polluter beast, and no one noticed that Mo Dongxi's expression was gradually changing. The devourer yawned, breaking the tense silence first. This standoff is so boring. I think we can chat a bit. Although we're not friends. You'll be the ghost under my knife. So if you die without knowing why, it might be a regret, right? I absolutely hate regrets in my life. Upon hearing this, Du Wei shouted, Why do you want to kill the people of Qingshui village? Chapter 31 Boundary Line. Though the evil eater is wicked, the village butcher is even rarer. This middle-aged man slaughtered Qingshui village for some special reason. Du Wei raised this question not only out of curiosity, but also to buy time for Meng Jiyuan and the others to recover their strength, and more importantly, out of respect for the deceased of Qingshui village. This world is already in a terrible state, but everyone should understand the reverence for life. Life is like grass, and someone must take action. Therefore, it is not just Du Wei who seeks an answer. Everyone present feels the same. The evil eater gazed at Du Wei with a sinister look. Is this your regret? If one visits Qingshui village and dies without knowing why its people perished, indeed, that would be my regret. Du Wei's face was filled with righteous indignation. In fact, Du Wei had already prepared for death. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Only Meng Jiyuan and her 3 companions were spiritual beings, while the middle-aged man, as an evil eater, was very powerful. No one knew the final outcome. So mental preparation was crucial. Only by being unafraid could there be hope for survival. What does it mean to live towards death? Today, Du Wei had only a superficial understanding of this term. The evil eater nodded, yawned lazily, and continued. Since you have regrets and want to know the reason, let me tell you. The middle-aged man was once an ordinary person. He had a beautiful and virtuous wife, and they had a lovely daughter, only a few years younger than Du Wei. Their life was not affluent, but happy and fulfilling, just like ordinary people. However, one deep night a year ago, after finishing his night shift and returning home, he found his wife lying in a pool of blood, the house in disarray, a hard flower pot shattered on the ground, and sharp porcelain shards embedded in his wife's heart and neck. Notably, his wife was completely naked, with a pool of liquid between her legs. He immediately trembled all over, collapsing to his knees as if the sky had fallen, leaving him utterly powerless. Tears streamed down his face without him realizing it. His throat felt like it was choked with an entire ear of corn, unable to make any sound. This lasted for several seconds, but for him, it felt like centuries. Then he hurriedly picked up his phone and called the Law Enforcement Bureau. Days passed, and he endured his pain daily while the murderer remained at large. He clearly saw the Law Enforcement Bureau collecting bodily fluids, which should have made it easy to identify the murderer through genetic comparison. But things seemed to be obstructed by sharp thorns, with progress moving at a snail's pace and clues tangled like a mess. Thus, he went to the Law Enforcement Bureau every day, waiting for an entire day. He was fortunate that the heavens did not disappoint those who were diligent. A staff member from the Bureau, while urging him to leave, secretly handed him a note. It contained the murderer's name and background. He knew this was a person he could not provoke and understood why the capture of the murderer was so far away. That night, he got incredibly drunk, and it was also that deep night when he felt a special energy in the world. Spiritual energy. He awakened, but the spiritual energy he felt was very special. Just as people have good and bad, spiritual energy also has distinctions. Thus, because of this spiritual energy, he walked the path of an evil eater. Not long ago, he learned through inquiries that the murderer was vacationing in Qingshui village. He also discovered that if he could collect the souls of 150 people, he might be able to resurrect his wife. This led him to a thought: slaughter the village. Just like that, everyone in Qingshui village paid the price for the murderer, but after killing everyone in Qingshui village, he found that he still needed 7 more souls to resurrect his wife. He was still fortunate just when he was at his wit's end. Du Wei and his companions entered Qingshui village. Fortunately, this matter did not involve his daughter. His daughter was studying in a border region, where the studies were intense and the living conditions poor. He communicated with her using old-fashioned letter paper, so even now, she did not know that her mother had already passed away. After hearing this, Du Wei furrowed his brow and couldn't help but ask, can extreme sorrow also trigger potential and become a spiritual being? It's quite strange. Generally speaking, it's very difficult for people to awaken in middle age, and this middle-aged man is indeed an exception. The evil eater smiled. I don't know. Anyway, I awakened. Slaughter the village. Meng Jiayuan couldn't understand the man's actions. You could have just killed the murderer. You have no grievances with the people of Qingshui village. So why drag him down with you? After all, you have to kill. The evil eater chuckled. As long as he kills enough people. It doesn't matter if he doesn't slaughter Qingshui village. Other villages might suffer instead. He. Butcher. Meng Jiayuan gritted her teeth in hatred. You killed so many innocent people. Don't you feel even the slightest bit of guilt? Guilt? The evil eater squinted, his lips twitching. No one cared about my wife's death. Do they feel no guilt? Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all living things like grass. We are merely advanced livestock. Du Wei said. How can you be sure that collecting the souls of 150 people will save your wife? Once a person dies, they're dead. How can they come back to life? I have no reason to tell you these things. The evil eater slowly stood up, sighed deeply, and said, it's getting late. Shall we continue? Wait. Mo Nanbei spoke directly. If you continue down this path, you will fall into the abyss of the devil. Your daughter Wu Ti want to see such a father. The evil eater paused slightly, then laughed as if relieved. You ants cannot understand my feelings. It is a pain full of wounds, a hurt that pierces the soul. Killing you is all that matters. My wife will be resurrected, and my hurt will heal. Kill! Fong Jian shouted, and the curtain of battle rose again. However, in the next second, a cold long sword pierced his left arm, blood immediately gushing out, dripping down the blade that had pierced through flesh. The sword wielder was Mo Dongxi. The air froze, and everyone widened their eyes. When they looked at Mo Dongxi, his eyes were blood red, and his face bore traces of purple bruises. Mo Nanbei kicked Mo Dongxi away and shouted in a hoarse voice, Mo Dongxi, what have you done? Mo Dongxi fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, trembling uncontrollably, and his skin began to crack, blood gushing from the fissures. In a moment of silence, crack, Mo Dongxi's head split in half along the bridge of his nose. Chapter 32, Desperation Montag Nanbei Lunget et Montag Dongxi. Desperately trying to piece together Imo Dongshi's severed head. No matter how he tried to connect it, the head would split apart again. Blood, brain tissue, and bone were starkly exposed, and Imo Nambe roared loudly, Imo Dongshi. I am sorry. I shouldn't have kicked you. Come back to life. You haven't become the strongest reviver yet. How can you be dead? You can't die, you can't die. Due tombeau d'involontarité. It was the first time he had seen a living person with their head split in two. At the same time, Imo Dongshi's figure played out in his mind like a black and white silent film. A living person just like that died? Due couldn't accept it in such a short time. Luo Iran was still concerned about Fong Julian's injuries and helped him pull out Imo Dongshi's spiritual weapon, the one-star Ice Soul Sword. Du Fei glanced coldly at Imo Dongshi, but dared not look again. Meng Juan stood frozen in silence, then suddenly turned to Imo Nambe and said, Imo Nambe, stop trying. Imo Dongshi is already dead. His head will never be put back together. Du Wei glared at the devourer and shouted, What did you do to him? Ha ha ha. The devourer laughed, as if killing was an incredibly joyful thing for him. I didn't do anything to him. Who told him to touch the pile of skulls? The pile of skulls? Upon hearing this, Du Wei felt a chill run down his spine. It was true that only Imo Dongshi had touched the skulls. Neither he nor Imo Nambe had come into contact. But just touching the skulls, how could Imo Dongshi? The devourer said nonchalantly, Although I am a very special spirit user, I have awakened my abilities too. My ability is called Curse. Curses. Meng Jian elaborated. Those with the ability to curse can cast the power of curses on any object, as long as someone touches it. The cursed person might explode and die, or be controlled by the caster, etc. In short, once the poison of the curse penetrates, the cursed can only wait to die. However, this ability is too monstrous. It seems to have a long cooldown time, and it can only affect one person at a time. Otherwise, when we just fought him, we would have already been cursed, Du Fei said. The devourer paused for a moment, then clapped his hands and laughed. That's right, everything you said is correct. But it can only stop here. Come on, little cuties, kill them all. Then their brain matter will be your food. As soon as he said this, the polluted beast beside the devourer charged at the fore. Fong Juyin, dragging his injured arm, immediately immobilized the polluted beast. Then he used all his strength, almost exhausting his immobilization technique, to unleash it at the devourer. Then Du Fei, Meng Jun, and Luo Iran also unleashed their full power to attack the devourer. Before the polluted beast could strike, Fong Juyin had already set up a tactic through battle sharing. Fong Juyin said, I'll control the polluted beast for 3 seconds. And then I can probably control the devourer for 3 seconds too. At that time, you all attack him without reservation. This is our last hope. The others couldn't think of any other methods. Perhaps this was the best tactic available, so they all agreed. Thus, what just happened occurred. 3 seconds later, the devourer regained his ability to act. He was almost uninjured, and of course, the polluted beast also regained its ability to act. Therefore, Fong Juyin and the other three, facing a desperate fight, all entered a cool-down period. In an instant, they were all flipped away. Fong Juyin and the others failed. In Du Wei's sight, the numbers above Fong Juyin and the others' heads all turned into 1, and only 2 seconds had passed when Du Fei's 1 became fainter, but it did not disappear. However, she had already fainted, and at the same time, Luo Iran experienced the same situation. In an instant, out of the original 4 spirit users, 2 had fallen into a coma, and the remaining Fong Juyin and Meng Juan were not much better. They had almost lost their fighting power. Desperation. Utter desperation. Fong Juyin incredulously asked, What just happened? Why did our full force strike not harm you? Is your body made of copper and iron? Don't forget, I am the devourer. The devourer sneered. Suddenly, Meng Jun realized something and slammed her fist on the ground in frustration. Since awakening, the bodies of the devourers undergo tremendous changes. Explain clearly. Fong Juyin said. Meng Jiyuan replied. Do you know about non-Newtonian fluids? I do, Fong Juyin said. The harder you hit a non-Newtonian fluid, the less damage you can inflict. Conversely, if you touch it gently, the effect will be completely opposite. Meng Jiyuan nodded. Exactly. After awakening, The bodies of the devourers become like non-Newtonian fluids. They strengthen against strong forces and weaken against weak ones. This is also why he can deal with us without using his abilities. Isn't that invincible? Du Courrier. Meng Jian shook her head. The bodies of the devourers are only like non-Newtonian fluids. This is a metaphor, not that they are literally non-Newtonian fluids. If there is a force that surpasses their tolerance, they will naturally also break. In conclusion, the physique of the devourer is extremely strange. Meanwhile, the devourer approached Fang Juyin, who was heavily injured and had almost lost any capacity to resist. He was picked up by the devourer like a little chick. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the leader among these 7, right? So, I'll start by killing you. What do you think? The devourer's sinister smile filled Fang Juyin with despair. As the devourer was about to make a move, Fang Juyin shouted, "Wait, don't kill me. I have money. I have endless money. I can give it all to you." The air froze. If the leader of the beast hunting team was already trying to save his life, then the others had no chance of surviving. Meng Jiuyin scolded in disagreement. "I originally thought you, Fang Juyin, were just a jerk, but I didn't expect you to be so spineless. Have you forgotten? He killed Mo Dongshi." Fang Juyin ignored Meng Jiuyin, his face blood red. But he thought about it and felt he was not wrong. Everyone had the right to live. Then he looked at Meng Jiuyin coldly and said, "What does Mo Dongshi's death have to do with me?" Swish! The devourer leaned close to Fang Juyin, staring at him intensely. "Very well, then I'll wait to kill you later." After a moment of silence, the devourer tossed Fang Juyin aside. Then his gaze began to wander over Du Wei and the others. "So, who will be the first to die?" As soon as this was said, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. Everyone's breathing changed, and death was slowly approaching. Fang Juyin turned to look at Du Wei and pointed at him. "If you kill him first, I'll give you more money." Chapter 33. The glutton approached Du Wei in an instant, his breath hitting Du Wei's face, not warm like a normal person, but abnormally cold, like the chill that escapes when opening a refrigerator. "Did you hear that? He'll kill you first, and then he will give me more money." The glutton opened his mouth wide, already starting to fantasize. Money is a good thing. If it weren't for the lack of money. If it weren't for me being an ordinary person, my wife wouldn't be neglected. If I had money. Ha ha ha. The glutton laughed maniacally. "Du Wesnield, foolish. You're just delaying your own death. Don't you think about how he could give you money now? Damn it." Fang Juyin's lips twitched, wishing he could tear Du Wei's mouth apart. He quickly took out 3 bank cards from his wallet and handed them to the glutton. "These 3 cards have about 3 million combined." "Don't believe him." Meng Jiaoyuan shouted loudly. "Can you trust the words of someone who would sell out even his teammates?" Fang Juyin remained silent, but his eyes were exceptionally cold, constantly brainwashing himself. "What did I do wrong? I just want to survive. The cruel part is not this world, but the human heart. So the only one who can save me is myself. Every second I can live is a second. I am not wrong. I, Fang Juyin, have never been wrong." Suddenly, Fang Juyin turned sharply to the glutton. "After you kill them all, I can go with you to get the money, find a secret place, or I can have someone bring you money. How about that? Also, don't you want many souls? I can find some people and deliver their souls to you. We can cooperate in the future. You point and I'll strike. What do you think?" The glutton suddenly shook his head, his deep laughter gradually amplifying. "Naive. Do you really think I will be fooled by a little money?" Fang Juyin's face turned ashen. "I've been played. I F your mother." Du Wei and Meng Jin said nothing, but from their subtle expressions, it was clear they were secretly pleased. "Kill me first." Suddenly, after a long silence, Mo Nanbei shouted, rushing past Du Wei, while quickly whispering in Du Wei's ear, "Step back 10 steps. Step back 10 steps. Mon Nanbei, firant Du Wei wultentilisten," struck his chest, forcing him to retreat more than 10 steps. At that moment, Du Wei seemed to understand something and cried out at Mo Nanbei, "Don't." But it was too late. Mo Nanbei charged towards the glutton at top speed. The glutton faced this lamb to the slaughter and directly punched him in the chest, causing the air to freeze for a moment as a cloud of blood mist exploded from Mo Nanbei's chest. His heart shattered, yet Mo Nanbei laughed, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth as his body suddenly exploded. A massive wave of energy surged outward, sending the glutton flying 10 meters away. His body torn and mangled, the number above his head transforming into a one. The polluted beast beside the glutton also fainted, its number above its head becoming just an illusory one. Fang Juyin and Meng Jun were not in the core explosion zone, so they merely fainted, their numbers above their heads becoming faint but not completely disappearing. Du Wei, the farthest from Mo Nanbei, remained completely unharmed. The previously unconscious Du, Fei, and Luo Iran, lying flat on the ground, were also unaffected by the explosion that was only 50 centimeters above the ground. They were very lucky. Otherwise, they would have been dead. Now, only Du Wei was left able to move at the scene. The reason for this was that the glutton was not human. Du Wei stared at the scattered limbs of Mo Nanbei and the blood that rained down on the ground, as if his soul had frozen, his body numb. When Mo Nanbei rushed past him and told him to step back, he had already sensed Mo Nanbei was about to do something foolish, but at that moment, he could do nothing to stop it. In the end, Mo Nanbei detonated his spirit weapon. Although he couldn't kill the glutton, to him, as long as he did something, regardless of the outcome, he could meet Mo Dongshi without regrets. Fortunately, Mo Nanbei's spirit weapon was a ring, which prevented the glutton from discovering Mo Nanbei's intentions in advance. Otherwise, Mo Nanbei might not have been able to do anything at all. Unfortunately, as a one-star resurrector, even relying on self-detonation, Mo Nanbei only severely injured the glutton, rather than killing him. This was the lament of the weak. Da-da-da. The glutton shook his head, stood up, spat out some blood, and stepped towards Du Wei. Du Wei stared at the glutton, his mind racing. What's going on? Didn't you come to hunt beasts? Now everyone is down, and you're the only one left. The Mo Nanbei brothers are dead. Being dead means they can never speak, eat, or meet again. Is this the world of spirit users and resurrectors? Is this the world beyond ordinary people? Now that the glutton is coming, what should I do? I could kill him with one punch. There's nothing to fear. You're already considered a resurrector. And why did the glutton appear in Qingshui village? Du Wei. Oh, Du Wei. What time is it, and you're still thinking about this? Kill the glutton first, then think about other things. Qingshui village. The glutton. No. The glutton beckoned to Du Wei with his finger, a proud sneer on his face. Now you're the only one left. Come over and obediently accept your death. Resisting is meaningless. Du Wei numbly nodded and actually walked towards the glutton obediently. To the glutton, it seemed Du Wei was scared silly, but at that moment, Du Wei had already made a plan. I know I can't escape, but can I make a request before I die? Du Wei said timidly. Speak, the glutton replied. I want to bump fists with you. Is that okay? Du Wei looked at the glutton almost pleadingly. The glutton was slightly taken aback. What a ridiculous request. Du Wei knew he was waiting for an explanation, so he continued. My best friend had a strange illness. In his last second, he raised his fist. This was our ritual, so I want. The glutton raised his fist and smiled. Come on, but just one time because I can't wait to kill you. Okay, du wish me dead. Yes, just one time. I only need one time. In a moment of silence, Du Wei raised his fist, feeling the energy within him surging wildly. It flowed through his meridians, blood, and even bones, all converging in his fist. But this was only a hidden current. Only Du Wei could feel it. The outside world remained calm, and the glutton felt nothing unusual. Bang! Du Wei's fist collided with the glutton's fist, producing a faint, piercing sound. However, the next second, Chapter 34 Speculation Boom. Du Wei's fist erupted with the force of a tsunami, sending the devourer flying. In that moment, the devourer felt a terrifying crushing sensation, as if his flesh and soul were being shredded by blades. His bones almost instantaneously shattered, and his soul torn apart with irreparable wounds. Bang! Thud! The devourer crashed to the ground, already a bloody mess, resembling rotting meat sprawled on the floor, mumbling blood and displaying an expression of disbelief, but more so, fear. At the same time, Du Wei stepped forward, having changed his demeanor. If he had seemed like a weakling begging for mercy moments ago, now he appeared to the devourer as an invincible demon. The devourer wanted to raise his hand to fight back, but with all his bones broken, he couldn't lift it, causing him to panic, and he spluttered more blood. Du Wei's expression was solemn. This time, he felt no disgust in killing, for he was doing it for the Mo brothers, and for everyone in Qingshui village. It was also for himself. What is your relationship with Fang Zhan? Du Wei questioned, deliberately emphasizing the name Fang Zhan. Fang Zhan was the father of Fang Jiuyan and the head of the Fang family. The devourer's eyes clearly revealed shock. Compared to his own death, he seemed more incredulous to hear the name Fang Zhan from Du Wei's mouth. So it is, Du Wei murmured, sensing the devourer's astonishment. The devourer breathed his last, closing his eyes, disappearing from this world forever, just like the Mo brothers. Fang Zhan. Du Wei closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and reorganizing his speculation. To conclude, when the Spirit Control Division sealed off Qingshui village, there was certainly only one enemy involved, the pollution beast. The deceased devourer should have been a later arrival. The massacre in Qingshui village and Du Wei's killing of Fang Sanyan occurred in succession. It was likely just a coincidence. However, the subsequent events were not as simple as mere coincidence. Ever since Du Wei killed Fang Sanyan, he was taken to the Spirit Control Division. But due to insufficient evidence, he and Du Jian were released, during which the Fang family did nothing. They did not seek revenge against Du Wei, nor did they even create trouble for him. Du Wei only received a warning from Fang Luyan. Was it really because the Fang family feared the Spirit Control Division? Of course, this was one reason. But even with the protection of the Spirit Control Division, the Fang family couldn't truly remain inactive. As long as they didn't kill Du Wei, they could easily create trouble for him or even capture him and beat him to a pulp. Undoubtedly, if the Du family wanted to do something, they would have the capability to do so. The reason why the aforementioned events did not occur could only be one. If they remained still, they would only kill when they acted. The Fang family was like a hidden venomous snake, waiting for an opportunity to kill Du Wei. Then, the incident in Qingshui village erupted. The Fang family had the ability to learn of it immediately, and Du Wei was also sent to Qingshui village by the Lingkong Academy. Thus, Fang Zhan covertly operated and sent a devourer into Qingshui village. Although devourers were rare, with Fang Zhan's resources, they could still be found. After all, in the world of spirit users, while devourers were considered the scum among spirit users, they also needed the protection of stronger individuals. Therefore, many devourers lived under the shelter of powerful spirit users, doing some underhanded deeds behind the glamorous facade of spirit users. Of course, Du Wei's understanding of devourers was limited. This was merely his speculation. However, in his view, this speculation was quite likely. The Taiji has yin and yang, one black and one white, mutually dependent. The relationship between spirit users and devourers could not be distinctly separated. This is the principle of yin and yang, and also the principle of the world. Fang Zhan found someone from the Spirit Control Division who was overseeing Qingshui village and naturally used underhanded means to get the devourer he brought into Qingshui village. From then on, it was just a matter of waiting. As soon as Du Wei and his companions entered Qingshui village, Du Wei would become the lamb. Everything the devourer said was just a fabricated story. The mention of a wife or a woman was merely to make things appear more realistic. However, his cursing ability was real, and Mo Dongxi was the best proof of that. At this point, there was another chilling thought. Fang Jiuyan was completely unaware of all this. Perhaps Fang Zhan was too cautious, fearing that any trace would be revealed, or he thought Fang Jiuyan's acting skills were insufficient. Adhering to the principle that the fewer people who knew, the less danger there was, so he simply did not inform Fang Jiuyan. The likelihood of this deduction being true, very high. At that time, the fear in Fang Jiuyan's eyes was very genuine, something that could not be faked. A hysterical, yet suppressed expression that would only appear when truly facing death. This shows how ruthless and callous Fang Zhan's nature was. To seek revenge. He was even willing to risk his eldest son's safety. Of course, if everything went smoothly, Fang Jiuyan would undoubtedly survive. Unfortunately, the course of events did not align with Fang Zhan's expectations, because Fang Zhan did not anticipate that Mo Nanbei had the courage to face death. He also did not expect that Du Wei possessed a martial arts instant kill technique. Naturally, Du Wei's safety involved an element of luck. If Mo Dongxi had not been killed by the Devourer, Mo Nanbei would not have heavily injured the Devourer by self-detonating. If Fang Zhan had told Fang Juyin about this plan, then he wouldn't have put in so much effort against the Devourer. In short, if any detail or person were missing from this incident, the outcome could have changed. Fortunately, Luc favorait Du Wei. Thus, the speculation concluded. However, this was merely speculation. Once Du Wei returned to the Ling Kong Academy, he would immediately start investigating this matter. Whether it was Fang Zhan bribing the Spirit Control Division or searching for the Devourer, as long as he acted, there would definitely be traces left behind. Although it seemed that even if Du Wei learned the truth, it would be meaningless. However, once speculation and truth intersect, at least he could understand his own position and prepare mentally. Preparing early is always better than doing nothing. It must have some significance, even if the enemy is extraordinarily powerful. Boom! Du Wei struck the pollution beast again with a punch. In an instant, after the torrent of force ended, a different kind of exhilaration surged in his heart, causing Du Wei to shiver. Blood slowly flowed from beneath the pollution beast's body, and the character, on its head, scattered like fine gravel in the wind. Mouse-shaped. Pollution beast dead. Du Wei was unaware that a young man, 1,000 meters away from him, clenched his fists in anger and left after regaining his composure. Du Wei, you killed him? The voice of Chuan Lai Ming, Jiyuan, came, and Du Wei suddenly turned around, hiding his inner tension. Ah, you're awake. She wouldn't see my special abilities, would she? How should I explain this? I suddenly went berserk and killed them? Don't panic, right? How could I forget Mo Nanbei? Chapter 35, Cleaning the Battlefield. Du Wei helped Ming, Jiyuan up, glanced at the corpses of the Devourer and the polluted beast, and casually said, they might have been killed by the energy from Mo Nanbei's self-detonating spiritual device. I was the farthest from the center of the explosion, so I woke up the earliest. Is that so? Meng Jiyuan looked at Du Wei with skepticism. The energy from Mo Nanbei's self-detonating spiritual device shouldn't be enough to kill the Devourer and the polluted beast, right? Did I misjudge the combat power of the Devourer? This Du Wei isn't even a resurrector. He shouldn't have been able to kill the Devourer. It seems likely that it was Mo Nanbei's doing. Forget it. We're safe regardless. Du Wei put on a what else could it be expression and said, the energy from Mo Nanbei's explosion was too strong. It must have been him who killed the Devourer. By the way, how could a resurrector detonate a spiritual device? Meng Jiaoyuan replied, a spiritual device is just a weapon that stores spiritual energy. You can think of it as a water bottle. But the water inside is a type of special energy with a pattern. The resurrector is the one who controls the water. If they disrupt the water's flow, the bottle will naturally explode. I see. Du Wei did. Meng Jiyuan felt a shiver of fear. But the success rate of detonating a spiritual device is very low. If Mo Nanbei hadn't succeeded at that moment, the outcome would have been different. As she spoke, Meng Jiyuan took the weapon shovel, chose an empty spot, and began digging in the dirt. Du Wei knew what she was doing and was very surprised. You want to bury the Mo brothers here? They are the heroes of Qingshui village. Meng Jiyuan smiled lightly and then passionately said, burying them here, all the heroic spirits of Qingshui village will become their guardians. All right. Du Wei simply responded, then also began to dig. After a while, the two graves were completed. Du Wei and Meng Jiyuan first gathered the remains of Mo Nanbei and placed them into the graves piece by piece, but in the end, they couldn't find his right thumb. With no other options, Meng Jiaoyuan shaped one out of the dirt. Soon, both Mo Nanbei and Mo Dongxi were buried in darkness. From this moment on, no matter how bright the sunlight outside was, they would never see it again. From this moment, fallen leaves returned to their roots. Ah, my head hurts. Fang Juyin slowly woke up, rubbed his head, and stood up, his gaze landing on Du Wei and Meng Jiaoyuan. Soon, Du Fei and Luo Yiran also awoke. After the two of them woke up, they stepped aside and only lowered their guard when they confirmed that the Devourer and the polluted beast were completely dead. However, Luo Yiran's gaze wandered, as if she was thinking about something. Fang Juyin calmly said, it's over. Let's clean the battlefield. This was Du Wei's first participation in a beast-hunting battle. At first, he didn't understand the meaning of cleaning the battlefield until Fang Jiuyin and the others started to clean up. and he realized that cleaning the battlefield meant dividing the spoils of war. Fang Jian and the others took out sharp daggers and began to dissect the polluted beast piece by piece, sorting its skin, meat, tendons, bones, and other parts. They then discussed how to divide the spoils. In the end, Fang Jian obtained the skin and bones of the polluted beast, which were the most valuable parts and could be sold for a large sum of money. The energy and nutrients in the skin could strengthen ordinary people and extend their lifespans, while the bones could be made into weapons sharper and harder than steel. As for the remaining parts, Du Fei, Meng Jiyuan, and Luo Yiran evenly divided them. Fang Jian sensed that Du Wei was feeling displeased and calmly looked at him, saying, "You don't need to feel frustrated about not getting anything. After all, the death of the polluted beast has nothing to do with you. It's just a pity for the Mo brothers. They both contributed but died, so naturally, they wouldn't get anything." Meng Jiayuan and the others silently looked at Du Wei. None of them spoke. The rule for dividing the spoils was such that those who didn't contribute got nothing. Du Wei had never intended to take any of these things. What he wanted most now was to become stronger. Could these things make him stronger? Obviously not. After a moment of silence, Du Wei walked toward Mo Dongshi's ice soul sword. He picked up the sword and felt a chill in his palm. "I don't want anything else. Just give me this sword." Mo Dongshi was dead, and this ice soul sword was the only thing that could prove he had existed. So Du Wei wanted to hold this sword and become the strongest resurrector. Just like Mo Dongshi had said in life, "Don't stop me. Only by fighting can I become stronger. I am destined to be the strongest resurrector." Fang Jian sneered coldly. He didn't care about this ice soul sword. After all, it was just a low-grade spiritual device. As a spiritualist, he could have as many of this grade of spiritual device as he wanted. What he cared about was honor. So, Fang Jian said, "This sword can be yours, but when we return to the academy, I hope you can forget about the deeds of Mo Nanbei and Mo Dongshi. Understand?" Du Wei was momentarily confused. Why? Mo Nanbei and Mo Dongshi are already dead. Their contributions cannot be given to two dead men. Although we all know that it was Mo Nanbei's self-detonation of the spiritual device that dealt the fatal blow to the polluted beast and the devourer. Giving the honor for this victory to a dead man is meaningless. It's better to give it to a living person, understand? Du Fei rolled her eyes, seemingly reluctant to explain this to her foolish brother, but she still felt it was necessary to say something since they both shared the surname. Du Meng Jian remained silent, and so did Luo Yiran. Du Wei understood. He questioned Fang Jian, "You want to take all the credit for yourself?" Fang Jian waved his hand and raised an eyebrow. "Here's the thing. When our team entered Qingshui village, we encountered the devourer, which was hiding in the dark waiting to ambush, and it directly killed the Mo brothers. Then I led the team to encircle the devourer, and after a tough battle, we defeated it. I, Fang Jian, was the decisive factor in killing the devourer. At that moment, the polluted beast appeared, and Du Fei and the others had already lost their combat ability. So I fought the polluted beast alone and ultimately won, saving everyone. Do you understand?" Luo Yiran clapped and smiled. "Wonderful, I think this is great." Du Wei remained silent, and so did Meng Jiyuan. Fang Jian came from a family of spiritualists, and both his family's power and his personal strength were above them. Naturally, even if they were unwilling in their hearts, they couldn't show it directly. "Are you listening to me?" Fang Jian pointed the blood-red dagger used to cut the polluted beast at the silent Du Wei. "Did you understand?" Fang Jian was sure that Meng Jian and the others would report according to his script. The only thing he feared was the unpredictable Du Wei. Du Wei sneered coldly. "According to your reasoning, the Mo brothers died in vain, right?" Chapter 36. The violin on the Thames. Fang Jian knew that Du Wei was feeling unwilling. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Some people die yet live on, while some people live without obtaining anything. There is no difference between that and being dead. I hope you can learn to assess the situation. Do you understand?" Du Wei was about to speak when Meng Jun quickly stepped forward and patted Du Wei on the back, saying, "Don't worry, Captain Fang. Du Wei won't say anything reckless." Fang Jian didn't understand why Meng Jiayuan always helped Du Wei, but it didn't matter now. After the incident with the devourer, Meng Jian had seen through him, and he knew that he and Meng Jiayuan had an insurmountable chasm between them. Seeing that Du Wei still hadn't spoken, Meng Jiuan continued with a smile. Although the Mo Nanbei brothers are dead, you have inherited Mo Dongshi's will. Haven to you? Du Wei tightened his grip on the ice soul sword and reluctantly nodded. I agree. Fang Jian let out a cold laugh, turned around, and no longer paid attention to Du Wei, instead issuing orders. Return. Du Wei understood Meng Jiuan et intention. Given Du Wei's current status and strength, he was completely unable to compete with Fang Jiuyan. It could be said that if it weren't for the Spirit Command Department, Du Wei would have been killed by Fang Jiuyan long ago. Before leaving, Du Wei glanced at the graves of Mo Nanbei and Mo Dongshi, smiled faintly, and silently thought, Brothers, I'm leaving, but I will come back stronger. After the first beast hunting battle, Du Wei had witnessed the horror of pollution beasts and devourers. In the era where human lives were as insignificant as grass, he also realized the coldness of human hearts from Fang Jiuyan. The strong are unafraid. Being unafraid is the hallmark of strong. Since Du Wei had stepped into the circle of resurrectors, he would inevitably have to fight against alien beasts and other monsters in the future, and he couldn't avoid contact with spirit users. Therefore, the only way to ensure safety in this era was to become stronger. The beast hunting team split up in front of the main gate of Lincoln Academy. Fang Jiuyan went home. Du Fei returned to the Du family. Luo Yiran followed Fang Jiuyan away, and Meng Jiuyan entered Lincoln Academy. Du Wei needed to make his way to the logistics department at the back of Lincoln Academy, which was quite a distance from the main gate. Walking would take about 10 minutes. As Du Wei walked along the tall red walls of Lincoln Academy, the sky was a brilliant blue, with birds chirping and flitting by from time to time. The streets were bustling with people. He could see children laughing and adults looking anxious and busy. They were all ordinary yet happy people. It seemed that living in this era wasn't such a bad thing after all. When Du Wei reached a narrow alley, he encountered a man of similar age coming towards him. The man wore a hooded sweatshirt, and the dim light obscured his features, with his hands in his pockets. The loud music from his wire headphones filled the air, so much so that Du Wei could hear the melody. If evil is a splendid and cruel symphony, I will write its finale myself. As Du Wei brushed past the man, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if it were being pierced by needles, causing him to bend over instinctively, his eyes wide like copper bells, and sweat began to bead on his skin. This person is problematic. Du Wei used all his strength to turn his head abruptly towards the man, but the pain made it impossible for him to stand straight. From his perspective, he could only see the man's stationary feet. Activating his special ability, martial arts, ineffective because Du Wei couldn't see the man's head naturally. He couldn't assess this person's strength. Moreover, Du Wei currently couldn't throw a punch at all, but he could be certain that this person was definitely a spirit user. His mind raced. First, he needed to rule out members of the Fang family, since their abilities were all binding techniques. And he had seen Fang Jiuyan and Fang Luyan before. Fang Sanyan was already dead, so it couldn't be him. As for Fang Zhan, he would never personally come to assassinate him, and with the Spirit Command Department around, the Fang family would never kill him unless absolutely necessary. So who could it be? This person had a very special ability and a heavy killing intent. It was clear he had come to take his life. The Fang family wouldn't dare to kill him for now because of the Spirit Command Department. Could it be? He is. Du Wei seemed to have thought of something, but suddenly the pain in his heart intensified, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and curl up on the ground, his whole body starting to spasm with pain, and his mind grew chaotic. The sky was no longer blue. He could no longer hear the laughter of children, nor the chirping of birds. It seemed he was slowly losing all consciousness. However, Du Wei heard the music from the man's headphones as he shoved one end of the headphones into Du Wei's ear, and rhythmical music instantly surged into every nerve of Du Wei's body. Crossing the swamp of humanity, who can truly remain untainted? We can forget, we can forgive, but we must know the truth. The iron bed that has been moved, the last piece of the puzzle has finally been put together. I hear footsteps, the anticipated soft leather shoe heels. He pushes open the door. The evening breeze sways the oil lamp. The typewriter stops at the name of the murderer. I turn around. At the same time, Du Wei, whose consciousness was becoming increasingly blurry, saw a dark face descending towards him, smiling as if in mockery. Staring at Du Wei. I love music, so I enjoy letting my prey die in my music. It feels great, so you rest in peace. Click. Du Wei pressed down the doorknob and gently pulled the door open. Outside was a delicate and clean little living room, with a pink pig hairdryer toy on the sofa and several plates of washed fruit on the coffee table. The room was warm and filled with a fragrant aroma. Shaking his head to clear away the worries and confusion, the sound of water splashing drew Du Wei's attention. He turned suddenly to look, and the bathroom next to him was splashing water, with white mist covering the room. Through the glass wall of the bathroom, he could see a girl taking a shower. Even from behind the glass, it was evident that the girl had a great figure with curvaceous lines. Suddenly, the bathroom door was pushed open, and the girl, wrapped in a pink towel, stepped out. She was barefoot, with droplets of water glistening on her face, collarbone, and shoulders. When she saw Du Wei, she didn't panic but calmly smiled and said, "You're finally awake." It was Meng Jiaoyuan speaking. Du Wei was quite surprised and felt a bit at a loss. "I'm not. How could this be?" A bad memory surged to the surface. In that narrow alley, Du Wei had almost died. At that time, he could barely breathe before he passed out. When he woke up, he found himself lying on a girl's bed. "Have a seat." Meng Jiaoyuan gestured for Du Wei to take a seat. Du Wei sank into the soft sofa, and Meng Jiaoyuan picked a cherry and handed it to Du Wei. "Want to eat? It's really delicious." Du Wei waved his hand, seeming to understand the gist of the situation. "Thank you. Did you save me just now?" "Just now?" Meng Jiaoyuan chuckled. "That was no just now. You've been asleep for a day and a night." As she spoke, Meng Jiaoyuan used a smart speaker to play music. The melody flowed through the air, and the atmosphere became gently harmonious. "I taste this last sweet truth," smiling, recalling that justice is just quietly being upheld. The Violin on the Thames. Chapter 37 Invitation. It was quite simple. Yesterday, after Du Wei and the others parted ways at Lincoln Academy, Meng Jiaoyuan had just returned to her dormitory when she realized that the Ice Soul Sword was still in her hand. She hurried back to find Du Wei. When she passed by Hu, she saw Du Wei lying on the ground. The man who had persecuted Du Wei noticed Meng Jiaoyuan holding the spiritual weapon and sensed the fluctuation of her spiritual energy, so he fled without any hesitation. Meng Jiaoyuan wanted to chase after him, but Du Wei's injuries were urgent, so she had to carry him back to the dormitory first. As a spiritual practitioner, she only needed to use a bit of spiritual energy to easily carry Du Wei on her shoulder. Meng Jiaoyuan gave Du Wei a spiritual pile, thinking he would wake up soon, but to her surprise, he slept for a whole day and night, which forced Meng Jiaoyuan to sleep on the sofa. Du Wei glanced at his phone. It was now 5:28 p.m. He paused for a few seconds, looked at the Ice Soul Sword, and gratefully gazed at Meng Jiaoyuan. "It was Mo Dongxi who saved me, and it was also you who saved me. I apologize for disturbing you for this day and night." "You're being polite," Meng Jiaoyuan smiled. "You're a friend worth making. Fortunately, I live alone in my dormitory. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to help you." Du Wei nodded, and Meng Jiaoyuan asked seriously, "Do you know who wants to kill you?" "I have a rough guess, but right now, I can't say," Du Wei replied. "Meng Jiaoyuan, even I have to keep it a secret?" "No, Du Wei smiled. I'm just not sure yet, so it wouldn't make sense to say." Meng Jiaoyuan handed the Ice Soul Sword to Du Wei. "Take good care of it." Du Wei took the Ice Soul Sword and said softly, "Does this mean that once I can control the Ice Soul Sword, I become a resurrector?" "Yes." Meng Jiaoyuan ate a cherry. "Once you become a resurrector, you can also become a warrior of Lincoln Academy, one listed in the records. The treatment is vastly different from that of spiritual practitioners, and you can participate in the academy trials to become an inner cabinet disciple or even a core member." Inner cabinet core? It seems that the apprentices of Lincoln Academy are also divided into levels. Meng Jiaoyuan smiled. "Don't look at me. I'm still an outer cabinet disciple." Previously, Fang Juyin was too, but this time he successfully led a beast hunt and unexpectedly eliminated a devourer. He should be able to smoothly advance to the inner cabinet. What are the benefits of becoming an inner cabinet disciple? You can access deeper secrets about this world and gain many resources. Most importantly, your class identity changes. Inner cabinet disciples are the true apprentices recognized by Lincoln Academy. The secrets you're talking about refer to the red mist? Du Wei was quite surprised. Meng Jiuyuan nodded. Yes. The research conclusions about the red mist are only held by powerful individuals. As your strength increases, you'll naturally learn more, not just about the red mist, but also the secrets of those alien beasts and monsters. It's like lifting layers of curtains. Only the strong are qualified. Du Wei nodded thoughtfully and then asked, have you heard of special abilities? Special abilities? Meng Jiuyuan frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, I've seen them in movies, but now that spiritual practitioners, alien beasts, and the red mist have appeared in this world, I think special abilities should exist too. But if it's a special ability, isn't it similar to the abilities of spiritual practitioners? Why do you ask this? Du Wei smiled. Oh, nothing, just thought of it suddenly. Indeed, there are special abilities in this world. The only difference between special abilities and the abilities of spiritual practitioners is that the former cannot use spiritual energy. After chatting for a few more minutes, Du Wei left her dormitory. As Meng Jiuyuan ate cherries, she murmured, special abilities. Why did he suddenly ask about this? This Du Wei always makes me feel special. He seems more complex than he appears. Lincoln Academy, Logistics Department. The security personnel in the logistics department no longer stopped Du Wei, as he was now an official employee of the department and had free access. Upon entering the courtyard of the logistics department, he noticed a small sapling about half a meter tall suddenly appearing in the center of the yard, and Master Linglong was watering it. Seeing Du Wei return, Master Linglong said indifferently, You're back. Master Linglong, what is this? Du Wei nodded. Linglong smiled. Oh, yesterday Yuling woke up for a minute or two. She said she wanted to eat candied hawthorn, but as soon as I bought it for her, she fell asleep again. So I thought about planting a hawthorn tree. By the time this tree grows, Yuling's illness should be better. Hearing that Du Yuling had awakened, Du Wei hurriedly ran towards a room, but Master Linglong stopped him. Don't go in. She needs to rest quietly now. Can I take a look from a distance? Du Wei asked. Linglong remained silent, which meant she agreed. Du Wei then asked, Master Linglong, where did my master go? I'm not sure. It seems he went out for something. Du Wei nodded and went to stand outside Du Yuling's room. The buildings in the logistics department were very old, with large windows and low windowsills, so he could see Du Yuling's condition clearly from outside. Now, Du Yuling looked much better than when she was in the hospital. Her complexion was rosy, her breathing steady, and she showed no signs of illness, looking like a normal person in deep sleep. Of course, all of this was thanks to Linglong. Although Du Wei didn't say it out loud, he felt immensely grateful inside. He was currently poor and nothing, secretly deciding that if there ever came a day when he could stand at the top, he would repay Linglong well. In the following days, all the beast hunting teams returned, except for the 8th team and the team Du Wei was in, which suffered heavy casualties, while the other teams were not significantly affected. Fang Jiuyan, due to hunting contaminated beasts and eliminating a disgrace of the spiritual practitioner world, the Devourer was exempted from the exam and became an inner cabinet disciple. Instantly, Fang Jiuyan's name spread throughout Lincoln Academy. Now, 2 members of the Fang family had become inner cabinet disciples. Of course, Meng Jiuyan, Luo Yiran, and Du Fei also received different rewards. As for Du Wei, it seemed he had been forgotten and no one remembered his name. On the playground, they were to meet. As the sun set, Du Wei received a message and happily went to the playground. Soon, Meng Jiuyan, dressed in shorts, ran towards him, her fair thighs shining like bright moonlight, drawing attention from afar. This time, Meng Jiuyuan had bought water in advance. She handed it to Du Wei and smiled. Are you always this easy to invite? Just a message, and here you are? Du Wei took the water. When the first beauty of the outer cabinet invites me, how could I not come? Meng Jiuyuan's face turned slightly red, and she got straight to the point. Then I'll be direct. That day in Qingshui village, how did you kill the Devourer and the contaminated beast? Chapter 38. Starry Roulette. Du Wei was taken aback. He didn't expect Meng Jiuyuan to still be thinking about this matter. Indeed, women's intuition was quite terrifying. Didn't I say so? It's all thanks to Mo Nanbei. Du Wei casually sipped his water. Meng Jiuyuan looked at Du Wei with interest, her large eyes blinking, and her long curled eyelashes fluttering like butterflies, making Du Wei feel quite uncomfortable. She slowly uttered 2 words, really? Of course, Dui nodded. I have no reason to lie to you. Moreover, Fang Jian didn't doubt it. So what are you doubting? Meng Jiayuan smiled, because Fang Jiuyin is not a woman. Besides, in his eyes, he has always regarded you as an ant, so he naturally wouldn't associate you with a strong person. But I'm different. How are you different? From the very beginning, I felt you were extraordinary. Your physique has already surpassed that of an entry-level awakener. Isn't this worth questioning? Meng Yuyon stared at Duvai. Due replied indifferently. You probably have a memory error. That day in Qingshui village, my combat power bracelet was broken, so the data was incorrect. You wouldn't believe a wrong value, would you? Meng Jin nodded vigorously, then leaned closer to Du Wei, seemingly trying to read the truth from his eyes. The fact that you subdued Li Dawei that day is the best evidence. Du Wei was speechless. Li Dawei was a spirit user, and that day on the playground, Du Wei had easily twisted Li Dawei into a pretzel with one hand. It's known that spirit users have strong physiques. If Du Wei were truly an ordinary person, he would never have been able to subdue Li Dawei. From that moment on, Meng Juan believed Du Wei was hiding a secret. At that moment, another woman entered Du Wei's view. It was Luo Iran, who approached gracefully. Seeing her, Du Wei felt quite displeased. What are you doing here? I want to ask you the same question, Luo Iran replied, still as strong-willed as ever, throwing all her questions at him. Your ability to enter Lincoln Academy and become a logistics department employee is definitely not as simple as I imagined. Also, your combat power bracelet must not be broken. Most importantly, Imo Nanbei's self-detonation shouldn't have killed the devourers and polluted beasts, so have you also become a spirit user? Luo Iran was undoubtedly a woman who sought power. At the time, she was involved with Du Wei purely because of his family background. Later, when she found out that Du Wei was not favored in the Du family, and after she herself became an awakener, she left Du Wei without hesitation. She came with pure intentions and left with pure intentions as well. But now it was different. Du Wei had also entered Lincoln Academy, and he might even be a spirit user. If that were the case, Du Wei would definitely be valued by the Du family. Moreover, Du Wei was handsome, and being handsome is a lifetime matter. So Luo Iran began to consider the idea of winning Du Wei back. Of course, the fulcrum of this idea was to confirm that Du Wei was a spirit user. Du Wei frowned slightly and said impatiently, "Sorry, no comment. Are you really not a spirit user?" Luo Iran questioned again. Du Wei shook his head. "If I were, you should be able to sense the spiritual energy fluctuations on me, right?" With that, Du Wei stood up and walked forward. He wanted to leave this area because, with Luo Iran's arrival, the air here seemed stale. Meng Jiayuan remained calm and quietly followed Du Wei. Luo Iran looked at the two of them and felt quite displeased. She indeed did not sense any spiritual energy fluctuations from Du Wei, but that did not mean he wasn't a spirit user, as there were many ways to conceal one's aura. Most importantly, as a woman, she felt very unhappy seeing Meng Jiayuan and Du Wei so close. But she also understood shame and did not continue to follow them, turning away to leave. After confirming that Luo Iran had left, Du Wei finally stopped. At this moment, Meng Jiayuan looked him up and down and said, "I know she's your ex-girlfriend, but I didn't expect you to dislike her to such an extent." Du Wei remained silent. Meng Jiayuan knew he didn't like this topic, so she continued, "The reason I came to find you this time is that I have something important to tell you. But since you're not a spirit user and didn't kill the devourers and polluted beasts, then there's no point in telling you. Is this a provocation?" Du Wei turned around with a smile. "Hey, why don't you tell me what is first?" Meng Jiayuan smiled back. "So you admit you're a spirit user?" "I really am not a spirit user." Du Wei changed his wording. "Then, can you tell me how this relates to me?" "It can relate," Meng Jiayuan teased. "Or it may not. If it does, is it a good thing or a bad thing?" Du Wei asked. Meng Jiayuan replied, "A good thing, and a very big good thing. Can it help me become stronger?" "Of course. Then can I trust you?" Du Wei stared at Meng Jiayuan, his eyes filled with seriousness. Meng Jiayuan chuckled, finding Du Wei quite adorable. "Can you ask someone if you could trust them? Even if I answer yes or no. How would you know if I'm telling the truth?" "By your eyes," Du Wei said with a half smile. "A person's eyes shouldn't lie, at least at the moment you answer. I can sense whether you are sincere." "Well," Meng Jiayuan stretched her tone and suddenly said, firmly, "You can certainly trust me. In fact, Du Wei did not see what he wanted in Meng Jiyuan's eyes, but he also did not see what he did not want to see. Nonetheless, Du Wei still stated, "The polluted beasts and devourers were indeed killed by me." Meng Jiyuan was slightly shocked and then wanted to ask about the details, but Du Wei stopped her, saying, "If you want to continue listening, then you tell me about your matter first." Meng Yao Yuan pouted, playfully scolding Bachman, but she still began to speak, first mentioning something Du Wei had never heard of, the starry roulette. The starry roulette was the key to this incident. Its function was to directly help spirit users and revivers enhance their combat power. Because for spirit users and revivers, every 3 levels they advance is a hurdle. And this hurdle requires the assistance of the starry roulette to cross. Otherwise, they would never become stronger in their lifetime. Of course, the starry roulette is also divided into levels, corresponding to different hurdles for spirit users revivers. Each level of starry roulette is classified as permanent, single use, or even double use, triple use, etc., meaning some starry roulettes can be used permanently without limit, while others may be unusable after 1 or 2 uses. Moreover, regardless of which level, it seems that there are only 3 permanent starry roulettes, while the rest are almost all consumable types. And spirit users revivers using the starry roulette have no clear level restrictions. For example, Du Wei, who could barely be considered a 1-star reviver now, could still easily cross the threshold if he encountered a 1-star starry roulette now when he breaks through from a 3-star reviver to a 4-star reviver. This is because he has already eliminated the shackles in his body in advance using the starry roulette. After hearing about the starry roulette, Du Wei became interested. The starry roulette is an essential item on the path to becoming stronger. No one can do without it, so the earlier one comes into contact with it, the more beneficial it is to themselves. Du Wei asked, "Let me guess what you want to say. Did you discover a place where the starry roulette is hidden? But it's very dangerous, so you came to find me to test my abilities first? If I have the strength, you'll take me with you to find the starry roulette?" Chapter 39. Extracting Memories. Congratulations, you got it right, Meng Jiyuan said with a charming smile. I have to say, she looks great when she smiles. Her eyes are naturally large and twinkling, and when her mouth curves up, her eyes follow suit. Where are we going to find the starry wheel? When do we set off? Du Wei asked. Meng Jiyuan smiled mysteriously. I'll keep the location a secret for now. We'll set off in 7 days. And you haven't told me about yourself yet. Right now, I can't determine if you could be my capable teammate. 7 days. That's enough time. If we're going, I need to become a true resurrector in this time, Du Wei thought. Du Wei stared at Meng Jiyuan, making her feel uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? Du Wei was a suspicious person, but he couldn't distrust everyone. Otherwise, he would have no friends and would have to face everything alone. Although he hadn't known Meng Jiyuan for long, he felt she wasn't a bad person. At least not now. Moreover, Du Wei wasn't a spiritual practitioner. He just had special abilities. Zhong he never told him to keep his special abilities a secret. So, telling Meng Jiyuan shouldn't be an issue. Besides, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to obtain the starry wheel. If he let it slip through his fingers, who knew when he would get another chance? In this world, being alive and how long one could live all depended on fate. The friends one made and the type of friend one had also depended on luck. Human hearts are complex, and unless one has a spiritual practitioner with mind-reading abilities, it's hard to see a person's true nature. Even with mind-reading, it might not be possible to penetrate the complexities of the human heart. Well, since he had decided to go, he should put aside any distractions. Du Wei chose to trust Meng Jiyuan, so he spoke up, listened carefully. What I'm about to say might be something you've never encountered before. I don't ask you to promise not to tell others, but I believe you won't. Because from this moment until we obtain the starry wheel, we are friends, right? That's right, Meng Jiyuan replied seriously, looking around to confirm their safety. Du Wei smiled. Don't worry, no one should be monitoring us. If they are, it would be through special means, and we wouldn't be able to detect it anyway. So worrying is futile. Among spiritual practitioners, there are certainly those with abilities like eavesdropping, but Du Wei believed that no one would send such individuals to closely monitor him, especially since he only had the Fong family as enemies. Even if the Fong family had great power, they couldn't possibly deploy a spiritual practitioner to monitor Du Wei at all times, as the appearance fee for a spiritual practitioner is exorbitant. Even so, Du Wei lowered his voice as he spoke. After a moment, Meng Jin murmured in astonishment, "Special ability, martial arts, but you really can't use spiritual energy? So you're not a spiritual practitioner? Wow, you're quite special, aren't you? Are you the protagonist?" "Don't talk nonsense," Du Wei sighed. "I'm quite troubled by it too." Meng Jiayuan seemed to think of something and suddenly said joyfully, "So you can't use spiritual energy, but you can use abilities similar to a spiritual practitioner. That's amazing. It means you can activate your abilities directly without spiritual energy." "Oh no, special abilities. If you can get a mark from the Starry Wheel, it means your special ability, martial arts, can also be upgraded. Isn't that like growing without needing to eat?" The so-called mark from the Starry Wheel means breaking through the limitations of one's realm in advance. Du Wei questioned, "Not necessarily, right? My physique has already surpassed that of an ordinary person, so I'm already considered a resurrector who can't use spiritual tools. Can't resurrectors also be marked by the Starry Wheel? How can I be sure that the mark from the Starry Wheel is on my special ability? It's easy to determine. For instance, we spiritual practitioners, once we come into contact with the corresponding level of the Starry Wheel, our abilities will have a response. If your special ability is one that doesn't require spiritual energy, I think there should also be a response," Meng Jiayuan explained. "I see." Du Wei nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. "I can't wait to find the Starry Wheel now." Once he found the Starry Wheel, Du Wei could confirm whether martial arts could be upgraded. If it could, it would mean Du Wei was a special spiritual practitioner who couldn't use spiritual energy. How exciting would that be? Meng Jin extended her slender hand with a smile. "All right, before we set off, I'll contact you, my friend." Du Wei waved his hand and shook hands with Meng Jin. It settled then. After a brief silence, Meng Jiayuan left. But suddenly she turned around and teased, "Du Wei, aren't you afraid I'll tell the Spirit Management Department about your abilities?" "You wouldn't," Du Wei said, slightly stunned. But he quickly added, "Even so, I know I'm a step behind." Meng Jiayuan smiled. "Don't worry, I'm just teasing you." With that, Meng Jiayuan left, but deep down, she confirmed something. Fang Sanyan was definitely killed by Du Wei. Du Wei shook his head with a wry smile as he left the playground, inwardly lamenting that Meng Jin was indeed meticulous. She must have confirmed that Fang Sanyan's death was related to him. Thinking of this, Du Wei felt for a moment that he shouldn't reveal all his cards, but then he dismissed the thought because sometimes a man's intuition is quite accurate. Ding dong, Du Wei opened his phone and saw a message. "Your game partner is waiting for you outside the academy. Hurry up." This was a message from the little girl from the Spirit Management Department, Yi Wu. Du Wei turned off his phone screen and sighed deeply. It seemed he had to make another trip to the Spirit Management Department. On the road, in the car, Yi Wu spoke angrily. "TMD. Can you even play? You're just a support silencer." After playing a few rounds, Yi Wu got tired of cursing and exited the game. Only then did Du Wei have the chance to ask, "What are you guys bringing me over for this time?" The Fang Sanyan incident needs to be concluded. Since there is no concrete evidence, the Spirit Management Department can only unilaterally decide to extract memories from Du Jian. "You naturally need to be present," Yi Wu said. "Extract memories?" Du Wei swallowed. Now the truth about Fang Sanyan would finally come to light, but Du Wei appeared extremely calm on the surface. All right. The sooner the truth is revealed, the better. After arriving at the Spirit Management Department, Yi Wu led Du Wei to the familiar reception room. Suddenly, a man wearing a hoodie and listening to music brushed past Du Wei. This person was being supported by others and was covered in blood, as if he had fallen apart. To be precise, it looked like all the bones in his body had shattered. Suddenly, Du Wei thought of something. He stared at the hoodie man, stopped in his tracks, but didn't raise any alarm. He quietly asked Yi Wu, "Excuse me, do you know that person? The #1 sharpshooter in the country?" Chapter 40. Madness, but suddenly, the hoodie-wearing man stopped in his tracks. Du Wei stared at his back, and the man abruptly turned around, locking eyes with him, his expression chillingly cold, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Du Wei met his gaze with unwavering determination, unafraid of any challenge. The hoodie man let out a cold smirk, having just been taken to the treatment room. This man was the spirit master who had attempted to assassinate Du Wei in the alley. Now let's recap. Du Wei, Fang Jiyan, and others went to Qing Shui village to hunt beasts. Fang Zhan seized the opportunity to use the Eater of Evil to assassinate Du Wei. But the outcome was unexpected. Du Wei did not die, and he even managed to turn the tables and kill the Eater of Evil. Simultaneously, Du Wei deduced the connection between the Eater of Evil and Fang Zhan. Moreover, placing the Eater of Evil in Qingshui village would have been impossible without the assistance of someone from the Spirit Control Department. Upon learning that Du Wei had survived in Qingshui village, the person who was most terrified was the one colluding with Fang Zhan. Since he worked in the Spirit Control Department, if Du Wei pieced together the entire event, it was hard to say whether he would report it to the Spirit Control Department. Even if he was not in life-threatening danger, he would still attract trouble. At the very least, he would be dismissed from the Spirit Control Department, which was the last thing he wanted to see. Thus, he resorted to this desperate plan to intercept and kill Du Wei at Ling Kong Academy. But the final result was still failure. The failure of the assassination had already exposed his identity, and this person would undoubtedly attempt to kill Du Wei again. After all, the arrow had already left the bow and could not be retracted. Naturally, Du Wei had also made a decision to cut the roots. This person would not rest until he achieved his goal, so one of them had to die, especially since Du Jian would soon have his memories extracted. Once the truth about Du Wei killing Fang Sanyan came to light, Du Wei would be in even more danger. Therefore, killing one enemy first would be more beneficial than harmful for Du Wei. Yiwu did not notice Du Wei's gaze, but calmly responded, "I know him. His name is Zhang Tianlai. He joined the Spirit Control Department 3 years ago. Not long ago, he even sealed off Qingshui village with his colleagues." Du Wei nodded and then asked, "How did he get such serious injuries? Did he encounter a beast?" "I'm not sure." Yiwu shook her head. "He might have offended someone, or maybe he encountered a beast. Who knows? Why are you asking this?" "Just curious." "Ha." Du Wei replied with a smile. Afterward, Yiwu took Du Wei to the reception room, informing him not to move around and that she would take him away once the memory extraction results were out. "Has Du Jian arrived?" Du Wei asked instinctively. Yiwu nodded. "He arrived earlier than you. We've already started extracting his memories. Just wait here." "Okay." Du Wei forced a smile. After Yiwu left, Du Wei was lost in thought. He knew that it wouldn't be long before he transformed from a suspect into a criminal. If he were imprisoned by the Spirit Control Department, Zhang Tianlai, as a staff member of the Spirit Control Department, could find countless ways to kill Du Wei. Thus, Du Wei had to take the initiative. Du Wei pushed open the door to the reception room, following the direction in his memory, and quickly found the treatment room, where Zhang Tianlai was screaming in agony. The medical staff were also surprised. "Xiao Zhang, how did you get such serious injuries? What kind of beast did you encounter? It's so strong." "Not a beast," Zhang Tianlai said with difficulty. "It was a person." "A person?" The medical staff exclaimed in disbelief. "Who could injure you like this?" Zhang Tianlai's words were filled with fear. "I don't know who he is, but he is incredibly strong. Sorry, I don't want to remember anymore." "Ha ha." The medical staff couldn't help but laugh. "Are you traumatized?" Zhang Tianlai remained silent, and then the medical staff injected him with a dose of medication. "Rest well. This medication will help with the pain and sleep. By the time you wake up, your injuries should be mostly healed." "Okay, thank you." Zhang Tianlai drowsily fell asleep. Upon hearing this, Du Wei quickly hid in the bathroom across from the treatment room. After hearing the treatment room door click twice, he clenched his fists and quietly walked out of the bathroom. Although he didn't want to kill someone in the Spirit Control Department, if he didn't kill him now, he might never have another chance. Moreover, Zhang Tianlai was still in a deep sleep, making it the best opportunity to kill him. However, if he killed him in the Spirit Control Department, it would be a serious crime if discovered. "Forget it. If I do it, I'll see it through." Thinking of Fang Sanyan, Du Wei quickly walked to the treatment room door. Just then, Yiwu's voice appeared. "You really came to solve a major life issue. Come with me. The memory extraction is complete." Du Wei calmed his emotions, turned around, and smiled. "How did it go?" "Not well." Yiwu stared at Du Wei, then suddenly sighed. "Du Jian's memories have been deleted." "Deleted?" Du Wei quickly asked. "What do you mean?" Yiwu explained. "It means that all events concerning you, Du Jian, and Fang Sanyan have vanished from his memory. We only extracted some random bits and pieces." "Huh?" Du Wei feigned shock, but inside he was overjoyed. "What caused this?" Does this mean I can't prove my innocence? Yiwu looked distressed. The reason is unclear. Even if his memories can't be extracted, does he still remember what happened? Du Wei asked. Yiwu pondered for a moment and slowly said, when he came to the spirit control department, everything was fine, but once we started extracting memories, his mind became chaotic, and then the memory fragments involving the three of you disappeared in an instant. And now before she could finish, Du Jian suddenly appeared in the hall ahead, starting to scream wildly. I am Du Jian, the #1 spirit master in the world. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm Du Yin. Ha ha ha. Then two staff members rushed out and quickly pulled Du Jian back. Yiwu shrugged and smiled. You see, this is his current state. Du Jian has completely gone mad? Yiwu sighed. So until Du Jian recovers, he will remain in the spirit control department for 2 reasons. First, it's possible that our memory extraction caused his mental chaos, so we in the spirit control department have a responsibility to treat him. Second, we need to investigate the reason behind the deletion of his memories, as it may also be a significant factor in his mental chaos. Du Wei sighed, shaking his head in frustration. Regardless, he is still my half-brother. Seeing him like this today pains my heart. Fortunately, you in the spirit control department are compassionate. You must treat him well, no matter how long it takes. 10 years, 20 years, it doesn't matter. With Du Jian's mental chaos and the Fong Senyan incident left unresolved, it became a true mystery. The spirit control department had no reason to detain Du Wei for long, so after he signed a series of documents, he left the spirit control department. Before leaving, there was a small interlude. He went to the bathroom across from the treatment room again. He took out his phone, pretending to make a call, speaking loudly enough for the recently awakened Zhang Tianlai in the treatment room to hear clearly. Hello, it's Du Wei. Want to grab a meal? Sure. Let's meet at Encounter. I haven't been there in a while. Remember, don't be late. Okay, don't worry. I want to leave until I'm drunk. Du Wei tucked his phone back into his pocket, glanced at the treatment room, and then left the spirit control department. As soon as he exited, he called Meng Jiayuan. Before I help you seize the starry wheel, can you do me a favor first? Du Wei stated directly as soon as the call connected. Chapter 41, I am Fong Zhan encounter at the bar. Although this bar is a clean bar, many young people come and go, likely because of the desire to encounter a sweet romance here. Du Wei s'y opposite Meng Jiayuan, who is tasting her drink and still feels that Du Wei is too crazy. I think it's still too crazy. How dare you provoke someone from the spirit control department? Of course, Meng Jiayuan's voice is very low. Only the two of them can hear. Du Wei sneers. If I don't take action, I'll be the one who dies. Besides, if you didn't help, you wouldn't have come here, would you? But let us be clear, I'll only help you control him. The killing part is up to you. Meng Jiayuan makes a gesture across her neck. It's a deal. Du Wei raises his glass to clink with hers. After exchanging a few more words and estimating the time is about right, Meng Jiayuan sits in a corner of the bar, a place that is extremely concealed and has gauze curtains blocking the view. If one doesn't look closely, it's hard to notice her presence. About half an hour later, a man in a hoodie, listening to music with his hands in his pockets, swaggered into the bar. He immediately locked his eyes on Du Wei. To avoid harming innocent people, he took out his spirit control department credentials and said to the bar owner, Boss, please help me clear the place. I have a case to handle. Spirit control department. The owner was taken aback and quickly nodded. Okay, I'll disperse the guests right away. Sir, is there something dirty in my little shop? Don't ask what you shouldn't, the hooded man said in a deep voice, scaring the owner into silence. When the spirit control department is handling a case, everyone has an obligation to cooperate because everyone knows that when someone from the spirit control department appears, they're not capturing ordinary criminals, but rather the dirty things that harm people. Therefore, the status of the spirit control department is incredibly high in the hearts of ordinary people. They even see it as the department secretly protecting the world. Quick, get out. The spirit control department's spirit master is handling a case. Is he really a spirit master? Is he really from the spirit control department? He looks just like us. Let us go. We can't stay here any longer. Something dirty must have come in. Run. In less than 10 minutes. Everyone left the encounter bar, but the bold ones didn't truly leave. Instead, they lingered outside the bar, keeping their distance. Boss, you should go out too, said the hooded man, Zhang Tianlai. Okay, this was the first time the owner had seen someone from the spirit control department, and he was extremely respectful. Sir, please be careful. We want to disturb you. Once everyone had exited, Zhang Tianlai took out a ball that looked like a sea urchin and placed it flat on the ground. In the next second, the ball emitted a strange white mist-like energy similar to a humidifier. Soon, a special energy enveloped the bar, resembling thick frost and fog, isolating the sounds and environment from the outside. Those lingering outside the bar could no longer see or hear what was happening inside. Zhang Tianlai walked up to Du Wei, his face growing colder. You should have made that call in the bathroom. You were the one from that day. Du Wei's eyes widened, fear rippling across his face. Whoosh! Zhang Tianlai unhesitatingly threw a dagger from his sleeve. The dagger pierced directly into Du Wei's forehead, blood instantly sliding down the dagger, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Du Wei's face was filled with terror, pain coursing through his body, and then he began to scream in agony. Ah, it hurts! Zhang Tianlai coldly laughed like a killing machine, approaching Du Wei to pull out the dagger and stab it in his heart, then twisting the dagger forcefully. Killing you doesn't even require me to use my abilities. What a pity. It's such a pity that you didn't die in Qing Shui village. Are you sure you can kill me? Suddenly, the corners of Du Wei's mouth curled up slightly, a chilling coldness appearing in his eyes, and at the same time, his physical body became illusory and transparent, completely dissipating like dust 3 seconds later. Zhang Tianlai was shocked. Before he could think more, the real Du Wei appeared behind him, throwing 3 rapid punches, sending Zhang Tianlai flying to the ground. 13. In Du Wei's field of vision, the number above Zhang Tianlai's head quickly changed from 16 to 13. Zhang Tianlai quickly got up, realizing he had fallen into a trap, but before he could use his abilities, the things in front of him twisted again, and he saw a huge beast lunging at him to bite. This beast was terrifying and chilling, its body resembling a giant toad, covered with disgusting blisters that occasionally emitted a foul odor. Its eyes glimmered with a cruel and cunning light, like a ghost. Get lost! D. Zhang Tianlai stabbed at the toad with his dagger, but as soon as the dagger touched its skin, the toad instantly vanished, replaced by Du Wei. Bang! 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 Another 3 punches landed, and the number above Zhang Tianlai's head changed to 10. Seeing Du Wei, Zhang Tianlai reacted quickly and activated his ability Heart Thief. However, the toad appeared again, and Du Wei's figure disappeared once more. Zhang Tianlai's ability struck empty air, and a few seconds later, Du Wei reappeared like a phantom. Bang! 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 5 punches landed directly, and Zhang Tianlai felt intense pain, the number above his head turning into 5. This time, Zhang Tianlai panicked. He knew he had fallen into Du Wei's trap. There must still be Du Wei's accomplices hidden in the bar, and he had already guessed their abilities, which should be illusion-based. Therefore, everything Zhang Tianlai saw was a mix of reality and illusion, making it impossible for him to locate Du Wei, thus preventing him from using Heart Thief. Kid, hiding in the dark doesn't mean you have any skill. Come out if you have the guts. Zhang Tianlai shouted, clearly flustered. Originally, this should have been a massacre against Du Wei, but unexpectedly he fell into the enemy's illusion. Illusion-based abilities have 2 common characteristics. First, the hit rate is extremely low. If the enemy is on guard, it is very difficult to successfully cast. Second, once successful, the enemy finds it very difficult to break the illusion. Meng Jiyuan's ability is Dreamweaver, which creates an illusion for the enemy like a dream. So from the moment Zhang Tianlai entered the encounter bar, he fell into Meng Jiyuan's Dreamweaver, and he never noticed Meng Jiyuan in the corner from the beginning. Bang! 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 Du Wei suddenly appeared again, delivering another 5 punches to Zhang Tianlai. When the last punch landed, Zhang Tianlai spurted blood, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The number above his head, 1, had turned into nothingness. Meng Jin withdrew Dreamweaver, and at this moment, she was already drenched in sweat. Zhang Tianlai's combat power was not weak. If it weren't for his slightly weaker mental strength, Meng Jiyuan wouldn't have been able to successfully cast Dreamweaver. However, even so, using her ability against Zhang Tianlai had drained her energy. Du Wei noticed Meng Jiayuan's weakness and quickly supported her. Meng Jiayuan's face was pale, but she still joked, "Remember, you do me a big favor." Just as Du Wei chuckled, the bar door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man walked in, dressed in a suit with slicked-back hair and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His appearance bore varying degrees of resemblance to Fong Sanyin, Fong Luyin, and Fong Jiuyan. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Du Wei, a slight smile playing on his lips, cold like a hidden blade. "Hello, Du Wei, my young friend. I am Fong Zhan." Chapter 42, Torture. The appearance of Fong Zhan suddenly made the atmosphere tense. Du Wei instinctively protected Meng Jiayuan behind him, as she was extremely weak at that moment. Fong Zhan pulled out a chair and sat down steadily, crossing his legs, his gaze resembling that of an elder examining a junior. Du Wei also pulled out a chair for Meng Jiayuan to sit on. Finally, Du Wei sat down in the chair and faced Fong Zhan. After a few seconds of silence, Fong Zhan broke the quiet air. "Aren't you afraid? You shouldn't be that foolish." Du Wei sneered, glancing at the already stiff corpse of Zhang Tianlai. Fong Zhan looked at Zhang Tianlai and scoffed. "He is indeed a fool, only thinking about killing you to eliminate future troubles. But he never considered that if you died, he wouldn't be able to protect himself either. At that time, I would also be implicated. Fortunately, he wasn't foolish to the extreme. Before he came to see you, he knew to inform me. Indeed, he isn't too foolish. But you are a smart person," Du Wei said with a meaningful smile at Fong Zhan. Fong Zhan coldly laughed. "You are smarter than I imagined, and more mature than I expected. Upon seeing me, you are not afraid at all. With this mindset, you have already surpassed your peers." Flatterie, Du Wei replié. "I am still a protected figure of the Spirit Control Division after all. The case of Fong Sanyin is still pending. If I die, the first suspect the Spirit Control Division would think of would definitely be your Fong family. Moreover, if you were to act personally, my body would certainly bear your aura." "So," Fong Zhan sighed regretfully, "that's why I placed a devourer in Qingshui village. But I didn't expect that you could escape from a desperate situation. I also didn't expect that this fool Zhang Tianlai would cause me such a troublesome matter." Du Wei frowned. "I also didn't expect that you could smooth over the relationship with the Spirit Control Division and place a devourer in Qingshui village. To kill me, you truly go to any lengths. Don't you fear that Fong Jiuyan might also be killed by the devourer?" "Nonsense. How could I let a devourer kill my eldest son?" Fong Zhan said. "Now the cards are on the table. It's already an open hand. So you don't need to hide anymore. Tell me, how did Fong Sanyin die?" Fong Zhan's mouth twitched, his glasses trembling on the bridge of his nose. Du Wei shook his head, no comment. "You still want to deny it?" Fong Zhan slowly stood up, staring at Du Wei like a venomous snake. "You can kill Zhang Tianlai, which means you are not an ordinary person. You are a spirit user, right?" "No," Du Wei replié. In the next second, Fong Zhan lightly snapped his fingers, and Du Wei and Meng Jiayuan became unable to move. Then Fong Zhan walked in front of Du Wei, bent down, and whispered, "You have no idea how much I want to kill you, but the Spirit Control Division has a hand in it. For the future of the Fong family, I really cannot kill you casually. It's quite regrettable. However, I just don't believe that you are not a spirit user." After a moment of silence, Fong Zhan pressed his index finger on Du Wei's chest. A stream of spiritual energy coursed through Du Wei's meridians. Soon, Fong Zhan's eyes widened slowly. "There really is no spiritual energy in your body? But if you're not a spirit user, how did you kill Zhang Tianlai? This logic doesn't make sense at all." Fong Zhan snapped his fingers again, and Du Wei could speak, but his body remained immobile. Fong Zhan stared at Du Wei, frantically questioning. "Tell me, how did Fong Sanyin die, and all your secrets? Tell me everything. Why should I?" Du Wei replied coldly, "If you have the ability, just kill me." Fong Zhan smirked slightly. "Don't think you can provoke me. Although I can't kill you now, the days ahead are long. Sooner or later, I can kill you openly, but for today, it's easy to let you enjoy some pain." Crack. Fong Zhan broke Du Wei's arm, and Meng Jiayuan was unable to speak, her eyes filled with shock. Du Wei instinctively shouted, "Feels good. Keep going, old bastard." Crack. Du Wei's second arm was also broken in response. Beads of sweat the size of peas filled his forehead, and every breath was filled with extreme pain. What kind of person Fong Sanyan is, you should know best. He has committed all sorts of evil, killing and arson, even using his abilities to assault ordinary people. The number of girls he has ruined and killed is countless. Doesn't such a person deserve to die? Crack Fong Zhan said nothing, kicking Du Wei's foot until it shattered. Then coldly said, "Are you admitting to your crimes by saying that? Which ear of yours heard that?" Du Wei sneered while enduring the excruciating pain. Fong Zhan grabbed Du Wei's ear and forcefully pulled it outward, blood dripping down his cheek onto Fong Zhan's shoulder. "Is it this ear, is that okay? Useless old man. This is all you can do to vent your anger?" Du Wei seemed to feel no pain, his gaze as firm as steel. "Go ahead, I'll say it again. Fong Zanyan deserves Taotie. All right, I want to see how hard your bones can be." Fong Zhan looked at Du Wei with a sinister gaze. Fong Zhan took out a sharp butterfly knife, treating Du Wei's body like a cutting board, beginning to cut and stab wildly, but each strike avoided vital points, only causing Du Wei endless pain without endangering his life. Meng Jin watched in extreme terror from the side, unable to move, but her eyes were already red and moist, tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. Silence is a voiceless pain and a hysterical scream. It was the first time she saw a living person being sliced piece by piece like livestock awaiting slaughter. Blood was everywhere, splattering onto Fong Zhan's face, onto Meng Jun's clothes, onto the ground, and into the air, but there was not a hint of a bloody smell in the air, only Fong Zhan's crazed, sinister smile. "Does it feel good?" Fong Zhan twirled the butterfly knife, sending another piece of flesh flying out. Then he lightly stabbed Du Wei's arm, twisting the handle forcefully. "Does it stimulate you?" Du Wei was already drenched in sweat, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurry, waves of pain crashing over him, completely enveloping his body and soul. Even so, Du Wei did not scream, as that would only fuel Fong Zhan's arrogance. As time passed, and his body grew weaker, Du Wei felt like a deflated balloon, gradually becoming numb, and finally fainted. At that moment, Fong Zhan finally stopped. He put away the butterfly knife and took out a handkerchief to wipe his blood-red hands. Du Wei had completely turned into a blood-soaked person. After finishing everything, Fong Zhan looked indifferently at Du Wei. "You fainted so quickly. How boring." After speaking, he gently snapped his fingers, and after the binding technique Du Wei fell straight down, and Meng Jiyuan immediately caught him. Fong Zhan pushed his glasses and coldly laughed. "Take him a heel. If he dies, it has nothing to do with me. By the way, when he wakes up, tell him that I will handle the matter of Zhang Tianlai, and everything will be as if it never happened. Otherwise, it will be of no benefit to anyone. Of course, my business with him is long-term. Next time, I might just chop off his head." "You." Meng Jiyuan wanted to say something, but Fong Zhan had already left the encounter bar. Then Meng Jin also took Du Wei and left through the back door of the encounter bar. As for Zhang Tianlai's death, Fong Zhan should be able to handle it well. Originally, Zhang Tianlai's reason for going to the encounter bar was to expel the filthy things. At that time, Fong Zhan would seal off the place and rearrange it into a battlefield, then catch a pollution beast, allowing people to refine some details. He should be able to fool the Spirit Control Division. Meng Jian carried Du Wei to the logistics department of Lincoln Academy. Just as she was about to step inside, Zhonghe appeared behind her. Zhonghe smiled and said, "You must be Meng Jian. Give me Du Wei." Chapter 43 next. Meng Jian carried Du Wei and turned to examine Zhonghe. "You are the one behind Du Wei?" "No. To be precise, you should be his master." Meng Jiyuan's tone was calm. Although Zhonghe was in charge of the logistics department of Lincoln Academy, it was the first time Meng Jiyuan had met him. The higher-ups at Lincoln Academy were quite special. Aside from a few mentors, the apprentices in the academy had never seen the management personnel, nor had they even heard of the names of the high-ranking officials. For example, 99% of the apprentices had only met the highest leader of the academy in the role of director, and had never heard of higher-ranking leaders like the principal or headmaster. However, there was a secret rumor among the apprentices of Lincoln Academy. The strongest individuals in the academy were not the highest leaders, but rather ancient monsters who had lived for a long time. They were all elder-level figures, and even the school board members would not dare to say a word in their presence. Strangely enough, these elder-level figures could not possibly never show up or not come to Lincoln Academy. The reason so few people had seen them was likely because these big shots conceal their identities. For instance, Zhong He, whom Meng Zhiyuan encountered today, although he was the manager of the logistics department, his true identity could very well be one that Meng Zhiyuan looked up to. Zhong He smiled and nodded, coming in front of Meng Zhiyuan to take Du Wei's body. Indeed, I am Du Wei's master. By the way, I want to thank you on behalf of Du Wei for the matter in Qingshui village. Meng Zhiyuan's face turned red, and she quickly waved her hand. I just did what I was supposed to do. Zhong He nodded and was about to carry Du Wei inside when Meng Zhiyuan suddenly asked, Senior, don't you want to know who harmed Du Wei? No need. Zhong He turned his head and said something that made Meng Zhiyuan's scalp tingle. At that time, I was right outside the encounter bar. Fortunately, Du Zhan didn't go all out, otherwise he would have turned to ashes. Meng Zhiyuan's heart sank, and she began to suspect Zhong He's identity even more. Just as she had more questions to ask, Zhong He said, Little girl, if you are friends with Du Wei, please don't ask too much. By the way, in a few days, I will hand you a lively Du Wei. He won't delay your acquisition of the Starry Wheel. Zhong He left. Meng Jin stood there in a daze, her scalp tingling. The next day, Du Wei slowly awakened, and the wounds on his body felt like electric shocks. A voice from his side asked, Awake? Does it hurt? It hurts. Du Wei replied. What does it hurt? Zhong He asked with a smile. Du Wei said, In my heart. Why? Zhong He inquired. Du Wei said sadly, Because I am too weak. If I were strong enough, it should be Fang Zhan who is in pain. Very good. Zhong He stared seriously at Du Wei. This means you did not suffer in vain. Du Wei was sensitive and guessed in surprise. Master, could it be that when Fang Zhan was tormenting me To be honest, Zhong, he said, I was right outside the encounter. Du Wei's face looked troubled, and after a pause, he said, Master you. Zhong, he spoke candidly. Now I ask you, are you angry? Angry. Du Wei recalled the scene from yesterday and felt extremely humiliated. I wish I could tear Fang Zhan apart. Anger is good, but you're still alive, right? Zhong He smiled. Du Wei fell silent. Zhong He continued. Since you stepped into this circle, you must face various difficulties. These physical pains are nothing, but for you now, they are extremely important. Only by experiencing hardship can you understand how to chase after sweetness. If someone humiliates you, then return the favor, but you must understand patience. Wait until you are strong enough to retaliate, and when you do, it must be thorough. That's why I didn't intervene outside the encounter, letting you bear some pain early on. Facing some injuries will help you understand all of this sooner. Master, I understand. Du Wei nodded. Zhong He looked at Du Wei seriously again. Du Wei, you must remember, I am your master. You can see me as the light in your hand, but I cannot be the knife in your hand. So there are some things I cannot help you with. I also cannot help you. The wild grass under the wind and rain has the strongest vitality. I understand, Master, Du Wei replied. Zhong He took out a few pills and handed them to Du Wei. Take one every 3 hours. Tomorrow morning, I will teach you how to use the spiritual weapon. Okay. Du Wei was already looking forward to it. Before Zhong He was about to leave, he voiced his concerns. Master, did you know that Du Jian has gone mad? Zhong He smiled mysteriously. Oh, really? Du Jian has gone mad? That's great. Your case will be defined as a cold case for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong He left Du Wei's room. However, Du Wei had already confirmed his thoughts. If it weren't for Zhong He intervening, no one could have turned Du Jian into a madman without anyone noticing. He also deeply suspected that the injuries on Zhang Tianlai were also caused by Zhong He. After resting a bit longer, Du Wei received a news alert on his phone, which read as follows. An anomaly appeared at the encounter bar. A certain employee of the Spirit Control Department was tragically killed while capturing the anomaly. Fang Zhan, from the Spirit User family, appeared at the encounter bar and eliminated the anomaly. However, the article did not mention whether the anomaly was a beast or some other strange thing. It also mentioned that the surveillance data around the encounter bar had been destroyed by unknown factors, hence there are no related images. The Spirit Control Department has sealed off the scene and detailed investigations are ongoing. Just after Du Wei finished reading the news, Du Fei's call came in. At first, Du Wei wanted to hang up directly, but in the end, he answered. On the other end, Du Fei's voice came in frantically. Du Wei, what did you do to my brother? Why has he gone mad? Why is he being detained by the Spirit Control Department for so long? Why can you leave the Spirit Control Department unharmed? What exactly did you do to him? No comment. Go ask the Spirit Control Department. Dewey hung up the phone. The next second, his phone rang again. This time the caller was Lin Ruofei. Upon seeing those three characters, Dewey directly turned off his phone. After calming down, Dewey sorted through the events that had occurred recently. 1. Fang Zhan arranged an assassination in Qingshui village. Result: failure. 2. Zhang Tianlai attempted to assassinate me. Result: failure. 3. Zhong He beat up Zhang Tianlai. Credibility: 90. 4. Zhong He deleted and disturbed Du Jian's memories. Credibility: 100. 5. Fang Zhan severely injured me, but didn't kill me. Was it really just because of the Spirit Control Department? Du Jian's madness must have been known to him for a long time, so Fang Zhan couldn't figure out whether there was a powerful figure behind me or not. Conclusion: Fang Zhan won't easily act against me in the short term. 6. So what exactly is Zhong He's true identity? 7. Next things to do: learn how to use the spiritual weapon and acquire the Starry Wheel. Chapter 44: Dust World Weather. Sunny. Du Yuling's condition: not worsening. Location: Lingyuan Park. Outskirts of Jiangxing. 10 years ago, Lingyuan Park was destroyed by 5 strange beasts, with about 100 people buried here. As a result, Lingyuan Park has been abandoned for many years. Zhong He demonstrated the power of spiritual weapons to Du Wei, wielding the Ice Soul Sword and striking a large rock with a diameter of about 5 meters. The rock shattered with a loud bang, and debris flew everywhere. Du Wei was astonished. He had considered the power of spiritual weapons, but never imagined that in Zhong He's hands, a spiritual weapon could wield such power. Is this the might of a weapon infused with spiritual energy? Truly impressive. Zhong He smiled slightly. Any weapon, when empowered by spiritual energy, becomes a spiritual weapon, but while spiritual weapons are indeed powerful, it also depends on the user. It is not the hero that is weak, but the summoner. Du wish you could. Zhong He gave a thumbs up. Yes, that's the point. Spiritual weapons are specialized weapons for resurrectors, but in the end, resurrectors are just the stronger among ordinary humans. How can they control spiritual weapons? You must know that resurrectors cannot use spiritual energy at all. Du Wei asked in confusion. Zhong He explained calmly. Yes, resurrectors are merely the stronger among ordinary humans. Their speed, strength, and other attributes surpass those of ordinary people, but at the same time, their souls must be stronger than those of ordinary people, so they can withstand the backlash of spiritual weapons. And for powerful resurrectors, the backlash is almost unnoticeable. The backlash of spiritual weapons? Du Wei pondered. Is this backlash due to spiritual energy? Exactly. Zhong He nodded. Resurrectors cannot control spiritual energy, so they cannot resonate directly with spiritual weapons, which requires forcibly initiating the resonance. However, this approach can cause the spiritual energy within the spiritual weapon to harm the resurrector, which is why resurrectors must be strong humans, and even so, they must meet certain requirements. Otherwise, weak humans would be directly killed by the backlash of the spiritual energy within the spiritual weapon. Du Wei seemed to understand. And Zhong He tossed the Ice Soul Sword to him, saying with a smile, "Give it a try. Use your will to activate the spiritual energy within the Ice Soul Sword." Is this possible? Du Wei was half skeptical. Zhong He encouraged, "Be bold and try." Spiritual energy is the most responsive thing in the world. As long as it senses your strong intent, it can be activated. Is it that simple? Du Wei had imagined 10,000 ways to use a spiritual weapon, and he did not expect that he could activate its power just by using his will. In the next moment, he closed his eyes, concentrating all his intent on the Ice Soul Sword, as if he were summoning his martial arts. Zzzz. Suddenly, a sound similar to electricity crackled above the Ice Soul Sword, and at the same time, the hand gripping the hilt felt an intense coldness and electric shock. Du Wei instantly opened his eyes and was astonished to find that the Ice Soul Sword was now enveloped in a layer of azure energy, which shimmered like light and flowing water, transforming the originally ordinary long sword into something dazzling and magical. Zhong He's eyes flashed with momentary astonishment. Du Wei was a spiritualist with an empty body constitution, and his soul's strength far exceeded that of resurrectors. In fact, he was several times stronger than his peers among spiritualists, so naturally mastering a spiritual weapon was a piece of cake. But what surprised Zhong he was that Du Wei, using a spiritual weapon for the first time, could fully unleash the power within it. For example, a newly initiated resurrector might only be able to activate energy on the weapon that resembles a few strands of hair, and even those resurrectors are exceptionally gifted. Ordinary resurrectors, when using a spiritual weapon for the first time, often can only activate energy the size of a Hmong being. But what about Du Wei? He had covered the Ice Soul Sword with a layer of energy, even wrapping it fully. Is this what it feels like to be a resurrector? Du Wei turned and swung at another large rock. Boom, the rock exploded, scattering debris as if Du Wei's strike was nearly on par with Zhong He's earlier one. Du Wei withdrew his intent, and the Ice Soul Sword quickly returned to its original state. He looked at Zhong He and asked, "Master, am I a good summoner?" "SOSO. Zhong He, fearing Du Wei would become arrogant, replied with an indifferent expression. In truth, his heart was tumultuous. Damn it. It won't be long before the Ice Soul Sword can no longer satisfy Du Wei. Having a disciple is costly. Du Wei smiled. As long as I'm not too weak, thank you for your guidance, Master. I will practice diligently in the future. By the way, a few days later, you and Meng Jun will go to find the Starry Wheel. You must be careful and prioritize safety in everything. When you return, I have a new task for you. Zhong He nodded. Du Wei took it to heart and then asked, Master, what new task will you assign to me? This matter concerns your sister Du Yuling. Zhong He said. Speaking of Du Yuling, Du Wei became interested, his mind becoming sharper. Is it that if I complete the task you mentioned, my sister's condition? Hee, I'll keep you in suspense. We'll talk about it when you return. Zhong He smiled mysteriously. Although Zhong He did not say, Du Wei's heart remained extremely fervent, seizing the opportunity to ask, Master, since you agreed to let me and Meng Jun search for the Starry Wheel, does that mean my martial arts can also be imprinted by the Starry Wheel? In other words, can my martial arts also be upgraded? Why are you asking me? Zhong He frowned slightly, saying, Once you obtain the Starry Wheel, you will naturally know. Du Wei stopped asking, since Zhong He did not deny it. It was highly likely a confirmation. Thus, he looked forward even more to the Starry Wheel and practiced the Ice Soul Sword with greater effort. A few days later, Du Wei and Meng Jiyuan met at a CAF outside Lincoln Academy. She assessed Du Wei's condition and smiled. You're recovering well. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Du Wei paused and continued to ask, Aren't we setting off yet? No pity. Meng Jiyuan took a sip of coffee, saying, Before we set off, there are some important matters I need to clarify with you first. You go ahead. Du Wei replied. Meng Jiyuan looked at Du Wei seriously. This time, our destination is the Ruins District of Jiangxing. The Ruins District. This area has long been invaded by strange beasts, demons, and monsters, and it has become devoid of human presence. Even if there are, they are either mentally disturbed humans or those abandoned by this world. Thus, the Ruins District is extremely perilous. Unless they are resurrectors or spiritualists, no one would willingly step into the Ruins District, which is also a refuge for death row inmates. No problem. Du Wei smiled indifferently. As long as we can obtain the Starry Wheel, that's all that matters. Meng Jiyuan frowned slightly, her expression serious. The Ruins District is not the main concern. The key point is that we might also face the Dust World. Chapter 45. Do not go to the Dust World, the hiding place of the Starry Roulette. The so-called Dust World is equivalent to a dungeon in the game, a small world that is detached from reality. This small world is generally invisible to ordinary people. Only by triggering the switch to the Dust World can one have the opportunity to fall into it. Once trapped in the Dust World, one must complete certain tasks according to the rules of the Dust World in order to return safely to reality. Otherwise, they will be forever sealed within the Dust World. This is also why it is called the Dust World. The word dust does not mean dirt, but rather sealing away. It is rumored that the appearance of the Dust World is closely related to the red mist, like a strange spatial energy that can exist in a leaf, a grain of dust, or a droplet of water. The Starry Roulette is also a peculiar and magical object, so it naturally does not exist in the real world without significance. Most of it is located within the Dust World. The dust world is extremely dangerous, and, generally, to explore the dust world, a full complement of spiritual beings is necessary, such as having main attackers, controllers, and support personnel. Otherwise, it is very difficult to come back unscathed. However, Du Wei and Meng Jiyuan had no outside help besides relying on each other. Even if there were others, they did not want outsiders to get involved, as it would inevitably lead to trouble caused by the starry roulette. However, the ruins area is vast, and it is uncertain whether they would find the starry roulette on this trip. After all, the starry roulette is a rare object that is hard to come by. After hearing Meng Jiyuan's description of the dust world, Du Wei suddenly stared at her very seriously. I ask you, is the starry roulette a necessary item for us to become stronger? This was the first time Meng Jiyuan had seen Du Wei with such an expression, and she was somewhat at a loss. Yes. In that case, Du Wei smiled calmly, but mixed with a steely determination. Then let us go forward without hesitation. If you want to become stronger, you must take risks. What is there to be afraid of? As soon as he finished speaking, Du Wei extended his fist. Meng Jiyuan was stunned. Seeing Du Wei's fist seemed to ignite something within her. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails, and only by becoming stronger can one protect oneself. There are countless paths, each extremely dangerous, so why not choose a path of strength? Are you scared? Du Wei noticed that Meng Jiyuan remained motionless and shook his fist again. Meng Jiyuan smiled. You haven't activated any special abilities, have you? Du Wei chuckled. Of course not. Bang! The two fists collided, and Meng Jiyuan smiled. Then there is nothing to fear. Then, out of curiosity, Du Wei asked, by the way, where did you hear that the starry roulette appeared in the ruins area? On the internal network of the Lincoln Academy, Meng Jiyuan replied, taking a sip of coffee casually. What? Du Wei was dumbfounded. He thought this news was known only to the two of them. Meng Jiyuan giggled. Who told you not to browse the Academy's posts? Now I'm a bit suspicious about the authenticity of this news, Du Wei said with a wry smile. Meng Jiyuan insisted. This news is absolutely true because the person who posted it is Yu Yanhizhong. Yu Yanhizhong. Du Wei mumbled this username. Was this person reliable? Meng Jiyuan swallowed her coffee. Super reliable. He is very mysterious, and no one knows his true identity. But he has the highest rank on the Lincoln Academy's internal network, and all the news he posts has never been false, 100 authentic. While Meng Jiyuan was speaking, Du Wei had already taken out his phone and entered the Lincoln Academy's internal network. Although he was not an apprentice of the Academy, he was a formal employee and naturally had permission to browse the internal network. Sure enough, just as Meng Jiyuan said, the person named Yan Yuhizhong was indeed the highest-ranking person on the internal network, and every post he published was a high-quality post, with replies below praising Lord Hezhong is invincible, and similar messages. This shows that the news released through him should be quite accurate. However, other questions soon followed. Du Wei said, in that case, there must be more than just the two of us going to the ruins area. Other spiritual beings from our academy will definitely go as well. Of course, Meng Jiyuan replied. No one would miss this opportunity, and I think after this news spread, not only people from our academy will go, but other academy spiritual beings and even some rogue spiritual beings will also come to check it out. Compared to the dangers of the dust world, these competitors are the most brutal existence. Du Wei shook his head with a wry smile. Now that you mention it, the difficulty has doubled, but I like the hardest dungeons. Back in the day, I took on 19 in the Demon Wars. A ruthless crane? Meng Jiyuan laughed. No, now even cranes are not worthy. Du Wei's eyes lit up, as if he had found his comrades. You also play Toxic Mill Powder? Such an old game is really addictive, but I've already quit. Now I just want to amplify myself, Meng Jiyuan replied. After finishing her coffee, Du Wei stood up and smiled. Then let's go to the ruins area to find Clunth for amplification. Nice. Meng Jiyuan got up. There are several ways to travel from Jiang City to the border of the ruins area, including by subway, taxi, and bus. However, no matter which way, one must obtain a ruins pass. Of course, this certificate is very easy to obtain. As long as one is a resurrector or a spiritual being, it can be generated automatically. The ruins pass is an indispensable item because it is the key to opening the seal of the ruins area, just like a ticket for transportation. The ruins area is located in the southeast direction of Jiang City. And Du Wei and Meng Jiyuan chose the cheapest mode of travel, taking the bus. Although it was economical, it could not reach the destination directly. And after getting off the bus, they still needed to walk for a while. This was tough for Meng Jiyuan. She did not expect that Du Wei, the eldest son of the Du family, would be so stingy. The coffee they had earlier was paid for by her. No wonder Du Wei doesn't have a girlfriend. Before long, the two of them arrived at a spacious hall. They placed their hands on the machine S screen, and then passed the identity verification of spiritual beings and resurrectors. Soon, 2 ruins passes slowly emerged from the issuance slot. Let us go, just follow the signs here, and we can reach the number 10 ceiling gate of the ruins area, Meng Jiyuan said. Du Wei nodded and followed Meng Jiaoyuan. The coldness of the passage inevitably made one feel a sense of emptiness inside, quiet to an uncomfortable degree, and even a slight sound could produce a strong echo. The road to the ruins area is not meant for ordinary people, so it's very quiet and desolate, Meng Jiyuan said. Sizzle. Just as she was speaking, Meng Jiyuan suddenly slid back, and Du Wei also stopped in his tracks. Ahead, a blood-soaked man was leaning against the wall, gasping heavily. Upon seeing Du Wei and Meng Jiyuan, he slowly turned his head, blood dripping from his hair. Go back. Hurry back. Don't go to the ruins area. Then the man pounded the ground, his eyes bloodshot, shouting frantically. Chapter 46. There are still living people. Du Wei and Meng Jiyuan cautiously approached the man. It seemed that he had just escaped from a fierce battle in the ruins, or perhaps he had gone through something terrifying. To be cautious, they stopped 2 meters away from him. The man was still yelling, "Stop! Don't come any closer. There's something terrible inside." Meng Jiyuan examined the man closely and tried to ask, "Did you just come back from the ruins?" "Don't ask." The man suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with red bloodshot veins. "I told you, don't ask. In short, if you want to live, don't go to that place." Meng Jiyuan glanced nervously at Du Wei. She felt something was off about the man, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. This person clearly meant well for the two of them, warning them not to take risks, yet he gave off a strange vibe, as if he were lying. However, the man's hysteria didn't seem like a lie. It looked more like he was acting. When Meng Jiyuan looked at Du Wei, he had the same thought, so he asked the man, "You said we shouldn't go to that place? Then what place are you talking about?" The man seemed to freeze, lowering his head in silence. The next moment, he frantically raised his head and shouted, "Go back! Quickly go back! Don't go to the ruins!" Seeing this, Du Wei had a rough understanding of the situation and asked Meng Jiyuan, "Is there a spirit user who can create puppets?" "It seems you've guessed it too." Meng Jiyuan nodded. "Yes, as far as I know. There's an ability called Scarecrow." "What does it do?" Du Wei asked. Meng Jiyuan looked at the man. Just like he is now, a user with the Scarecrow ability can transform a real scarecrow into a flesh and blood human, adding emotions and language to deceive others. As she spoke, the bloodied man suddenly slumped down as if dead, lying on the ground. After a moment of silence, his flesh and blood gradually dissipated, transforming into a real scarecrow. Du Wei continued to move forward, and Meng Jiyuan quickly followed. He shook his head, smiling. "It seems that the scarecrow user isn't strong enough. He couldn't even scare us. I think that him using his ability here means that many spirit users have gathered in the ruins. He probably thinks that scaring away one more person reduces competition." Meng Jiyuan said, "You're right." Du Wei waved his fist, but tricks like this don't work. What really works is a fist. Hope everything goes well. Meng Jiyuan felt a bit sentimental. Du Wei smiled brightly. "In this battle royale, we will win." About half an hour later, the two finally arrived at the entrance of Gate 10. It was called a gate, but it was actually just a frame with a blue energy inside. It should be similar to the teleportation portal of the little lowly Yiwu. "Stick the ruins pass on it, and we can go to the ruins," Meng Jiyuan said. Du Wei said, "Let's do it." But Meng Jiyuan grabbed him, her eyes filled with mixed emotions. "Are you really sure? Once you step in, you might get caught up in a dangerous conflict. If there is no conflict, it would be meaningless for me to come here. Besides, even if I die inside, don't think that it's because of you that I got caught up in this conflict. I'm telling you now, even without you, I would still come here because I've loved excitement since I was a child." Du Wei gently patted Meng Jiyuan's head, smiling gently. "So, don't have any psychological pressure. My life and death have nothing to do with anyone. After saying that, Due stuck the ruins pass on the frame and disappeared from the spot. Meng Jun stood there, pouting angrily as she stepped into Gate 10. Don't you know that you shouldn't casually touch a girl's head? Bad man. Moments later, Meng Jun arrived in the ruins, where Due was waiting for her. Due said, I thought you weren't coming. If you touch my head again, I will fight you. Meng Jiuyuan retorted. Due raised an eyebrow. It's just a head. Only fathers and boyfriends can touch a girl's head. Meng Jiuyuan huffed. Then I can. Due smited. Due's smile was very sunny, giving off a healing feeling, making Meng Jiuyuan a bit shy. What can you do? Call me daddy. Due teased. Meng Jiuyuan, get lost. At this point, both of them fell silent because the scene before them was too shocking. They were teleported by Gate 10 to an abandoned garbage dump. The ground was covered with piles of garbage as high as mountains. But most of it was inedible scrap metal and other refuse, with no edible food in the kitchen waste. In the distance, all that could be seen were ruins, collapsed buildings and pockmarked ground, as if it had been bombed. Darkness, a sea of darkness. Aside from the faint light from the moon and stars, no other light could be seen. It was hard to imagine that this place was once a bustling area filled with people. Now, this area had been completely destroyed by monsters, and the air was filled with a stale smell of blood. It was uncertain whether there were any surviving human beings left here. Meng Jiuyuan sighed. Is this the result of being abandoned by humanity? Suddenly, a sound of birds chirping came from the sky. Then, a bird fell to the ground, and Due and Meng Jiuyuan rushed to the bird's corpse, horrified. The bird no longer resembled a bird. Its wings were twisted and deformed, its skin covered in warts like a toad, with pale pupils and crooked claws piercing through its wart-covered skin. It was still screaming in pain, not completely dead yet. But both Due and Meng Jiuyuan knew that it wouldn't last long before it disappeared from this world forever. This was a world that had been abandoned. When the red mist came, without a protective formation, the lives and deaths of all beings depended on the whims of fate. Even the beings that could survive would end up like this bird, trapped in a cycle worse than death. Even if they were alive, their appearances had long been ghastly, and their souls had been tainted into demons. This was the true world after the recovery of spiritual energy. This was a world abandoned by humanity. Suddenly, from behind a pile of garbage, 5 or 6 living people rushed out. They crashed into Due and Meng Jiuyuan like ghosts. And then they scrambled for the bird's corpse like rabid dogs, tearing it apart in an instant. In just a moment, the bird was ripped to shreds. And those 5 or 6 people hurriedly stuffed the pieces into their mouths, chewing the bones along with the flesh, as if fearing that something might happen and someone else would take it away from them. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Due and Meng Jiuyuan hadn't even reacted before the bird's corpse vanished. But there were still living people. Chapter 47 home at this moment. The survivors of the ruins finally noticed Due and his companion. They turned around, staring blankly at them, their eyes devoid of malice, filled only with endless despair. Although they were the remnants of this world, they were not fools. They knew that anyone who could enter the ruins area was undoubtedly a spiritual practitioner or reviver, and they could not afford to provoke such individuals. Soon, they wiped the bird blood from the corners of their mouths and turned to leave. But at that moment, Due chuted loudly. The 6 people paused in surprise. Among them were 4 adult men, 1 adult woman, and a gaunt little girl. Each of their faces was as black as coal, with various sized lumps on their skin, and some even had horn-like bones growing from their hands. In short, they had almost lost all characteristics of normal humans. If it weren't for the fact that their minds had not yet been corrupted, only their bodies had mutated, they might have already been labeled as bloodthirsty monsters. Due watched as the 6 people turned around again and cautiously took half of the food from his backpack, slowly placing it on the ground. Before he could finish a sentence, the 6 surged forward like rabid dogs, and the food on the ground was snatched away in an instant. However, most of the food was taken by the 4 men, while the woman and the little girl could only pick up the scraps on the ground. Yet they did not mind, even eating the dirt along with the scraps. They had no idea how long it had been since they last ate normal human food, so they naturally dared not waste even a bit. Meng Jiuyuan seemed to be infected by the atmosphere as well. She took out her own food and handed it to the woman and the little girl. At that moment, the men tried to rush forward again to snatch more, but Du Wei took a step forward, which scared them into immobility. It was only then that the woman timidly accepted the food from Meng Jiayuan, quickly opening it and shoving it into the little girl's mouth. For them, food in hand did not count as food. Only what was eaten counted. Eat slowly, don't choke, Meng Jiayuan said with a gentle smile. Tears streamed down the woman's and the little girl's faces, moved not only by the delicious food, but also by encountering kind-hearted people. They ate quickly, finishing all the food Meng Jiayuan had given them in just 3 minutes. It was known that the food Meng Jiayuan offered was enough for her to eat for an entire day. The woman and the little girl knelt on the ground, looking reverently at Du Wei and Meng Jiayuan. The little girl smiled. Perhaps because she rarely smiled, her smile looked awkward and even created a sense of incongruity. Smiling is supposed to be the simplest expression of human emotion, but for them, it seemed so laborious. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. Then the little girl quickly began to bow her head, and the woman beside her also bowed her head, although the woman only cried excitedly and did not say a word. The little girl stammered an explanation. Brother, sister, my mom. Because of the red mist, she can't speak anymore, so you mustn't blame her. Du Wei and Meng Jiayuan hurriedly helped the two of them up. Don't worry, we won't blame her. At the same time, the 4 men also gathered around, and Du Wei and his companion instinctively became alert. The little girl waved her hand and said, No need to be nervous, they're all good people. Meng Jiayuan thought to herself, good people snatch food from women and children? Du Wei had the same thought, but as a man, he quickly understood the little girl's meaning. Just now, they had all been in a state of extreme hunger, fighting for food out of instinct. Another reason was that in such an extremely harsh environment, only by surviving could they avoid extinction. What kind of people were more likely to survive? Naturally, it was the strong, and among these people, the vast majority were men. This was an inherent advantage of men that no one could change. Moreover, in an environment where food was scarce, clothing inadequate, and life was left to chance, powerful men would naturally dominate human groups. This was why, in higher civilizations, equality between men and women increased. The continuation of life might be the only belief for these people. Therefore, they needed strong people, needed such good people to maintain the traces of their survival. Conversely, it seemed like an unfair treatment of the weak, the elderly, women, and children. But this was their survival rule. Otherwise, the strong would weaken, and the weak might not necessarily grow strong. Meng Jiayuan still couldn't understand. She directly asked the little girl, Sister, why do you still say they are good people after how they treated you and your mother? The little girl skillfully replied, Survival rule number 1. Healthy, strong men are the highest ranking people. Women with reproductive abilities are the 2nd rank. Healthy girls, boys, and infants are the 3rd rank. Dying, incapacitated men are the 4th rank. Dying, incapacitated women are the 5th rank. Survival rule number 2. The little girl recited many survival rules of the ruins area, and summed up with just 2 words, survival. And these 4 men should be the highest ranking people. The little girl was the 3rd rank, and her mother, if she had lost her reproductive ability, should be the 5th rank. Therefore, when the 4 men snatched food, they still left some scraps for the little girl and the woman, which from their perspective could indeed be considered as good people. After hearing the little girl's explanation, Meng Jiayuan was greatly impacted. At that moment, one of the 4 men, a more robust one, said, I know what you are here for. Follow me. After saying that, the man walked ahead, with the woman and the little girl following behind. Du Wei glanced at Meng Jiayuan and loudly asked, Since you know our purpose for coming here, why are you helping us? Because you are good people too, the man replied, turning back with a stiff smile. Most of the people living in the ruins area were the most heinous criminals from the normal world, which was why they had been abandoned here, enduring endless suffering. However, not everyone was a ruthless villain. There were also those who had been thrown here for offending the wrong people. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the order of the world had been destroyed, and human morality seemed to gradually fade away. Good people, bad people, they are all human. But those who could define good and bad seemed to have never been human. The 6 of them led Du Wei and his companion into an underground passage, which resembled an abandoned main road sewer, allowing for walking, but the air inside was extremely foul, with a smell that was not only pungent, but had undergone a glaring qualitative change. Due guessed this should be their home. Chapter 48. Born of the same root, as they delved deeper, the air became increasingly oppressive. The people living here resembled worms in the soil. Due felt the sorrow of the worms, but it was not solely sorrow. There were also small moments of happiness. After all, living underground was their only way to evade the red mist. Just imagine, if the underground infrastructure were to be destroyed, where would they go? A slightly stout man self-deprecatingly said, "We're just bugs in the ground. Wait a moment, and you will meet our leader. But whether you can get the information you want depends on yourself." Humans living in the ruins, about 10 of them, formed a small group, hiding in various underground spaces. The leader of this group was affectionately called the leader. Due and his companion nodded, and he smiled, saying, "We are already very grateful that you can bring us here." The ruins were like an uncharted sea for Due and his companion. Searching for the traces of the starry wheel here was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. They were, in essence, leading Due and his companion onto a shortcut. Whether it was passable or not would depend on their fate. Should they talk or not? As they were nearing their destination, a sharp sound suddenly pierced through the air. Crack, bang, bang, bang. Then came these strange sounds. The first noise sounded like someone had their head chopped off, the sound of blade scraping against bone. The second sounded like a head rolling on the ground. The 6 guides knew something was wrong and hurriedly quickened their pace forward. Due and Meng Jiayuan dared not delay and quickly followed. Huff, huff. The 6 men were panting heavily, and only when they entered a large circular space did they stop. However, the scene before them made their breath catch in their throats. This space had some simple living supplies and wooden beds. Unusually, these items were all stained with bright red blood, and the ground was also splattered with blood. What was most eye-catching was the human body parts scattered across the ground. These dismembered limbs were piled chaotically together, heads, limbs, and other body parts formed a small mountain. And there were even some internal organs piled on top, making the air unbearably bloody. In the very center of this place, an elderly man with white hair was being held at knife point. The blade had already sliced through the old man's skin, and blood dripped down slowly. The one holding the dagger was none other than Fang Jiuyan. Beside the old man stood 2 women. One was Du Fei, and the other was Luo Iran. Besides the 2 of them, there was also a man, Li Daowei, who had previously provoked Du Wei. You killed my family. You? Damn. Seeing this scene, the 4 men regained their senses, and their veins bulged as they roared loudly. However, Fang Jiuyan and the others did not pay any attention to these mutants. Their first glance was at Due and Meng Jiuyan. Du Fei tilted her head slightly, frowning. "My dear brother, how come you're everywhere?" As soon as she said this, one of the men among the mutants suddenly turned to stare at Due. "You 2 are with them?" Due shook his head, his expression unwavering. "We just know each other, but we're definitely not on the same side. Besides, we are human, while they are not." Meng Jiuyan looked at the dismembered limbs on the ground, trembling all over. "Fang Jiuyan, do you know what you have done?" After the incident in Qingshui village, Fang Jiuyan's attitude towards Meng Jiuyan had changed drastically. He sneered, "These mutants clearly know the hiding place of the Starry Wheel, but they refuse to speak, so do you think they should be killed?" At the same time, Due pulled the women and little girl among the mutants to the back and stood at the forefront of all the mutants. They understood that Due was protecting them, so they slowly began to back away. They were just physically mutated, their minds were not broken, and having them face a spirit user was akin to a mantis trying to stop a car. "Big brother, thank you. You must rescue Grandpa." "No, big brother. Even if you don't save him, just make sure you survive," the little girl murmured behind Due, who remained silent but had already made up his mind. He wanted Fang Jiuyan and the others to pay for the evil they had committed. Born of the same root. "Why must we harm each other so urgently?" Due coldly shouted. "Though they are sinful beings, being exiled here already serves as their due punishment. You, Fang Jiuyan, have no right to take their lives." "Huh, saintly bitch. Du fais que little ged," Meng Jiayuan said. "They haven't harmed you. They just want to survive." Yet you ruthlessly kill these innocent people. By the logic of normal humans, everyone would stop your evil deeds. I want to ask, where does the term saintly bitch come from? Is it true justice to watch you slaughter the innocent? Du Fei had a high and mighty expression. These people deserve to die. And since they refuse to speak about the hiding place of the starry wheel, they're even more deserving of death. But my dear brother, actually think these people shouldn't die. I really can't understand what kind of nonsense logic you have. Meng Jiuyuan's face flushed with anger. You are truly inhumane. Du Wei found Du Fei's words utterly ridiculous. He chuckled and shook his head. As a spirit user, one should not bully the weak. I truly can't understand why heaven would allow people like you to awaken. Clap, clap, clap. Li Dawei clapped his hands, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Du Wei, right? Have you watched too many movies? If a strong person does not bully the weak, then what is the point? It's like, if a successful person does not return home in glory, then what is there to discuss about success? Switching concepts, what a ridiculous logic. Du Wei's gaze fell upon Fang Juyin. Fang Juyin, it's not too late to let that old man go now. Fang Juyin sneered, but unexpectedly retracted the dagger. Then kicked the old man away. The old man crashed against the wall with a bang. Grandpa! The little girl shouted loudly, tears streaming down uncontrollably, causing others to gasp in shock. However, the old man endured the excruciating pain, waved his hand, and forced a smile, indicating that he was fine. At this moment, Fang Juyin stared at Du Wei, playing with the dagger in his hand. Want to be a hero of justice? It's not hard. Just have the guts to duel with me. All right. Du Wei stepped forward, exuding immense momentum. Meng Jian felt worried but said nothing. To become a true strong person, one must face endless suffering and challenges. Otherwise, they would only remain stagnant. Fang Juyin coldly laughed. You are too eager. I haven't finished speaking. What I mean is, you and I are in a life and death duel, so do you still dare to accept now? Accept, Du Wei replied without hesitation. Luo, Iran, and Du Fei sneered to the side. Fang Juyin was a 2-star spirit user, and even though Du Wei had now become a resurrector, he was definitely not his match. Accepting the challenge was akin to walking towards the abyss of death. Upon hearing this, Fang Juyin's blood surged. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He knew that the moment for him to avenge Fang Sanyan had come. Tapte 49 Fidaslias Dufi, Li Wei. And Luo Iran stepped aside. Meng Jian, accompanied by 6 mutants, slowly retreated further back. Fang Juyin beckoned to Du Wei. For these mutated garbage people, risking your life. You really are foolish. The biggest difference between humans and beasts is the understanding of reverence. A beast like you, who doesn't even understand the reverence for life. Even if I don't kill you, others will. Du Wei felt that Fang Juyin was quite pitiful, so the truly foolish one is you. Fang Juyin shook his head, a mocking smile on his face. I don't understand your reverence, and you certainly don't understand my world, so enough with the nonsense. It's time to send you to meet the King of Hell. With the last note falling, Fang Juyin directly summoned his spiritual energy to protect himself, causing his strength, speed, and stamina to rapidly rise several levels, and then he charged fiercely at Du Wei. This was the natural advantage of a spiritualist. Even without using abilities, just relying on spiritual energy, their physical strength was greater than that of ordinary resurrectors. However, the arrogant Fang Juyin was unaware that Du Wei was not an ordinary resurrector. Boom! Facing Fang Juyin, who charged like a wild bull, Du Wei showed no signs of dodging and met his punch head-on. The 2 fists collided, and surprisingly, neither of them fell behind. This left Luo Iran, Duffy, and even Fang Juyin himself deeply shocked. Only Meng Jiyuan remained calm. She had already witnessed Du Wei's powerful physique. In her heart, Du Wei was far stronger than an ordinary resurrector, especially since he had a mysterious master, Zhonghe. Perhaps it was because of Zhonghe's teachings that Du Wei's physique was so powerful. In fact, this was indeed the case, despite Zhonghe's training methods being quite simple. The principle of great truths being simple often meant that the simpler the training, the more it could stimulate a person's potential. One punch. Du Wei silently chanted in his heart. Before the battle began, he had already activated fist technique. After this punch, The number above Fong Julian's head changed from 10 to 9. This meant that after 9 more punches, Fong Julian was sure to die. Good kid. I'm quite shocked that you can steadily take my punch. But I wonder if you can take this punch. Fong Julian sneered, then suddenly turned around. His left fist performing a perfect arc in the air, the spiritual energy on his fist shining brightly. This punch was immensely powerful. Du Wei didn't dare to take it head-on and quickly squatted to evade, then struck Fong Julian under the armpit with another punch. Fong Julian felt his arm go numb, but due to the spiritual energy protecting him, the numbness only lasted a few seconds before fading. 8. However, Fong Julian's next kick was extremely fast. Almost as Du Wei's punch landed under Fong Julian's armpit, his foot had already kicked Du Wei in the abdomen. Whoosh bang! Du Wei flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground, but he had no time to be pretentious. He quickly got up, narrowly avoiding Fong Julian's next instant strike. Now, Du Wei's mind was filled with how to land his punches on Fong Julian. His punches may not hurt Fong Julian much, but with only 8 punches left, Fong Julian would undoubtedly lose. However, the following Fong Julian did not give Du Wei a single chance. His speed and strength rose again. After several rounds, Du Wei was already bruised and battered, while Fong Julian remained unscathed. Yet he didn't know that during this time, Du Wei had secretly scored a few points. Therefore, the number above Fong Julian's head had now changed to 5. The two distanced themselves, briefly halting combat. Du Wei was covered in blood, his swollen eyes somewhat obstructing his vision, leaving him with only one eye to see clearly. Big brother, the little mutant girl whispered in pain, while the other mutants looked tense. Clearly, in this brawl, Du Wei had fallen to a disadvantage. At this moment, the injured old mutant smiled and said to Du Wei, "Young man, you should go. Don't risk your life for me. Even if you save me, I don't know anything about the roulette. Just go. I'm just a sinful worm living in the ruins." Upon hearing this, Duffy, Luo, Iran, and Li Dawei turned to stare at the old man, their gazes quite meaningful. Mang Jun observed the situation on the field and seemed to understand a bit. At this point, how can the old man still claim he doesn't know the whereabouts of the starry roulette? Could he really be unaware? If he truly doesn't know, then Du Wei betting his life on this battle would be a huge loss. Fong Julian's heart also wavered. He frowned, thinking, could it be that he really doesn't know about the starry roulette? If that's the case, then killing so many mutants would be a waste of effort and time. Everyone had their own thoughts, but only Du Wei remained resolute. He faced the old man, pointing at Fong Julian, and said, "My life and death duel with him is not just to save you, but also to help him atone for his sins. This world is filled with darkness. Some hold bright lights, while others are mired in the mud. But those who hold the light should never trample on those who are stuck in the mud, unless he is the mud itself. So, I can't stand this order of existence. Perhaps some will think this is a self-righteous act, and others will think it's enough to mind their own business. But if this dark world doesn't change, then what's the difference between being alive and being dead?" Du Wei is not saving the old man. He is saving the deep conviction in his heart. This world has indeed become dark, but indifference, cruelty, ruthlessness, and bloodlust should not be the main themes. From the moment he became a resurrector, he secretly decided that though the world is dim, he will become a firefly. The light may be weak, but at least it is dazzlingly beautiful. If others know of his thoughts, perhaps some will laugh at him, and even more will think he's being childish. But if his sister knew, she would definitely support him unconditionally, because no matter how evil the world is, goodness always exists. Since most people in this world have chosen the opposite of goodness, then Du Wei will be their opposite, for that is what it means to be a true person. The little mutant girl did not understand Du Wei's meaning. She looked at her mother and whispered, "Mom, what is Big Brother saying?" With tears in her eyes, the woman choked up and said, "He is saying that tomorrow's sun will rise as usual. The flowers will be beautiful. The snowflakes will fall. The raindrops will dance. And all things will revive." The little girl looked puzzled. "Mom, I still don't understand." "Hope." The woman smiled bitterly, repeating. After a moment of stillness in the air, Duffy, Li Dawei, and Luo Iran burst into wild laughter, looking at Du Wei as if he were a frog at the bottom of a well. Fong Julian also couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. "Haha, who do you think you are?" The protagonist saving the world? Or a bodhisattva saving the world? Your ideals are so outdated. Let me tell you, in this world, the strong can do as they please, while the weak should sink into the mud. What righteous pretense are you putting on? What's wrong with me killing a few mutants? Even if I killed your whole family, no one could punish me because this world needs strong people, not garbage. Compared to the ridicule of Fang Jiuyin and others, Meng Jiayuan was greatly shocked because she saw a different Du Wei. She saw a person full of ambition, justice, and kindness, a true person, a real man. This was not childish, nor was it some righteous pretense. This was the character humanity should uphold, simply goodness. Chapter 50. Arrogant warriors, thank you for your lengthy discourse. Du Wei looked disdainful, beckoning with his fingers for him to continue, which gave me a new understanding of the evil in human nature. Is that so? Fang Jiuyin sneered as he charged at Du Wei. Then you can thank me once more for sending you to meet the King of Hell. Du Wei's Gup, realizing that Fang Jiuyin's aura was exhibiting abnormal fluctuations. He understood that Fang Jiuyin was about to use his abilities, and in an instant, Du Wei closed his eyes. This was a method taught to him by Zhonghe. Fang Jiuyin's freezing technique was similar to a mental attack, and although his technique was not at its peak, he was indeed stronger than Du Wei. However, by closing his eyes, he could reduce the intensity of the freezing technique. This was because mental attackers often relied on their opponent's eyes to execute their abilities in the early stages. 2 seconds. Even so, Du Wei was still frozen for 2 seconds. Though the time was extremely short, it was enough to severely injure Du Wei. When he could move again, he found several new wounds on his body. Bang! Bang! Du Wei crashed against the wall and got up, feeling a dull pain in his chest. Blood had already surged back to his throat, forcing him to spit it out. This made the mutants and Meng Jiuyin feel tense, but no one dared to interrupt. Because Du Wei had not truly fallen. Fang Jiuyin frowned and slowly walked towards Du Wei. I didn't expect you to know to close your eyes to evade my abilities. Who taught you this trick? Du Wei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Guess. Don't say it, then die. Fang Jiuyin lunged forward. Du Wei pushed off the ground with immense speed, needing to land as many punches as possible during Fang Jiuyin's cooldown period. Therefore, he unleashed all his strength this time. His speed was so fast that even Du Fei and the others were shocked. How could Du Wei's speed surge like this without the enhancement of aura? Did he experience an adrenaline rush? Meng Jin secretly rejoiced. She knew that Du Wei was no ordinary revivalist. Not only did he possess special abilities, but his physique was also remarkably strong. Boom! Du Wei's speed startled Fang Jiuyin, who was unable to dodge in time and took 3 punches from Du Wei. As a result, the number above Fang Jiuyin's head instantly changed from 5 to 2. As the target number approached, Du Wei became increasingly excited. However, when Du Wei's 8th punch landed, the cumulative power of his punches made Fang Jiuyin feel terrified. At that moment, only he knew that his ribs had broken, and a strange force had stabbed directly into his chest, causing excruciating pain. Fang Jiuyin couldn't understand what was happening, but he was 100% certain that this was not the kind of power a revivalist could unleash. Don't hold back. If you want to vomit, just do it. Du Wei smirked and continued with his 9th punch. In front of everyone, just as the 9th punch was about to land, Du Wei's body froze once again. Du Fei shouted with joy. The cooldown period for Senior Fang is over. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Li Daowei laughed as if he had won. Trash is still trash. It's time to end this duel. Luo Yiran frowned slightly, and Meng Jiuyuan's expression became serious. Because the two of them clearly knew that things were not as simple as they appeared. The freezing technique was inherently powerful, so the cooldown period was long. Fang Jiuyin's early end of the cooldown must have been due to sensing Du Wei's strength and wanting to finish the fight quickly to avoid complications. Suddenly, Fang Jiuyin could no longer hold back the blood, reversing in his body, and spewed out a mist of blood. But he laughed loudly. I didn't expect you to force me to use my strongest technique. Although I paid a price. This freezing will control you for a full 10 seconds. So in these 10 seconds, I have enough time to torment you. Do you see? This is the fate of the weak. Bang! Fang Jiuyin kicked Du Wei away, then took out the previous dagger and instantly stabbed it into his calf muscle. twisting it violently. Fang Jiuyan's expression turned vicious. Tell me, did you kill my third brother? Meng Jiaoyuan clenched her fists. And the mutants were tense, as if a fishbone was stuck in their throats. Blood automatically oozed from the corner of Du Wei's mouth, sliding down his face and dripping onto the ground. Guess. Guess. Fang Jiuyan pounded his fists into Du Wei's face. Little kid, do I still need to guess? Over the next few seconds, Fang Jiuyan began stabbing Du Wei's flesh with the dagger. Like Fang Zhan, each stab missed Du Wei's vital points, aiming to make him suffer. Du Wei did not scream, enduring the pain that soaked his clothes with sweat. Meng Jiuyan wanted to intervene several times, but Du Fei, Li Dawei, and Luo Yiran were all watching her. As long as she dared to move, the three of them would definitely stop her. Du Wei understood the situation. Although he couldn't move, he could use his eyes to tell Meng Jiuyan, don't move. Don't move. Big brother. Bad guy. Stop it. Just as everyone was immersed in sorrow, a mutant little girl let go of her mother's hand and rushed out, clinging onto Du Wei's body. She stared at Fang Jiuyan fearlessly. Bad guy, don't hurt big brother anymore. Fang Jiuyan slapped the little girl away, and the other mutants quickly shielded her in their arms. She burst into tears, but not because of her physical pain, but because of Du Wei. Woo. Let big brother go, you bad person. You deserve to die. Woo. Let big brother go. Fang Jiuyan coldly glanced at the mutants. They were angry but dared not speak, retreating a few steps back, which made Fang Jiuyan even prouder. A little worm abandoned by the world dares to provoke me, seeking death. Meng Jiuyan could no longer bear it, and quickly stepped forward, while Du Fei and the others instantly moved to block her. Luo Yiran coldly scoffed. Do you want to take on 3 by yourself? Du Wei desperately signaled with his eyes. Get out. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. However, Meng Jiuyan remained unmoved, while Fang Jiuyan mockingly picked up Du Wei's fist, shaking his head with a cold smile. Huh. ISNT your fist very powerful. Didn't TU want to protect those mutants? I just hit that little girl. Why didn't TU take action? Where is your grand righteousness? Where's your fist? Hee. Don't you want to hit me now? No witties. I can help you. You don't need to thank me. Because this is the charity and reward of the strong to the weak. Then, Fang Jiuyan grasped Du Wei's arm, formed his hand into a fist, and then used that fist to strike his own chest. Fang Jiuyan thought this was a trampling of Du Wei's dignity. However, in the next second, boom, crack, Fang Jiuyan felt a tremendous force strike him, and his sternum instantly shattered, causing him to crash into the wall like a cannonball. At the same time, the number above his head changed too. Most importantly, at that moment, Fang Jiuyan's freezing technique also reached its limit. Du Wei regained his freedom. Chapter 51. Cool. The 3 of them, Du Fei and Meng Jiaoyuan, who were still confronting each other, were startled awake by the explosive sound behind them. When they turned around, Fang Jiuyan had already embedded himself into the wall behind them. They stood there dumbfounded and confused. They had no idea what had happened, their minds momentarily crashing. Meng Jiaoyuan's clenched fist finally relaxed. She hadn't expected such a dramatic scene to unfold. Perhaps this was what was meant by pride leads to downfall. The mutated beings also didn't know what had happened, but they sensed that the scales of victory and defeat might have tipped. Du Wei hadn't anticipated such an ending either. What was self-inflicted suffering? And what was a punishment from heaven that could still be lived with? Fang Jiuyan, just now, was a living example. It was too dramatic. Du Wei wanted to laugh, but he knew it wasn't the time to do so. When killing, one must eradicate the root and leave no future troubles. This was the most basic principle. Thus, the first thing he did after getting up was deliver a finishing blow. Taotie Veiran Maudli Tewach Fang Yiyan. His speed like a whirlwind. Then he punched down on Fang Jiuyan's head. Suddenly, a peculiar force surged through Fang Jiuyan's entire body like an electric current. Suddenly, a moment of silence. Time and space seemed to freeze. Then, the next second, Fang Jiuyan's body instantly exploded into fragments, just like those mutated beings he had slaughtered. Of course, the character on his head also vanished without a trace. Senior Fang. Luo Yiran wide-eyed. Li Dawei sat down on the ground, feeling parched and dizzy. What on earth happened in these 2 or 3 seconds? Am I dreaming? Du Fei stood there like a fool, her breathing halted, her thoughts the same. Meng Jiao Yuan quietly gave Du Wei a thumbs up, and the little mutated girl cheered and jumped up, shouting that Big Brother had won, Big Brother had won. The others remained silent but forced smiles. The elderly man whom Du Wei had saved looked blankly for a moment, but soon smiled. That smile was one of determination, though no one noticed. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. It was only after the fragments of Fang Jiuyin crashed to the ground that the world regained its sound. Meng Jiao Yuan coldly looked at Du Fei and the others and said, Fang Jiuyin is dead. Aren't you all leaving quickly? Du Fei and the others were slightly taken aback, but left without hesitation. They were merely solitary spiritual beings who chose to follow Fang Jiuyin due to his strength. Now that Fang Jiuyin was dead, there was naturally no meaning in staying. Because the relationship between Fang Jiuyin and them was based solely on interests. They weren't even friends, so no one would seek revenge for Fang Jiuyin. Revenge was a matter for the Fang family. And Du Fei and the others naturally did not wish to waste their energy on it. This was the most genuine relationship between spiritual beings. After Du Fei and the others left, Meng Jiao Yuan quickly supported Du Wei and gave him a spirit pill. This pill is my scholarship for half a year. Remember, it needs to be repaid. Let us talk about that later. Du Wei quickly swallowed it, feeling a warmth spread through his body as his injuries gradually healed. The mutated beings gathered around. Though they were silent, their eyes were filled with concern. The little girl hugged Du Wei's body, looking up at him. Thank you, Big Brother. You are the best human I have ever seen. Du Wei was surprised, and the little girl's mother added, What she means is, you are the kindest person outside the ruins she has ever seen. Du Wei understood the little girl's inferiority. He squatted down and gently stroked her hair, smiling softly. Big Brother is human. And so are you. We are no different, understand? The little girl lowered her head, her right hand touching the protruding bones on her left palm. Then looking at her crooked legs, softly saying, There is a difference. We are not real humans. I don't look like you. Ah. Du Wei suddenly exclaimed in shock. Then he picked up the little girl's left hand, enviously staring at her palm. Why do you have such a cool exoskeleton while we are all humans? The little girl knew that in a few years, the bones on her hand would grow larger, even turning into beast-like horns, but this was the first time someone had said it was cool. Cool. The little girl slowly raised her head. Du Wei smiled. Yes, you might not know, but there's an old movie called Steel Wolf. And the male lead is like that. Although he is not like you. With an exoskeleton, he uses the blades on his hands to protect everything he should protect. Isn't that cool? Really? The little girl's eyes were half believing. Du Wei stood up and nodded heavily. If I have the chance to come back to the ruins area, I will bring the DVD to find you. And we can watch Steel Wolf together, okay? Good. The little girl's eyes sparkled. Then Du Wei signaled to Meng Jiao Yuan, and they were about to leave. The little girl returned to her mother's side, watching Du Wei and Meng Jiao Yuan leave with reluctance, gratitude, and hope. However, at that moment, their elder, the old man, stood up and lightly coughed. Ahem. Are you leaving just like that, forgetting about this old man? Meng Jiao Yuan secretly glanced at Du Wei, her eyes seeming to say, There's something going on. Du Wei turned around, his expression calm. Since you are unaware of the starry wheel's matter, then it's meaningless for us to stay here, so we won't disturb you. After saying that, Du Wei and Meng Jiao Yuan intended to leave again. Wait. The old man called them again, shaking his head and smiling. Good lad, if you just leave like this, I'll feel guilty going to my grave. No matter what. You saved me and saved our whole family. To be honest, I really dislike you spiritual beings, but today I no longer dislike you. To be precise, I don't dislike you. Du Wei and Meng Jiao Yuan turned around, and the old man smiled slightly. I've kept this secret for almost a lifetime. It's time to see the light of day. Du Wei asked, So, you really know the whereabouts of the starry wheel? Unexpectedly, the old man shook his head, causing Du Wei and Meng Jiao Yuan to feel disappointed instantly. However, his next words reignited their hope. I indeed haven't heard of any starry wheel, but I have a hunch that what you call the starry wheel should be related to the secret I've been guarding. To be precise, this shouldn't be a secret because every head of family in the ruins area knows this secret. Meng Jiao Yuan couldn't wait to ask. What secret? This secret is related to life and death. The old man's gaze was serious yet incredibly firm, with a hint of relief. Chapter 52. Seed in Life. Apart from death, nothing else is of great importance. Upon hearing the words life and death, everyone's emotions became tense. Before Du Wei and Meng Juan decided to come to the ruins area, they had already made up their minds that even if they were truly walking on the edge of life and death, they would not fear or regret it. Du Wei smiled faintly, breaking the heavy atmosphere. No matter what, we cannot come here for nothing, so please speak freely. The old man had no intention of hiding anything. He said directly, I, an old man, have lived in the ruins area for over 40 years, and have wasted over 40 years, but this secret is what makes me feel that my life still has meaning. It was when I first became the head of the family that I learned this secret. In the ruins area, humans form different small organizations for self-preservation, which they call big families, and the leader of this big family is the head of the family. The old man had previously said that every head of the family knows this secret. Does that mean other heads of families learn this secret, just like him? Upon becoming heads of families? The old man noticed the confusion on Du Wei and Meng Jiyuan's faces. I know what you're thinking. I don't know when the other heads of families learned it, but I learned this secret as soon as I became the head of the family. Meng Jiyuan felt he was being a bit evasive and quickly said, Please tell us the content of the secret. Not so fast. The old man waved his hand. Even today, the fear still lingers in my eyes. Before I reveal that secret, I feel it is necessary to talk about the source of the secret. Is it important? Meng Jiyuan asked. The old man's expression was firm and extremely serious. Very important. Please go ahead, Du Wei said. According to the old man, shortly after he was elected as the head of the family 40 years ago, strange things began to happen that very night. It was late at night, and he was sleeping soundly, but he constantly felt something like feathers brushing against his ears, waking him up time and again. However, each time he woke up, there was no one beside him. At first, he didn't think much of it, but after several times, he gradually became scared, feeling that some dirty thing was fixating on him. So he pretended to be asleep, and sure enough, that feeling returned. He suddenly rolled over, but still found nothing. This made him even more anxious, and he felt a chill run down his spine. That night, he hardly slept, and by daytime, he had a terrible headache, felt dizzy, and was extremely fatigued, even too lazy to walk. However, he didn't think much of it. After all, anyone would feel unwell after a sleepless night. So he prepared to catch up on some sleep, but as soon as he fell asleep, he heard a voice. This voice was not human, not a dog barking. Neither male nor female. It sounded like a chaotic electrical current, like the terrified wailing of ghosts, akin to the cold and mournful rustling of leaves and flowers in the night wind. In short, he couldn't find the words to describe this sound. Not seeing anyone, just hearing a voice. Du Wei frowned and speculated. Could it be a spirit? The old man shook his head. Impossible. Spirits would not be exiled to the ruins area. Even the most heinous spirits are still high-ranking beings. Then who could it be? Meng Jiayuan asked curiously. The old man replied, Yes. I was also wondering who it could be. The answer to that question did not come to me until many years later, but for now, let me finish this story. All right, then what should he tell you next? Du Wei asked. The old man nodded and continued. When that voice appeared, I found myself unable to move. It's important to note that my inability to move was not due to some sort of paralysis technique. As I was very clear in my heart that I still had control over my body, I could sense it clearly, but I still couldn't move, to be precise. I didn't dare to move, because I felt an overwhelming pressure, and, as he described it, at that moment, he felt like an ant beneath an elephant's foot, knowing that if he moved even slightly, he would be crushed to pieces. Looking back on it now still makes his face turn pale. Before long, that voice formed into words he could understand. Its first sentence was, You don't need to know who I am right now. I need you to help me with something. Are you willing? Upon hearing this, the old man's heart quickly responded with a willing. It wasn't until many years later that he understood that his willingness was not his absolute desire. He felt that his thoughts at that moment were also being controlled. Even if he was unwilling, he would still wholeheartedly agree from the depths of his heart. At this time, the mysterious person spoke the second sentence. I need to plant a seed called dust in the ruins area. This seed requires about 40 years to grow. And at that time, someone will come to take the fruit. What I need you to do is protect a key that can take the fruit. Of course, after 40 years, the right to dispose of this key will belong to you. You can give it to whoever you want. Do you understand? The old man responded internally that he understood. The mysterious person continued. Good. Next I will bind this key to you. It will be painful, so bear with it. As for what happened next, the old man was unwilling to mention it. According to his account, he felt as if he had been insulted, and he never wanted to recall that pain again. So the old man skipped over that part. After he completed the binding, the mysterious person told the old man that there were a total of 10 keys, and he had given them to 10 heads of families, with the old man being one of them. The last sentence the mysterious person said before leaving left the old man shocked both physically and mentally. The mysterious person said, if, after 40 years, you want to use your key to help others take the fruit, then all the blood in your body will be needed. The key will drain your blood, and you will forever disappear. Upon hearing this, Dewey finally understood what the old man meant by life and death. However, he didn't expect that the life and death the old man spoke of would be related to his own life and death. At the same time, the old man took out a circle of rings from his hand and looked at the dark ring. Originally, I didn't want to do this, but you made me feel it was worth it. After all, I don't have many years left to live. Whether I leave early or late, I have to go anyway, so I might as well send you off on your journey. Du Wei and Meng Jian understood that this seemingly ordinary ring was likely the key. But just as the old man was about to act, Du Wei stopped him. Wait, we still need to sort this out. Don't feel guilty. Actually, from the very first day I accepted this key, my fate today was already sealed, so I can't escape. Are you afraid? The old man asked. No, there are still many unclear things. Meng Jian shook her head and quickly asked, are you sure that the mysterious person planted a seed called dust in the ruins area? Confirmed. The old man replied without hesitation. Du Wei and Meng Jian exchanged serious glances and said in unison, Dust World. Chapter 53. Space Rift. Yes, the Dust World. Although the information revealed by the mysterious person was obscure, it was clear that the seed named Dust referred to the Dust World in the ruins area. In other words, what the mysterious person meant by planting the dust seed was likely that he created the Dust World in the ruins area, which needed time to nurture, approximately 40 years. Once this specific time was reached, the dust world he created would take shape. It was evident that both Du Wei and Meng Jian had thought of this. What shocked them, however, was that the mysterious person had predicted events from 40 years ago and had planned ahead, distributing keys to the leaders that led to the dust world. So, who is this mysterious person? Du Wei and Meng Jian turned their gaze to the old man. Meng Jiayuan asked, you said you already know the identity of that mysterious person. So who is he? The old man pointed upwards and said without hesitation, Heaven, the celestial. The way of heaven. The way of heaven. Du Wei was slightly surprised. He had thought it would be a person in a concrete form, but he didn't expect such an answer. However, upon further thought, who else in this world could create the dust world if not the way of heaven? Are you sure? Meng Jiayuan's heart raced at this answer. The old man replied calmly, the spiritual energy has revived, exotic beasts have appeared, and ghosts have manifested in the world. Could the way of heaven not exist? Is this your speculation? Meng Jiayuan asked. The old man nodded. Yes, but there is no theory yet that can overturn this speculation. Human life, destiny, life and death have always been controlled by some power, and that is the way of heaven. The way of heaven. Du Wei seemed to have an epiphany, recalling the words of a sage from ancient times. This sage was Laozi. Laozi said, the Tao produces one, one produces two, two produces three, three produces all things embrace yin and hold yang. Laozi's principle of the way of heaven states, the great way of heaven does not contend, yet it prevails, it does not speak, yet it responds, it does not summon, yet it arrives. It is tranquil yet deeply strategized. It is as still as water, as dynamic as wind, as silent as a mountain, and as mobile as clouds. Laozi also said, the way of heaven is unkind, treating all things as stray dogs. Wait, Although Laozi's remarks about the way of heaven mostly concern observing the way of heaven to understand humanity, who knows if the way of heaven he spoke of was false? In other words, it is very possible that the sage Laozi of ancient times had already discovered the existence of the way of heaven. Du Wei chuckled with emotion. What you said is correct. Perhaps it is indeed the doing of the way of heaven. Meng Jiayuan still refused to believe this theory. If it were true, then wouldn't everyone in the world be pets raised by the way of heaven? Fortunately, she would not get bogged down in such thoughts. The reasons for the revival of spiritual energy? Does the way of heaven exist? The revival of exotic beasts and ghosts? The answers to all these questions were beyond her current strength and status to explore. She only needed to take care of herself. The old man nodded with a calm expression, then looked at the other mutants and simply smiled, saying, "I am leaving now. You all must survive well. As long as you live, there is hope." Grandpa. The mutant little girl was very reluctant, and the others remained silent, revealing strong reluctance as well. But they all knew this was the old man's final resting place. He had to do this, and he had to go. Sometimes, looking at it from a different perspective, the old man's departure might be a form of rebirth. Du Wei and Meng Jin slightly bowed to the old man and then made way for him. Immediately, the old man gravely bit his index finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the ring. Swish, 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 the moment the ring sensed the blood. It emitted a dazzling black light, like a monster devouring blood, frantically sucking the old man's blood. The old man's blood seemed to transform into a special, thread-like energy, quickly drawn from his index finger. In about 3 minutes, the old man's skin became shriveled, and after another 5 minutes, his skin developed a granular texture, turning a pale white, whiter than paper. Finally, the old man collapsed to the ground, and his body miraculously transformed into scattered starlight. At that moment, the ring on the ground suddenly erupted with a burst of energy, forming a circular portal like a huge flower ring. Through this portal, one could enter the dust world. The mutant little girl knew that Du Wei was also leaving. She wiped away a tear, but smiled happily, saying, "Big brother, don't forget, when you come back next time, you have to watch Steel Wolf with me, okay? Let's make a pinky promise." Du Wei extended his hand, just as the little girl was hesitating about which hand to use. Du Wei directly hooked his pinky with the little girl's mutated pinky, saying, "Then it's a deal, no changes for 100 years. Okay, hee hee." The little girl's smile seemed less forced now. Meng Jiayuan and Du Wei waved goodbye to the mutants and jumped into the dust world. But just then, 3 spiritual beings suddenly attacked: Du Fei, Li Dawei, and Luo Iran. The little girl's mother, seeing the 3, shouted in horror, "You haven't gone far?" Now, they realized it was too late. Li Dawei's cold face flashed with violent killing intent. "Dirty mutants, go meet the king of hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Fei and the others struck simultaneously. 2 seconds later, all the mutants at the scene had their heads severed from their bodies, and the 3 of them jumped into the dust world portal in the final moment before it disappeared. Thud, thud, thud. The mutant little girl's head rolled on the ground, about a meter away from her body. She had just learned how to smile without being stiff, just made her first promise in life, and just felt like she was also a cool human being. Just now, everything was beautiful, but it was too brief. In the dust world, Du Wei and Meng Jin felt a wave of dizziness and soon landed on the ground simultaneously. This world was extremely dim. Looking around, the air was filled with a yellowish, sand-like color. Strange rocks covered the ground, and not a single green plant could be seen. Everywhere was marked with dry, desolate, despairing. "Is this the dust world?" Du Wei muttered to himself. It was also Meng Jiayuan's first time in the dust world, but she had read books on the subject. I have some understanding of the dust world. The books say that each dust world is different. For example, time and space form their own systems, and there can even be extreme weather and climates. This means that the space of the dust world is very unstable. Du Wei and Meng Jiayuan walked forward. Meng Jiayuan nodded and continued, "Yes," and they were unaware that while they were speaking, a stone behind them had been split apart by an unknown force, just like a perfectly fine apple, splitting in half without warning. Buzz, suddenly, a unique energy brushed past Meng Jiayuan's ear. Then a strand of her hair gently fell, and she caught it, exclaiming in terror, "It's here." This is what the book called Space Rift, with a damage rating of level 5. As soon as she finished speaking, Due sensed something and kicked Meng Jiyuan away. In the next second, the ground between them was suddenly torn apart by some force, creating a huge chasm. Even the air was ripped open, leaving a long blade-like gap that quickly vanished. Chapter 54. A narrow escape. Du Wei was gasping for breath, not out of physical exhaustion, but because the power of the spatial blade had heightened his emotions to the maximum, causing his nerves to tense up instinctively. However, Du Wei's mind did not shut down. "Get out of here!" Du Wei waved to Meng Jiyuan, and the two of them instinctively ran forward together. Whoosh whoosh at that moment. The speed and density of the spatial blade intensified, striking them like transparent white energy blades, coming wave after wave with no pattern and no warning. Du Wei and his companion had to rely on their instincts to dodge the surprise attacks of the spatial blade. Boom, boom. Fortunately, their instincts had not made any fatal mistakes. And perhaps luck played a part. Most of the spatial blade passed by their bodies, striking empty space or crashing into the rocks. However, in the instant the rocks shattered, the flying debris inevitably cut into their skin. "Quick, back up!" Meng Jiyuan shouted, immediately turning back. Du Wei cursed, "Damn it, this bizarre spatial blade." The spatial blade suddenly changed direction, blocking the path of Du Wei and Meng Jiyuan like rain blades. The air, rocks, and ground ahead were torn apart without warning, forcing Du Wei and his companion to retreat. In less than a minute since the appearance of the spatial blade, the ground around them had become a scene of devastation, pockmarked like the surface of a moon. When Du Wei and Meng Jin retreated 10 meters, the spatial blade seemed to stop, and everything returned to a calm state. Surprisingly, the shattered rocks and deep chasms began to rapidly repair themselves, and within a few breaths, everything returned to its original form. Du Wei looked at everything in front of him, slightly astonished. The places that had been destroyed could actually repair themselves automatically. Meng Jiyuan said, "There's nothing to be surprised about. After all, the dust world is just a created space, not a real world, so this is within reason." Indeed, the dust world resembled a game instance. Du Wei let out a long sigh. After imagining this place as a game instance, his earlier tension eased considerably. At that moment, a three-dimensional distortion suddenly appeared in the air behind Du Wei and Meng Jun, resembling a transparent water sphere dancing enchantingly. Initially, they thought another ambush was coming, but when the water sphere burst open, Du Fei, Li Dawei, and Luo Yiran jumped out from inside. The appearance of the three instantly made Du Wei realize something. "We just entered the dust world, and they appeared at exactly the same spot, which means they entered the dust world through the same entrance as us. So they never really went far." Then, seeing Du Wei deep in thought and increasingly angry, Li Dawei knew he had guessed everything. So he kindly stated, "As you suspected, we didn't go far at all. We hid in the shadows. Also, we killed all those mutated beings, not leaving a single one. And then we entered through the dust world passage you two opened." To be honest, while Du Wei was guessing, he had hoped he was overthinking it, but Li Dawei's words were like a cold splash of water waking him up. "Kill them all?" Du Wei's eyes seemed to ignite with flames. Du Fei sneered, "If you're asking whether we killed that little girl, I can responsibly tell you, of course. We killed her too. After all, they were all abominations among humans. They deserved to die." Hearing this, Du Wei's mind felt like it was struck, and the image of the mutated little girl played in his mind like a black and white silent film. "Big brother, don't forget, next time you come, you have to watch Steel Wolf with me. Let's make a pinky promise. It's a deal, no changing for 100 years. Okay, hee. Then Du Wei exploded in rage, wanting to tear apart the smiling Li Dawei and the others, while Meng Jun also gathered her strength. However, just as Du Wei was about to strike, Li Dawei was suddenly split in half by a mysterious force, his body dividing at the nose and falling to the ground. Blood gushed out in an instant. Li Dawei didn't even feel a thing before being dismembered. After a moment of suspended air, Du Fei and Meng Jiayuan screamed in terror, not knowing what had happened. By the time they regained their senses, Du Wei and Meng Jiayuan had already left the area. In the next moment, Luo Iran's long hair broke and fell. If it weren't for Lady Luck's favor, she would have already met her end. The spatial blade reappeared. Du Wei and Meng Jin sprinted quickly, and after an unknown amount of time, they finally stopped, finding themselves on a sheer cliff. If the spatial blade appeared again now, they would have no strength left to evade. Fortunately, the spatial blade did not appear again. Du Wei lay flat on the ground, breathing heavily. This time, it was physical exhaustion rather than mental shock. Meng Jin also sat on the ground, her heart racing and unable to calm down. Throughout their frantic escape, Meng Jin had consumed a lot of spiritual energy, which gave her strong sensitivity and speed to evade the attacks of the spatial blade. But what about Du Wei? He couldn't use spiritual energy, yet his sensitivity and speed had surged to an extremely powerful level during this time, arguably stronger than Meng Jin, not weaker. However, Du Wei seemed unaware of his changes. He was still immersed in the anger of the mutated beings being killed. Thankfully, the spatial blade had wiped out one villain, Li Dawei, which brought Du Wei a slight sense of solace. After a moment, as his breathing steadied, Du Wei analyzed. The original spatial blade has stopped, but after Du Fei and the others appeared, it reappeared without warning. What do you think? Du Wei looked at Meng Jiaoyuan, who replied, I understand what you mean. You want to say that this spatial blade only appears when newcomers enter the dust world, like a beginner's trial. Exactly, Du Wei said. It's like the first level of an instance, only triggered by newcomers. Therefore, we shouldn't encounter the spatial blade again for a while. Let's hope so. Meng Jiaoyuan smiled, then stood up and extended her hand to Du Wei. Du Wei took her hand and stood up. His gaze sharp. We almost got killed just after entering the dust world. I really don't know what will happen next. But thankfully, I have you. I hope we can work together happily and always find a way out of desperate situations. Always find a way out, Meng Jiaoyuan replied. Boom! Boom! Just as the four words, always find a way out, dissipated, the cliff where Du Wei and Meng Jin stood suddenly trembled, and the sand and stones on the cliff began to roll. Soon, the cliff flipped upright, forming a straight 90-degree angle with the ground. Du Wei and Meng Jin clung tightly to the withered vines on the cliff, puzzled by what was happening, when suddenly the surface of the cliff bulged open, revealing a gigantic red pupil. Chapter 55, This is not a cliff boom. Suddenly, the inverted cliff began to rise strangely, and Du Wei and Meng Jiaoyuan found themselves getting farther and farther from the ground. This is not a cliff. This is not a cliff. This is not a cliff. At this moment, Du Wei and Meng Jin instantly woke up. The dry vine they were holding onto was an eyelash. The sharp, slender, towering hill was a nose. The small mounds on either side were ears, and the gigantic cave was a mouth. And the eyes were right behind them. This is a beast. A super gigantic beast. Meng Jiaoyuan screamed frantically. I have never seen such a large beast. Yes, Du Wei wanted to cry without tears. What we are holding onto are its eyelashes. If seen from a distance, I think the two of us hanging here look like two insignificant eye boogers of this beast. Meng Jiaoyuan. Indeed, just as Du Wei thought, this giant beast was incredibly tall, its skin the same color as the mountain, rough and hard in texture, and its eyelashes were like dry vines. From afar, Du Wei and Meng were just two tiny dots, really resembling its eye boogers. And they were extremely tiny eye boogers at that. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the giant beast began to run quickly, and with its movement, the ground was shaking in accompaniment, dust rising everywhere, and Du Wei and Meng were swaying left and right, as if they were on a free giant swing. But this giant swing was too high off the ground, and there were no protective measures. Even if it was free, they couldn't be happy about it. Using inertia, heading for its head, Du Wei had a flash of inspiration, then used the swaying force to suddenly rotate his body, like a crocodile's death roll. A few seconds later, the dry vine successfully wrapped around his arm, and of course the so-called dry vine was the eyelashes of the giant beast. Seeing this, Meng Jiaoyuan understood Du Wei's intention. Once their arms were tightly wrapped, they used the dry vine as a fulcrum and began to climb up the giant beast's head. It wasn't easy at first. As soon as they made some progress, they would be shaken off by the giant beast running. However, having made their choice, they were not going to give up easily. After struggling for a quarter of an hour, They finally managed to stand on the giant beast's brow. Fortunately, its brow was very prominent, which provided a good shelter for Du Wei and Meng, but this was not a place to stay long. Their goal was still the top of the giant beast's head. So after resting for a while, they grabbed the giant beast's hair, which was also made of dry vines. This time, the climb took about half an hour, but the heavens did not disappoint the diligent. They finally climbed to the top of the giant beast's head. The top of the giant beast's head resembled a flat cliff, covered with countless dry, vine-like hairs. After securing their bodies with the dry vines, Du Wei and Meng could stay there without worry. After a moment of rest, Du Wei cautiously analyzed the current situation. This giant beast is humanoid, but it seems to have no malice. Can't be 100 sure, Meng Jiuyuan said. Perhaps it hasn't even noticed our presence. Du Wei smiled wryly. Yes, if your two-eye boogers ran to your head, you would find it hard to notice too. Disgusting. Meng, Jin shot, Du Wei a glare. You are the eye booger, I am not. Then what are you? Du Wei teased. Are you an earwax? Roll. Meng Jiuyuan scolded. Du Wei chuckled, his expression becoming serious. I still think this giant beast has no malice because there's always been a rather intriguing rule in this world. Oh, what rule? Meng Jiuyuan asked curiously. Du Wei smiled mysteriously. Actually, it's not really a rule, just my own speculation. You see, from the ancient dinosaur era, the larger the dinosaur, the more likely it was to be herbivorous or it would eat plants instead of meat. Looking at the period before the revival of spiritual energy, the largest animal was the elephant, which is also herbivorous. In contrast, animals like tigers and lions, which are smaller than elephants, are carnivorous. Meng Jiuyuan nodded thoughtfully. That's interesting. But this is a strange beast, big brother. That doesn't matter. It's too big to notice us, and even if it does, we can easily escape. So there's no need to worry. Du Wei said. That's true. Meng Jiuyuan nodded in agreement. So what should we do next? Du Wei smiled faintly. Let's follow it. After all, the world of dust is so vast. Finding the starry wheel is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It's better to follow it. Whenever it falls asleep again, we can go down then, which can also save us some energy. Good. Meng Jiuyuan said, I agree. After reaching a consensus, the two sat steadily on the giant beast's head, but they were not resting. They were observing the surrounding environment. As soon as they discovered anything suspicious, they would immediately get off. Bored, Meng Jiuyuan asked, You killed Fong Sanyan, and now you've killed Fong Juyan. Now you and the Fong family have really tied a dead knot. The Spirit Control Division wouldn't dare be certain that I killed Fong Sanyan. So there's nothing to fear, Du Wei said. Meng Jiuyuan continued. What about Fong Juyan? He was seen by Du Fei and the others when he died. To be precise, there should only be 2 people left now. Du Wei's expression remained calm. He had thought about this matter long ago. Even if Du Fei and Luo Yiran were willing to testify that I killed Fong Juyan, if it went to the Spirit Control Division, what do you think they would judge? The Spirit Control Division, after all, is a place that values evidence, the home of fairness in the world of spiritual beings. Meng Jiuyuan chuckled. I see. First of all, the Spirit Control Division wouldn't think you had the ability to kill Fong Juyan. Besides, Du Fei and Luo Yiran are already at odds with you. They are very likely using Fong Juyan's death to frame you. Moreover, Fong Juyan died in the ruins area, where anything can happen, and even the Spirit Control Division would find it hard to judge. Exactly. Du Wei suddenly sighed with emotion. If Fong Juyan didn't have the surname Fong, his death in the ruins area would probably not even be worth the Spirit Control Division's attention. After all, many spiritual beings die suddenly. How could they manage it all? But who told him to have a good father? Meng Jiuyuan said. So you should be more careful in the future. Yes, I'm gonna speed up my pace to become stronger. Du Wei's eyes were incredibly resolute. Only in this way can we truly prevent minor issues from becoming major problems. In the time that followed, Du Wei and Meng rode the beast in the dust world. They were very grateful to be on top of the giant beast, as during this time, they witnessed scenes where some spiritual beings were eaten by other strange beasts and saw some people get trapped in bizarre swamps. In short, along the way, they saw many spiritual beings meet their demise. The giant beast was very intelligent. It never went to dangerous places and was incredibly fast. And other strange beasts dared not provoke it. Thus, Du Wei and Meng were quite at ease. About 6 hours later, The giant beast finally stopped. Du Wei and Meng stood up, staring in astonishment at the scene before them. After a moment of silence, Meng Jun slowly spoke the first sentence. Is this the destination of the giant beast? So beautiful. Chapter 56 Ceremony. The sky ahead seemed to be split by an enormous water curtain, with one side a deep blue and the other a dark green. The blue light and the green light intertwined and reflected off each other, resembling a massive chasm in the sky. Mysterious, brilliant, and breathtaking. Du Wei and Meng Jian were puzzled by what was happening, but were both captivated by the sight before them. Is it the aurora? Absolutely not. This phenomenon only resembles the aurora, but is completely different. What could it be? At that moment, the giant beast suddenly knelt down, devoutly bowing to the ground. Its enormous crimson eyes fixed intently on the strange phenomenon ahead, like a 30-year-old faithful follower. Strange. Du Wei frowned tightly. It was too bizarre. Was it performing some kind of ritual? Meng Jiyuan had the same thought. I think so. If it wasn't for a ritual, why would it kneel? Suddenly, countless small, strange beasts surged in from all directions. Of course, the so-called small ones were only small compared to this giant beast. The smallest among them was at least 3 meters tall. Get down. Du Wei signaled Meng Jiyuan to hide. Although the giant beast had no malicious intent and might not have noticed them, it didn't mean that other beasts were harmless, so Du Wei's caution was justified. The two lay still on top of the giant beast's head, as more and more rushed in from all sides. In just a short time, there were already no less than 100. There were various shapes among them, including humanoid, tiger-like, lion-like, and rat-like forms, yet these creatures also lay prostrate on the ground, devoutly gazing at the phenomenon ahead. They too were kneeling. It was undoubtedly a ritual, Du Wei confirmed. Meng Jiyuan frowned slightly. What do you think they are worshipping? They are just, and they don't seem to possess high intelligence. What could possibly command such submission from them? A powerful and mysterious force. Meng Jiayuan's words awakened Du Wei. He suddenly understood that it must be some kind of powerful force. Some of Fang Julian's words might not be without reason, such as, the weak will always submit to the strong. Could they be kneeling before the strongest in the dust world? Meng Jiayuan speculated. Du Wei directly denied. It shouldn't be. First of all, we haven't seen that, so it's very likely that they are kneeling before something they have encountered before but would not easily reveal itself. As he spoke, Du Wei's mind suddenly trembled, and Meng Jiyuan quickly focused on him. They both said in unison, the starry wheel. A chill ran down Du Wei's spine. He was shocked. He felt this was very possible. The starry wheel can help spiritual practitioners become stronger and is itself a mysterious and special item. So, does it only work on? Perhaps. It can also make powerful. This theory, Meng Jiyuan gasped. Although I haven't seen this theory in books, it seems very likely now. Look, Du Wei's gaze focused on the light ahead. At that moment, the blue light and the green light were slowly gathering together. More precisely, they were merging, like two different liquids embedding into each other's bodies. At that time, Du Wei observed that all the giant beasts had lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the phenomenon ahead. Even the giant beast they were riding had buried its head low and slowly closed its eyes. At this moment, the air was terrifyingly quiet. Du Wei gently patted Meng Jiyuan's body and whispered, let's go. Now that all had closed their eyes, it was their best opportunity to leave. Soon, Meng Jiyuan and Du Wei quietly descended from the giant beast. However, just as they landed in the middle ground, the phenomenon finished merging, and a brilliant and bright giant lotus flower bloomed in the sky. Swish, swish, swish. All they instantly opened their eyes, devoutly staring at the lotus in the sky, beginning to emit a deep, low hum. It's hard to imagine that these terrifying-looking, massive would emit such a solemn sound. Like many monks chanting scriptures in unison. Deep, distant, and deafening. Du Wei and Meng Jiyuan clung to the giant beast's chest, not daring to move. Fortunately, since this giant beast was likely female, they could perfectly hide on its bosom. I have a question I'm very curious about, Du Wei said with a serious face. Ask. Meng Jiayuan replied earnestly. Du Wei asked, what do you think her cup size is? You. Meng Jiyuan's face turned red, rolling her eyes. How are you becoming more and more improper? Du Wei chuckled, just lightening the mood. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge lotus suddenly transformed into dazzling raindrops. Falling rapidly, they looked up, allowing the raindrops to hit them, as if they were receiving some kind of baptism. Taking advantage of this, Du Wei and Meng Jian escaped from the giant beast, quickly locking onto a mountain. This mountain was perfectly positioned, allowing them to maintain a safe distance from the while also observing the sky phenomenon perfectly. Moreover, there was a hidden cave on the mountain, just right for concealing themselves. However, there was someone in the cave. It was a woman covered in wounds, and she looked surprised upon seeing Du Wei and Meng Jiayuan. At that moment, two curved blades were suddenly pressed against their necks. The woman behind them smiled and said, "Who are you?" At the same time, the wounded woman instantly transformed into a scarecrow. A scarecrow. Du Wei instantly understood. They had encountered the scarecrow ability user. Friends, now with blades at their necks. Du Wei had to lower his head, a forced smile on his face. Friends? The woman behind them sneered. Whose friend? Of course, your friend. Du Wei maintained his composure. The woman shook her head. Nonsense. How could I not recognize my friends? Not recognized before. Du Wei replied, but now you do, don't you? Stop with the smooth talk. Tell me how you found out about this coordinate. The woman's tone was filled with astonishment, as if this place should only be known to her. Du Wei didn't know where this place was, nor did he understand what she meant by coordinate. But he wanted to know what it meant, so he took the opportunity to ask, how you know I know? Bullshit. The woman coldly laughed, her killing intent rising. Forget it, you all can die. The woman gripped the two curved blades tightly, pushing with her spiritual energy, causing the blades to rapidly spin and cut at the necks of Du Wei and Meng Jiayuan. However, the next second, Du Wei and Meng Jiayuan vanished without a trace. At the same time, a deep, feminine voice echoed in the cave. Dream speaker, release.